Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you to the 20th Vienna Congress ComSult. I'm Bernd Winter and your moderator for today. For the 20th time, national and international decision makers from science, politics, and business will meet here again in Vienna. Right now, this Congress will take place without audience at the Vienna Chamber of Commerce and will be broadcast online. I can promise you, you will going to have a brilliant Congress and you really will take a lot home with you today. Unfortunately, we are still living more than ever in an uncertain and unpredictable world. Just look at the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, the energy crisis, the effects of the corona pandemic, and of course still the climate crisis, only to mention some of them. That's why it's so important to come together and think about what we can do to shape our future safety. One of the areas we want to focus on today especially is the increasingly important issue of supply security. Resilient supply chains are the heart of a future-proof location policy. Today, in addition to the future of consulting, we also want to focus on the future of the role of science, research and development. So now we will begin with 4 short opening words. Let's start with the host, Kasia Greco. She is Vice President of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce. Then we have Alfred Hahl, Chairman of the Austrian Professional Association of Management Consultancy, Accounting and IT. As a third speaker, we have Matthias Löbich, Chairman of the European Federation of Management Consultancy Association. And finally, last but not least, let's then still welcome Mr. Network and the founder of the Vienna Congress ComSult, David Unger-Klein. So now let's welcome Kasia Greco. The floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ein herzliches Willkommen im Haus der Wiener Wirtschaft. Da wir heute Zuseherinnen und Zuseher aus der ganzen Welt haben, erlauben Sie mir, jetzt meine Eröffnungsrede auf Englisch fortzusetzen. Welcome, dear participants, honorable, distinguished guests from all over the world. And exactly this from all over the world is the power of ComSult. And I'm extremely thrilled and honored that we are able to host it this year for the very first time here at the Vienna Chamber of Commerce. And it is a very special edition because it is the 20th birthday of ComSult. And ComSult has turned over the past years into a real institution and center of excellence for future-oriented thoughts that we will be sharing as well today. And at this point, please allow me to congratulate David Unger-Klein, who is the initiator, who is our main brain behind ComSult, because the power of people that he manages to bring in and year out is amazing. And exactly these brains will share at top-level international speakers their future thoughts for our Congress, for this Congress here today. We live in challenging times, no doubt about that. And there's one single thing that we need to do is to look to the future, to look forward. And this is also the main theme of today's Congress, time for the future. So let me see what we have on our agenda today. We have a wide range of themes and topics important for you, for us, for the citizens, for our economies. This is the security of supply firsthand. We've seen that in the past years, how crucial and important the topics are, from energy and raw materials going up into IT infrastructure, and very important for all of us, medicine. Innovation is a second topic. There is a big competition on innovation between the US and China, and very soon as well India. And we need, as Europe, to make sure to be part of that innovation. And today, I'm sure we will gather many new ideas and thoughts and drive that innovation forward. Together with innovation, it is of course also a question of skilled workers, of the best brains around the world. And again, this is a topic not only in terms of the speakers that we are honored to have here with us today, but also the thoughts and the people we need to bring around the table and make sure that we drive that future forward in exactly the way and manner that we can keep it up at every stage and level. Democracy. Democracy. We are seeing so many challenges in the past, and we need democracy, lived democracy for our citizens and for our economies to safeguard the future, to safeguard exactly what we need to drive the future forward and the innovation. And last but not least, we will be talking about the future of consulting. More than ever, during times of crisis, consulting is exactly the type of innovative driver, the type of business matters we need to put all the ideas and all the people together into a strategy and move forward. Therefore, once more, a very warm welcome here to the Vienna Chamber of Commerce. Vienna, in the heart of Europe, will be today center of worldwide thoughts of excellence. And I do wish all of us an excellent Congress, which will feature those trends that we need to drive the future.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, presidents, Nobel Prize laureates, management consultants, IT experts from all over the world. Today, it's the day to say thank you, David. 20 years of ComSult, 20 years of a Vienna Congress is really a great success story. That's why it's the day to say thank you. In that time, you have brought many independent thinkers to Vienna, to Austria, leaders. Not only you have organized an event, you organized not only a congress, you organized a platform where to speak together, where to come together, and where to look for solutions. Year after year, you delivered solutions with researchers, independent thought leaders, numerous Nobel Prize laureates, management consultants, IT experts, politicians. They were all guests at the Vienna Congress here in Vienna. Just to mention a few of them, you started with Bill Gates, was a great thing. You started with Francis Ford Coppola, with Chuck Welch, and many other leaders. Nobel Prize laureate Dan Shechtman is today with us, and many other Nobel Prize laureates. Václav Klaus is again here in Vienna, and numerous other prominent personalities followed. Vienna and Austria became for a short moment that what we want to be, and that what we should be. The place where people talk to each other. The place where opinions are exchanged. The place where peaceful solutions are sought. Now it is time again to look for solutions because we have crises to overcome. Corona hopefully well survived, but politically and economically much is in trouble. We are looking for solutions to democracy. We are discussing dictators. We are looking for solutions to the climate crisis and how to shape the future so that we can have a livable future at all. And there are other subjects. We need to be on guard about cybercrime. And we urgently need to get a grip on the shortage of skilled workers in Europe. We miss more than 1 million skilled workers. Otherwise, Europe will be a free rider on the quick train of the United States and China. There are shortages in many corners in any case. It will be very important to create awareness for all of these issues. And for that, the Vienna Congress is the perfect platform. David, thank you very much. And it is especially noteworthy that you yourself are using your resources for all these ideas. You don't have an organization behind you that is reaching under your arms and resources. This shows that you are a real entrepreneur. As the chairman of the Austrian management consulting industry, thank you very much. You can continue to count on us, and I hope that many will join us. Dear David, many thanks and welcome to the Vienna Congress 2023.
Good morning, dear participants and everyone who's listening on the screens. As my predecessors have mentioned already, the Vienna Congress is now in the 20th year already. And it has always been a platform or an event which brought together diverse perspectives from different angles. And I think this is one of the unique elements of the Vienna Congress, because it opens the minds, it brings together perspectives, and it is a platform to discuss and share ideas and new thoughts. And this year's theme, Time for Future, is, I think, the perfect theme for today or for today's times. Because in the past years, we have been maybe surprisingly, maybe unplanned, hit by crises, by events which no one immediately foresee. But now it's time to think ahead and to look into the future and how we can manage and probably also plan the future a bit and adapt to it. And this is also where the role of consulting plays a role, because consulting is very much also bringing in the right expertise, the right experience to everyone who needs it, and to look into this experience and to plan for the future. And that's where I think we will have very, very good and detailed discussions during today's event, the panels, and also the speeches we will hear. So therefore, thank you very much, and I look forward to a really interesting day and the discussions ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kasia Greco, Vice President of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much that you are our host, and for the first time. 20 years ago, there was no COVID, there were other conflicts, so we had 1,500 guests with Bill Gates. Now things are changing. Here in this room, 30 people are standing, but nevertheless, we have from all over the globe, and this is the positive effect. The room 20 years ago was limited to those 1,005 people joining, and through digitalization, there is no limit at all. We can stream to all over the globe, we can stream to the universe, and this is the next future vision. Welcome to the Vienna Congress 2023. We celebrate the 20th Vienna Congress this year. 2 decades of top speakers, high-level decision makers, top-class speakers and outstanding personalities. This year we have 40 speakers on 2 Congress days from 4 continents. We have guests from China, Africa, Europe, the United States, and all the way we have speakers here in Vienna. Among them, 3 former presidents, 2 Nobel Prize laureates, personalities from science, politics, and economy and culture. It is the 3rd hybrid Vienna Congress, but it does not detract from our ambition. On the contrary, last year we were able to attract thousands of views worldwide, and then during the year. This year's main topic is time for future, and with good reason. There are many areas where we have to deal more and better with our future if we want to have a good future. We will therefore debate the health, economic, science and innovation, digitalization and democratic policies, challenges of today and tomorrow, and show what we have to do for recovery and ways out of crisis. Thank you all for your valuable inputs and impulses. At the Vienna Congress, one thing is traditionally particularly important for us: building bridges between different disciplines and departments, countries and regions, views and options. This is particularly important when it comes to making us fit for future, because the future can only be shaped better together. Current development shows that the future needs more bridge builders. That's why we promote discourses between top scientists, decision makers, and also critical voices at the highest level, and broadcast them deliberations worldwide via live stream. The future comes from working together and bridging gaps, and not from splitting and dividing. With this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I wish the Congress a happy birthday and an exciting day at the 20th Vienna Congress, and many good prospects for the future.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have now today more than 30 national and international speakers. That's really amazing. And the round of opening speeches now closes with the first keynote by Bruno Hofbauer. He's Major General, Capability Director of the Austrian Armed Forces. Welcome to the floor.
Thank you for the kind words of introduction. Good morning from Vienna. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share some thoughts with you on the current security situation in Europe. I will highlight some of the most important issues for defense and security, noting that conflicts in Europe cannot be addressed without taking into consideration the global situation and the especially adjacent units and regions of Europe. The war in Ukraine has pushed military conflicts back into the focus, also in Europe. After 30 years of peace, the unimaginable has happened. War has come back to Europe with all its consequences. The war in Eastern Europe has permanently worsened. First, the geostrategic relationships. Secondly, the situation in Europe itself. And thirdly, around its periphery. Whether there will be future wars or warlike phenomena in 2023 does not seem to be a question of whether, but only of how and what consequences according to all available findings. Existing risks will intensify dynamically and often dramatically, fueling existing armed conflicts and catalyzing permanent crises into violent eruptions of varying degrees. International cohesion as well as prosperity will noticeably decline as a result. For 2023, it must be assumed that a wide variety of warfare will continue in Ukraine and in Europe. These will be carried out both on the territory of Ukraine and in a hybrid and subversive form in its surroundings, on the territory of the European Union, in the domains of cyber space, and information, as well as geostrategically and geoeconomically. The future operational success of the warring parties are difficult to predict, and despite the general assessment of probable stalemate situation with changing small-scale changes, also allow for other development paths based on strategic factors of influence. And we need to be prepared for all possible kinds of fallouts. For the states in the Caucasus and Black Sea region, stability factors have shifted dramatically, which might generally show some distance from the EU and turning towards other regional powers and reordering their relationship with Russia, on which some are multiply dependent. The armed conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan may erupt again at a low level, although this might predominantly be in favor of Baku. Russia's forces will also play a role there. As a result, Armenia will be forced to shape its relationship with Turkey and Iran. The same applies to Georgia, which could move closer to Russia away from the EU and NATO. For Europe, this means the need to secure alternative energy supplies from these regions and changed circumstances. Specifically, Azerbaijan benefits from this. Turkey tends to keep a low profile currently in the Eastern Mediterranean compared to the years before, and in the Middle East and in North Africa, except for provocations against Greece. It maintains contact with Russia and plays hardball when it comes to the question of NATO enlargement. Moldova remains the most war-affected state in Eastern Europe and could be dramatically destabilized, depending on the course of hostilities between Russia and all other parties involved. Its extremely fragile political and economical structure is threatened and allows for a number of attacked vectors. The Western Balkans, on the other hand, has so far been spared from the feared effects of active destabilization, including armed separatists in events in Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the other hand, significant regressions in the rule of law can be observed in many states of the region. Authoritarian tendencies are still on the rise and are linked to economically driven turn of powers outside Europe, which can also be attributed for disinformation. No peaceful development can be expected in the Middle East anytime soon. On the contrary, numerous lines of conflicts are being negatively dynamized by the geostrategic distortions. Resilience and state stability in most North African countries continues to wane, and with it, people's confidence with the state, the economic and the social order there. Social and economic decay has continued to worsen in the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic and the war of Ukraine, and continues to put pressure on the governments. Europe's influence in its southern neighborhood has diminished, despite a large investment of resources, while Europe's dependency on its region has increased. Destabilization of the Sahel region and West Africa continues, and European CSDP ability to act is in question. Have a look at the European Union operations there and the will also of European states to support them. Attempts by various actors to exert influence on individual West African states will increase in the context of a hybridized new Cold War. But the war in Ukraine must not only be understood as a classical military confrontation between two adversaries, it also determined by hybrid warfare. In a globalized world, the effects of war can no longer be contained. Even completely passive states are massively affected, and the resilience of some nations is severely being tested. An end of this conflict is not in sight. Optimistic forecasts lack the solid foundation needed. The EU and the West as a whole was taken by surprise by the Russian attack on Ukraine, but following the first shock demonstrated a surprisingly tough security policy profile by responding quickly and massively. It will be judged by the maintenance of this unity. NATO underpins this position as a collective defense alliance that also ensures European security. The return of high-intensity warfare between states is leading a shift to emphasis towards national and common defense. This is easier for NATO than it is for the EU. The fact that Finland and Sweden, despite EU membership, now see their security better provided within NATO than outside is a clear sign. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine underlines the importance of US military resources and marginalizes the vision of European strategic autonomy in the military field for the time being. With the membership application of Sweden and Finland, NATO's weight for European defense has increased remarkably. However, the EU might retain its role as a platform for improved military mobility or joint procurement efforts. But we need to see that the common security and defense policy has now only 4 member states left in the EU which are not members of NATO. The EU member states which are also members of NATO will pursue the creation of the required NATO disposition at full speed. This will also be reflected on the resources available for other projects such as the GSVP. So, what to expect? It should be noted that the conflicts we will face in the next 10 to 15 years will certainly be different from those that we have fought or experienced in the recent years in expeditionary operations far away. And they will also for sure be different from the current war in the Ukraine. Armed forces will need to have a broad capability portfolio, and European nations will need to work more closely together to achieve this. Until 2030, it will still not be possible for the European states to provide certain capabilities on their own. The necessary resources and industrial capabilities are currently not available. For the foreseeable future, it can be assumed that despite the EU's various initiatives to achieve greater autonomy and military independence from the United States, the main developments will still take place within NATO. A possible strengthening of the European pillar is possible, but it is also heavily dependent on the continuation of programs already underway. European nations, under the shock of Russia's war of aggression, will increasingly focus on conventional warfare, which means for the land forces that long-range firepower and mechanized thrust of the major formations will have to be restored. Air superiority cannot be taken for granted anymore in the future. Offensive and defensive air warfare will come to the focus again. The decisive factor will be interconnectedness of reconnaissance, command and control, and the effects across all levels of military command and control, across all branches of the armed forces and all the services. The employment and use of artificial intelligence will be crucial. A number of capabilities will still not be guaranteed by European nations alone by 2030. Not only do they lack the necessary means to do so, but also they lack the industrial capabilities. The possibilities of rocket and cruise missile attacks against Western Europe is given. the ability to counter cruise missiles with modern air-to-air missiles and interceptors will have to be considered seriously, and defense against strategic missile attack will have to be given appropriate attention in the European alliance. The Russian war of aggression in Ukraine against the backdrop of a deteriorating international security situation gives weapons of mass destruction renewed relevance. The use of weapons of mass destruction in Europe constitutes a possible, but not necessary, probable scenario. Also, this was a surprise that we needed to learn very quickly during the last year. And furthermore, drones will increasingly shape the battlefield, and cyber defense, the importance of combat in the military domain of cyberspace, will continue to grow. No military operation will be feasible without cyber forces and information. Cyber and information space, as well as the electromagnetic spectrum, will become even more important in the context of the hybrid conflict that we are facing in the future. In the face of the current situation, to conclude, the European nations need to consider that they are heavily dependent on the US umbrella for military support, but also for its nuclear dimension. The greatest security challenge of the geopolitical area reaches from the Caucasus to the Western Balkans. We need to take the lessons of the year 2022 seriously. Europe has not been prepared and needs time to prepare for the future. The peace dividend has taken its toll on the military and also on the question of strategy development. But hope is not a sound strategy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Hofbauer. Now we are coming to our first focus topic, the future through economy and security of supply. Among other things, we want to explore the following questions. How do we increase our competitiveness? And how do we increase our security of supply? These and other questions will be addressed. So now we will have 4 introductory notes and then, I'm sure, a very interesting panel discussion. So now I'm glad to welcome Stefan Lampel, Brigadier General and Commander of the Austrian Armed Forces Logistics School. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Council representatives, ladies and gentlemen, and also to all guys outside the universe. It's a pleasure for me here to stand here and give you a short overview, especially the military aspect, how we deal with the new challenge of the supply chain management. When we look in what we have seen in the last year, we have seen this. The consecutive global disruption, ranging from the COVID-19 pandemic to state-led aggression in Ukraine to the environmental threats born from the climate change, have highlighted the fragile nature of supply chains in defense and industry. In defense, the fragility is born out of the decades of emphasis of prioritizing cost saving and focus on efficiency gains. Whereas for industry, we are seeing the impact of upstream events and points of failure, highly interconnected and globalized supply chains. Continuous, externally driven issues with current systems and structures have resulted in a new normal of constant disruptions. Here you can see how a military supply chain looks like. In the center, what we have, it's a so-called industrial logistic base. On the right side, you see our customers. The customers could be units which are missions abroad, which are in the field around the world. Also, like in the Austrian forces, also units which do so-called homeland defense operations on the borders or to protect and support the critical infrastructure from maybe inflects from outside. Also, we have our units which has to be trained. Therefore, we have to exercise them. That's on the right side. But nevertheless, we also have units, our logistic elements, which are integral part, a core part of our industrial logistic base. On the left side, you see the industry. Industry which work together, which provides us resources, which provide us electricity, energy, what we need to prepare ourselves to have a certain mission readiness capabilities. This was the last 5-10 years. But what we have to do now, what we have to focus on, it's enough to deal with the new challenges what we face in Europe or maybe face in the world. Here again, still, it will have an industry base in the middle, in the center of our evaluation. Still, we have our units. Our units must be very quick to react in an Austrian environment, to be agile and to be flexible. Therefore, to provide a certain kind of readiness, we have really to integrate our industry in our planning. We have to work with them together quite closely in already the planning to see which capability are needed to get new ideas about technology. And as I said before, the world gets more global. We also have to integrate the supplier of the supplier. Because maybe a supplier could be in an area which is affected by an industrial issue, or maybe also get affected by a military or a terrorist attack. When we look at this we have to do on a permanent way. Therefore, we call them a permanent supply chain. We have to set up. We have to train. We have to collaborate. We have to train together military students together with our civilian students. We have to develop new concepts. On the right, it will be the last, to be more agile, to be more flexible, to do operation in a new world. And this is the issue, what we have to do. It's not enough just to look on the right side. We have to look on the whole global supply chain. From the supplier of the supplier up to the guys in the foxhole, we have to end-to-end visibility. And it's not just to see for new metrics, what we put on the supply chains. We have to work together. We have to communicate together. And the most important thing, we have to establish trust. Trust in the system, trust what we are doing, trust in the planning tools what we have. This we have to do. And I will give you now two topics, two possible steps. Some nations, also the Austrian army, think about how we deal with these new challenges. The step one is, we call them resilience by design. This, I think everybody knows, just in time. Will it exist in the future? Yes, it will exist also. Now, some of guys outside there says, okay, just in case we have to go back. From my point of view, the third option will be the best one. Just do it right. And how we can do this? We can do this. We have to create a new value proposition which enable us to bring more resilience in our supply chain. We have to balance reliability, service, and costs. And maybe now you're a little bit surprised when I from the military say this, also we have to balance also environmental sustainability in our global supply chains. This we have to do. Therefore, when I speak about reliability, to think about to deliver reliability, to assess how often the supply chain delivers the correct and send and deliver us the products. Also, how often they send the product to the right place, to the right customer, in the correct way, how they do this, and also in the correct quantity and quality. When we look at the service, an assessment of the responsiveness of the prime and also the sub-tier suppliers, which change the requirements and the quality of the product suppliers, are how well it meets our specification in the military. And when we look about the costs, we also have to perform the reliability of a particular solution. This we have to do as a step one. But is this enough to do this? No, it's not enough. We also have to do a so-called a B-model supply chain we have to develop. The old normal, what I spoke before, the supply chain was configured for a world typified by relative stability. Everything was under control. The foreseen of possible events was under control. We can have enough time to prepare. Supply chain professionals describe this as a so-called mode 1 operation with a focus on predictability. And we, and especially we in the military, we have also to provide a mode 2. The mode 2 supply chains require speed, a culture where strategies are developed for solving the unexpected and adapting to disruption, to new technologies, and a rapidly changing business environment. To be effective, the defense supply chain requires the capability to gain efficiency, but transitioning into mode 2 within disruption, of course, to enable recovery is critical. And how we do this in the military? We have to invest. We have to start immediately to invest that we have the knowledge and the courage of our people. Therefore, we have to invest in our training, in the training of our officers, in the training of our NCOs and on our soldiers, as said before, in collaboration with our partners, our academics, to see in the future, to have a better forecast model. We also in the military, we have to do scenario planning. We have to think in worst case issues. What can happen? And develop plans. What we want to do? We want to do to establish, and you see this on the top, we want to create a supply chain risk tower. Because as a military officer, I don't want to be reactive. I want proactive. I want to see it before something happened, because I want to prepare myself, and therefore I need this training. I need the mental strength of our people, of our soldier, of our planning, and therefore we have to do this. to increase visibility also, and this is also one, especially when you have to manage a global supply chain, and this is what we do normally when we plan for a new operation. We have to develop a common vision how we want to do something, to say what we have to do. We have to answer the question what before we can do the how. Therefore, for the security of our society, we are no longer able to leave things to market forces, expecting resilience as an outcome. Deliberate and considered interventions will be required. By government departments planning for uncertainty and creating scenario plans, proactive, swift interventions can be taken with good effects. With government in partnership with the industry and also with the academic world, working together to improve the resilience of supply chains, we can transition to a so-called new better, not stay in the old normal. This should be the focus and the aim. By doing more together around supply chain resilience, our nations can prosper economically, socially, and environmentally, and that would be much better than we stay in the old mode. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Lamper, for this very interesting speech. Now I'd like to introduce Ian Beck. He's Professor, Research Fellow at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Welcome to our beautiful Congress. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation again to address the Vienna Congress. It's a pleasure to be in Vienna always, and what I want to try to do is go through some of the challenges facing Europeans generally, and in this I still include the Brits. I'm allowed to because I'm Scottish. The English are the ones who wanted Brexit, not us. So in doing this, what I want to do is go through a series of different aspects of both European integration and the general problems facing us. In this, I think I will complement what the Brigadier Lamper already said, which is that there are supply risks that we need to consider. So what are some of the risks at the start of this? The most obvious is inflation. We know it's around 10% in many countries. We know it's come as a surprise. We need to deal with it. And the dealing with it is that it creates largely unplanned changes in both wages and prices, which affect different sorts of people in different ways, different entities in different ways. A large part of it has to do with energy prices. But the irony now is that energy prices are dipping downwards, it will reduce inflation, but all the users of energy have gone upwards, which means that they are taking more time to deal with this. Then we have inequalities. Inequalities have been with us since the beginning of time, but the inequalities affected by the things that are happening now take us in new directions because we don't quite know where they're going. I'm not sure why I should be aiming this. And the third big challenge of inflation is public finances. I think maybe you're blocking the channel here. Public finances are in trouble because public finances have been used both to support citizens and economies during the pandemic, but also having many other demands upon them. Then, I'm sure it's obvious, geopolitical instability. I don't need to dwell on this, and I'll come back to it later. But also wildcards. Those are the things that we don't know. I'm sure Brigadier Lampel will remember somebody called Donald Rumsfeld, who referred to the unknown unknowns. And many of these unknowns are very difficult to anticipate at this point. But pandemics took us by surprise. Something else will take us by surprise. The Ukraine war took us by, well, maybe less by surprise. So next thing to consider is the word stagflation, which is the conjunction of stagnation in the economy and high inflation. It's something that arises in the first place because of what the economists call the terms of trade, our export prices against the export prices of those exporting to us. The immediate effect was that energy producers started to take more of the global cake, and that meant energy consumers, which is broadly speaking the advanced economies, were taking less of the cake. That's a natural consequence of the rise in the price of energy. Then, I'm not sure how this thing is supposed to work. Right. Next question is, how long will it last? And the trouble with how long it lasts is we don't actually know. We have the experience, I'll keep clicking and hope it works. There we go. Technology, the first thing to do is to hit it, and then it works better. We had the experience of the 1970s and the early 1980s, when what happened was that we saw a rise in energy prices brought about largely by the OPEC cartel, but also aggravated by the consequences of first the Yom Kippur War and other incidents that occurred in the 1970s, early 80s. And it took a long time for the economies of Western Europe in particular to work out what to do with it. Do you have an alternative clicker? Here we go. We need to avoid the policy mistakes that were made then. And one thing that I note was that the consequences of the rise in oil prices in the 1970s and early 1980s was to induce alternative sources of supply. And those alternative sources of supply meant that oil prices moderated. We're seeing this in response to... We're seeing this already in response to the rise in gas prices, because look what's been happening in Germany, for example. Already Germany has found the way of substituting a sizable proportion of the Russian gas. We know that there's a huge investment going on in Europe in alternative, particularly the clean sources of energy, and that is going to undermine the capacity of the Russians to blackmail us, to hold us to ransom. I would say that as things stand, that's looking a bit more promising than it was previously. Where should I be aiming this? Right. So we need as well to worry about the divergent impacts of all of this. This is again back to the questions of inequalities, of uneven effects on countries. Some countries much more dependent on Russian gas. Some, like France, still have a high proportion of nuclear generation of energy and were much less affected. Now, let's look a bit beyond this, because we have a number of other things here. We have Europe, and Europe is part of the global economy. That's a statement of the obvious. But being part of the global economy, it's curious. Europe is economically powerful, but politically significantly underpowered. And I won't even mention the military in this context. Then we need to consider that Europe has considerable influence in certain areas. One is in its rules on data protection, its advocacy of social norms. All of these things have been powers of Europe. But where it becomes weak is its weakness, its exposure to the supply chains of the sort that the Brigadier General already mentioned, but above all, the military dependence on the US. Just look what's happened over Ukraine. The US is leading. The Germans don't dare to send a tank until the Americans approve. It's a very uncomfortable position for Europeans to be in, and one which I think we need to think about, reflect when we talk about can we go in a separate way on our supply chain approach and so on. Also, Europe is ambivalent about China. Once again, the Germans are very dependent on the German market. The Chinese like to consume large numbers of Mercedes and BMWs. So these are things that mitigate against having a particularly antagonistic approach towards China. You may think that's a good thing, you may think it's a bad thing, but it's a fact of the wider economy. Come on. So I think that what we're beginning to see is new risks emerging that we need to deal with. And the way I want to, if this thing will respond to me, is do this on 2 dimensions. Now, I assure you I'm not a management consultant, but you know management consultants do enjoy doing these things in 2 different ways. So I'm going to suggest to you that we should look at energy vulnerability against security in one axis, and in another axis on the difference between the fiscal position of the country and whether it's a strong fiscal position or a weak fiscal position. Now here I get quite personal about it. Germany, I would put in this box. It's vulnerable in energy, not just because it's dependent on Russian gas, because it's also wanting to phase out some of its existing sources, its nuclear, its coal. And then you look at France, you'd say that France is secure in energy, but vulnerable in public finances. So they're at opposite boxes in this particular exercise. I'd be quite worried if I were Italy, because Italy seems to be in the northeast box, which is the worst box. It has fiscal problems, is energy vulnerability. And you need to look around about where certain other countries are. The UK, I would put in fiscally quite troubled, but doing okay in energy. It's doing very well in renewables. It has potential to avoid some of the worst of the energy squeeze elsewhere. It has a very curious pricing system, but that's a different matter. That affects inflation. And then, is there anybody in the southwest box? I really struggled to find them. In the end, I come up with one possibility is Sweden. And this poses the question for some of you in the room. Maybe the Austrian military might try to answer this question. Where to place Austria? So I'll let you ponder that question for a moment. Is Austria in the same box as Sweden, because you're quite good indigenous, particularly hydroelectric sources, or are you vulnerable to the gas supplies in a way which takes you more towards the northeast box in this thing? So it's a question to pose, and maybe we'll take it up in the panel discussion later. Now, the European Central Bank is at the core of economic governance in the European Union. And to me, it's facing quite a challenge, which it really didn't anticipate before the pandemic. And that comes in a number of dimensions. I'll keep clicking. Right, the first one, which I can see you can see here, is that the primary objective of the European Central Bank is price stability, which means the inflation target. But because of the financial crisis and then the sovereign debt crisis, it's been dragged into having to work on the financial stability question, which is the viability of particularly the banking system in Europe. It has a second concern, which is that its mandate is Eurozone-wide, but it faces huge pressures for individual countries saying, do things for our benefit, because we think that the interest rate is too high or too low, and you're setting it for the Germans and you aren't allowing what's best for the Italians in the way you're doing this. Then there's the question of the expectations of actors like the European Central Bank. They're expected to act. And if you watched what happened during the sovereign debt crisis from about 2010 onwards, it was always the European Central Bank that was acting first, because the member states, the fiscal authorities were just not able to do so. But this is a weakness, because the policy mix in Europe relies on all the actors trying to work in a similar manner. And then you have the question of the European Central Bank being amongst the most independent of central banks, even more so than many of the national central banks around the world now, posing a question of legitimation democratically. Now, all of this comes together when you consider some of the things they've done. I seem to need an average of about 4 clicks to get one change. One is that there was a failure to anticipate where inflation was going, that the central banks, not just in Europe, but around the world didn't see inflation coming. They should have done, because that's their job. And then you have another concern here, which is how to deal with the previous responses, which is what's called quantitative easing, where the central banks were pumping money into the system to ensure that it didn't collapse. How do you stop that? It's been one of the biggest challenges facing Christine Lagarde and her colleagues in the Governing Council. And then you have one other consideration, which is the way in which divergence in the Eurozone is occurring. How do you prevent it getting worse? How do you stop Italy becoming a really challenging case when it's difficult to find other ways of running the Italian economy? This is not just a challenge of Giorgio Meloni, it's also a much wider challenge about how you change things. And then a further area of concern in Europe is the economic and monetary union, that's what EMU is in this chart, is incomplete. There's been an effort going on for the last decade to try to complete economic and monetary union, because what was exposed in the sovereign debt crisis of 2011 with the problems in Greece was that there was not enough instruments to be able to make things work well. So this raises a number of questions. One is that, first, learn the lessons. I think any military commander, you'll tell me if I'm wrong on this, Brigadier Lampo, will say learn from the previous experience. Now, the trouble is the generals also are very good at fighting the last war, not the next war. So this is a concern not just for generals, but also for economic policymakers. Then what was put forward in 2012 and again in 2015 were two reports from all the presidents of Europe, and there are many presidents in Europe at European level, that we should have transformation. We call this the 4 and 5 presidents' reports. A whole range of things they wanted to be done, not all of them achieved. First, then you have to ensure that things are implemented, because implementation in economic policy is just as important as it is in military supply chains that you've heard discussed earlier. If you don't implement in a way that makes sense, you're not going to get the results you anticipate. And this is further accentuated by the fact that one of the reasons that things went wrong in Greece and then in other countries in the EU just over a decade ago was that the monitoring wasn't working. Studies were done, reports were written, but national economies were not being monitored in a way which allowed things to happen more effectively. And this lack of I dislike the word, but ownership is the word that's sometimes used for this. National economies, national governments have to take ownership of the problems they face. And if they don't, it becomes a problem. Now here, you will forgive me a brief moment of publicity, because I've just had this book published. It's available free online for a further 10 days, and you can access it. You can get the details through my Twitter account if you have a look at it. Naturally, I encourage you to read it. Now, another thing to say is one of the transformations of recent years has been that in various ways the state has come back. But the question you have to pose is what the state is doing, the sorts of things that we need the state to do. Now, the first thing to say is that during the pandemic, the state played a vital role. Variations on what's known in German as Kurzarbeit, short-term working, were adopted in many countries. Some of them, they found it's a new way of doing things. For some, it was an old way of doing things. Business support, all the health measures, all of these things were part of what the state did during the pandemic. But the state is not confined to dealing with problems. I think we've seen great hesitation amongst many countries on what the responses should and have been to Ukraine. Hesitation about sending arms, hesitation about what Russia might do if we escalate. All these things have been ambivalent at the very best. And then the notion of strategic autonomy is not just a foreign policy or military concept, it's also a concept in economics because of the nature of supply chains. We don't yet know what it means. And the EU is very often condemned because it's reactive. It waits to see what happens. Rather, you were going through reactive and proactive before. We don't see the EU anticipating what's happening next very much. And this is a big contrast with China or with the US. China acts strategically. The US had its Inflation Reduction Act, which is a big initiative, which is not really about inflation, but about keeping the US independent, keeping the US going. So these are things that got in the way of a better European response. And a further thing the state needs to try to sort out is what its approach is to innovation. The state has a vital role in innovation, but it quite often does not play it very effectively. It has money, it has initiatives, but the way in which these initiatives are taken somehow doesn't seem to feed into European innovation in the way it does in the US or does now in China and increasingly in other global competitors like Korea or Japan. So to me, this is about tensions in the EU. We have populations who are increasingly disenchanted in various ways. There was an expression used in one of the French elections when Macron was first elected of morosity. They're morose. They don't like what the politicians are up to, so they tolerate them rather than support them. We need to think how to interpret the success of Giorgia Meloni in Italy. She's a social conservative, but she wants more economic reforms. I think she's not the fascist nationalist that many were portraying her as at the beginning, but it's a movement that we need to look at and consider whether European coherence in political terms is going to be allowed. Migration is a very sensitive issue, and the sensitivity of migration is such that we don't find a successful way of getting a strategy at European level able to cope with migration. Even Germany and Sweden, the two countries which are most generous in accepting migrants, they are suffering backlashes in various forms. It's not just the AfD in Germany or the Swedish Democrats who are seen as right-wing opponents of it. It's also that the fabric of society is uneasy about the level of migration and not sure how to deal with it. So that's a tension. And the EU is an odd paradox in one way, which is that it lacks a budget. It has limited political power, and yet we have both internally and externally great expectations of what the EU could do if only it could get its act together. So it's an oddity. No money, deprived of political power, and yet we look to the EU to do things to help us. So this is a concern for all of us. I'll conclude by just suggesting, and we'll come back to this in the next session, potential themes for discussion here. First one, really, what do we expect the state to do? Including at the EU level, because the EU's further paradox is it's not the federal level of European integration, it is more an executive, and yet it's something more than an international organization. What do we expect of business, including the consultants who are at the core of David Unger-Klein's approach? He thinks the consultants ought to be doing more. What can we do about the weakness? I'm using the metaphor here of punching its weight. The EU does not punch its weight in global innovation. We do not see the big tech companies emerging in Europe. Why not? There must be a reason for this. What can it do to increase its capacity in dealing with geopolitical tensions? But also, is it able to find ways of countering the discontent we see internally, countering inequalities which have been on the increase? And then the last point is leadership. You all know what a vacuum is. There's a leadership vacuum in Europe, and the trouble with having a leadership vacuum is that something unpleasant might fill it. We do not want that something unpleasant, and we've seen some examples of it across Europe. So I'll finish off, I hope still in time, by quoting, as I like to do, an eminent economist, Maynard Keynes. For those who can't directly see it, the quote says, anything we can actually do, we can afford. think about that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ian Beck. We will see you. Yeah, very punctually. We'll see you again at the panel discussion. Now, it's my very great pleasure to welcome Alexander Bierch. He's location lawyer of Vienna and deputy director of the Vienna Chamber of Commerce. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Bernd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome also from my side to the Chamber of Commerce here in Vienna. It's a quite big task to talk about the future, nothing more or less, but only about the future. And one big aspect, as we pointed it out through the speeches the last hour, is the question of more competitiveness, which means how is it possible to defeat crises as we are facing them at the moment and to find a way out or through these crises. And one answer comes from the economic point of view. The question how to strengthen your economy, but also your population by building up a bigger or greater or more competitiveness. And let me just step into the topics about competitiveness by also presenting you here in the Chamber of Commerce our strategy for the Vienna innovation and economy strategy. Maybe it is one of these solutions or answers to the question how to strengthen and how to build up more competitiveness. Well, at the moment, as you heard before, not only Europe, but the world is facing multiple crises. This picture I've taken out of the weekly journal Die Zeit, and it faces or analyzes the momentary situation. You can find there about 23 different crises people all around the world are facing at the same time. So no discussion about how this works or if affects people in their way of confidence and working, but just to point out some of the most critical crises we are still facing or are going to end now. We see the Corona crisis. It made a big hole and lag in the competitiveness of this world. We, as we heard before, are facing the double binding situation of the stagflation, which means a lowering economy combined with high prices in the inflation, as we heard before. But we also fear developments about the nuclear escalation scenario. We hear about every day the crisis through the war in the Ukraine. This results in higher energy prices, not only gas and energy, but also oil prices we will face immediately now in February, March. The situation of the inflation in Europe is also similar in the US. We build up a high pillar of debts here in Europe, not only through the Corona crisis or the war crisis. We already started in the year 2008 and built up still increasing the number of debts, which will affect the ability or affect also the question of competitiveness. And we have to face every day the protests and also the results of the climate crisis. So all these crises together are very binding for the people. And there is one question or one answer to these crises, and that means competitiveness. And the question of how to establish competitiveness is one we tried to analyze or tried to design in Vienna in a little bit different way. Normally, we try and used to measure competitiveness by simple figures like the gross domestic product, the inflation, as we heard before, but also like with figures like the workforce, the brain force of a country. All right, I agree to all these figures, but the question is, how can we win against a crisis only by these figures? What it needs is a long breath to face all these crises. And therefore, we started with an economy and innovation strategy in Vienna for the year 2030, based on nothing less than these sustainable development goals. Thank you. Why these SDGs? When you want to defeat a crisis, then it is necessary also to build on long-lasting sources, which means you have to build up pillars on which you can confirm and rely also during times when they change and build up new crises. And when you take a look at these sustainable development goals as they were decided, you find many topics in there which we try to strengthen again. So, for example, we talked last year here in Vienna about the healthcare sector. A good health is one of the most important sources you can build up and walk through crisis. The second one is, for example, point number 4, the education sector. This means without having students to operate and design the future, you will not have any work or brain force anymore in the country to master any crisis. You have to face as a modern and innovative society the questions of equality and the reduction of inequality. Why is this so important? Not only in the question of gender or religion, because this establishes peace, internal peace in the country, and this is the highest good on which you can build a competitiveness. Well, affordable and clean energy, we heard before, and we are facing now, is also a very important factor of building up competitiveness. Good infrastructure, which means also being able to be reached, establishes competitiveness. Responsible consumption and production, which means here, for example, number 12, which addresses the factor of circular economy, for example. And at least, but most important, number 16, the reliable and strong justice and institution. So we took these sustainable development goals and we designed out of this a competitiveness report, a strategy which takes 3 goals. At first, the rise of the quality of life. Second, to preserve resources, as I mentioned before, and to enable innovation. And in order to reach these goals, we worked out, we took about 10 areas of strategic actions. They are very similar to these SDGs, as I mentioned them before, but we faced and analyzed the sector of education here in Vienna in combination with the university research sources. We tried to build up an own Vienna infrastructure, which makes it possible to be reached and also to reach other destinations. And we try to establish a regulatory framework and to develop it on further, which allows all these important society developments. Out of this action fields, we made an analysis on in which areas Vienna is at the moment facing a real leadership position, which means we made an analysis about those areas in which we do perform quite well at the moment, which means, for example, second area, the health metropolis of Vienna. Vienna is very well known as having a good school of medicine, but in order to develop it further on, to establish more competitiveness in this field, you have to develop new lighthouse projects. I will show you some afterwards. Smart production, which is very much innovation based, for example, also in the pharmaceutical sector. The metropolis of culture and creativity, as Vienna is very much known for its history and the musical culture, for example, but also a place of international meetings and congresses. Well, all this together formed this strategy, Vienna 2030, with these 6 action areas of leadership combined with the fields of activities. And what makes, for example, this competitiveness in regard to, well, let's say infrastructure. What you see here, for example, is to establish a competitive region, you have to be reached. And what you see here is Vienna is reached, we can reach all the necessary, for Europe necessary destinations within 3 hours, which makes Vienna being a hard position of this continent. We try to establish international meetings in Vienna, as we have about 150 international congresses, which makes us up to one of the leading congress cities of the world. 40 international organizations have the seat here in Vienna, and more than 200 headquarters are also established here in Vienna. And this makes competitiveness, as, for example, all the rankings, the international rankings show us. We are very proud not only to have it in an economy way, it can be developed, but for example, in the way for the quality of living, where Vienna has been elected #1 throughout the last 15 years, I think, in comparison to other cities in the world. We try to develop 4 areas of excellent services and innovation in the ICT sector, in the life science sector, coming up with very interesting developments in the pharmaceutical sector, the creative industries I mentioned before, and the smart production, mainly in the energy sector. And for example, as I said, I will mention it in the end, the idea of establishing or further development for the health metropolis of Vienna is shown by some lighthouse projects. We have 11 of these, but one very interesting is now established through the Center of Precision Medicine, which develops individual medical solutions for everyone here in the heart of Europe, as we always say. So this comes to the end. Competitiveness is one of the big answers to solve crisis, to walk through crisis. But competitiveness only works with a good strategy. I think we have one, but we are eager to develop it further on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alexander. See you soon in a few minutes at the panel discussion. Now it's my pleasure, before we begin the panel discussion, to welcome Andreas Reichert, Head of Directorate General in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Republic of Austria. Welcome.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear David Unger-Klein, a very warm welcome from my side on behalf of the Austrian Ministry of Finance and especially from Minister Magnus Brunner. I'm very happy that after this long time of global pandemic measures, important events like this are once again being held, at least in a hybrid way. Events like this are once again very important in this time, and I would almost say in this new era, where change is a constant companion and supposedly established routines can no longer be taken for granted. It is therefore not exaggerated to state a worldwide turning point. International conflicts like in the Ukraine, the mentioned recent global pandemic, and many other challenges with potential and actual worldwide consequences are dominating our present. Sometimes the only variable seems to be change itself. It is for this reason essential to realize that change and transition need adjustment. In an atmosphere of rising tensions, with our economic welfare being put into question, and maybe even at stake the enhancement of the economic development, competitiveness and sustainability of Austria and the European Union in general is vital. Global competition is getting rougher, and it will also be down to the innovation abilities of our industry, together with the improvement of our education and research centers, to adequately counter those ever more emerging challenges. In order to reach and enable the unfolding of our full innovative strength, the infrastructural development is key. Infrastructure, in our modern understanding, cannot be underestimated in its importance for the business location and, hereby connected, the economic well-being of us all. But infrastructure needs a secure supply with energy and raw materials. And therefore, an absolute priority is the necessity of increased resilience. A key element hereby is the secured provision of raw materials. Austria is in this context highly dependent upon international imports. Geopolitical turmoil can consequently be highly problematic for the national economy, which makes the vulnerability of supply chains a national affair. In this context, early warning systems are of high and ever more increasing relevance. A major issue in this regard is the singular structure of the European gas supply. There is very little gas extraction within the European Union, and the dependencies because of this have been clearly revealed due to the recent geopolitical conflicts. This dependency, or maybe even subordination, is a serious problem and may, via further hardening of attitudes and positions on the international level, cause major or even disastrous consequences. The lack of gas does not only mean heating problems, but also may lead to declining productivity or even total standstill of certain industrial branches. The economic strength of our region is to that end still utterly linked to the provision of gas. Gas stays, at least for the time being, an indispensable component of our economic well-being. As a result, it is important and crucial to come up with solutions in order to guarantee the adequate security of supply. In that respect, LNG infrastructure must be discussed in all directions, including its critical aspects, like creating new dependencies or the immense cost of adapting the existing gas infrastructure to LNG. I therefore would like to point out and put up for discussion the options of self-supply with the necessary gas in Austria and Europe. Moreover, gas will also be a major factor and interim technology in the so-called green transition. As a consequence, I plead for an open, honest, balanced and fact-based debate concerning the exploitation of domestic and regional gas fields, especially shale gas. There are technological options and innovations that help and empower us in increasing our energy self-sufficiency. We do have gas fields that, based upon experts' estimation, may provide 30 till 50 years of gas autarky. So let us discuss, without prejudices, its immense and diverse opportunities and possibilities. Another topic that is directly linked to raw materials supply security is the ongoing switch to renewable energies. Many technologies for renewable energy need a multitude of rare earths and minerals. Mining those minerals is an often overlooked but nonetheless essential factor in the invoked energy transition. Mining has to be globally developed in order to reach the anticipated supply necessities. Europe is hereby the only continent where the raw materials extraction is decreasing. If that is not changed, we again create massive dependencies and weaken our position in the global competition. But the good news is that there are opportunities and, most of all, domestic and regional deposits of minerals that may allow us to participate in the increase of exploitation. That is happening worldwide and hereby gain resilience. In the Austrian province of Carinthia, there are, for instance, large deposits of lithium, an absolute key element for electrification measures. If we start to develop mining in that field, we can establish new economic opportunities and industries. That position us in the leading group of the European battery development and production. Another important topic is that apart from the primary mining of minerals, the secondary measures must not be forgotten. It is in consequence also an important increased recycling capacities and efforts. This also leads to further resilience, and it's because of that a further key element of the master plan for raw materials. Another issue in my statement upon supply security I would like to point out is that security of supply must also be amended by focused research efforts in order to refine from today's solutions the challenges and probable answers for tomorrow's supply chain security. In this context, the Austrian Security Research Program KIRAS funds, among others, exactly such projects, providing the government with proposals on how to proceed in the way of ad hoc emergency procurements in the case of crisis, for a master plan identifying critical goods, services, resources specific for Austria, and for an analysis of selected Austrian product cycles to highlight their national resilience and international vulnerability factors. I hope I have provided you with a brief overview of the various factors that show the complexity and independencies of challenges and problems that have been especially intensified in this new era defining multiple crises. This ongoing complexity and increasing entanglements desperately call for adequate countermeasures in order to provide us with the necessary tools for planning, controlling, and managing these immense challenges. A possible first step in order to achieve this might be a national integrated master plan for supply security. This master plan shall provide us with the adequate gear to increase supply reliability for the state, for society, and for the economy. Next to the infrastructural dimension like ICT, energy, mobility, and logistics, it should also include raw materials and the supply of food and pharmaceuticals. Hereby, we can increase and strengthen our resilience on multiple levels. As a closing, I would like to point out that the premise should always be the open, fact-based, and as objective as possible attitude and debate concerning technological and other forms of innovations. We have to face the big challenges of our present and future together in an active way, find solutions jointly, and implement them consequently. There is no need to despair or defeatism. If we work united in order to guarantee our security and economic well-being. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks a lot, Andreas Reichert. So now we are ready to begin, I'm sure, the first very interesting panel discussion about the success factors for more competitiveness. So please welcome the moderator for this panel discussion, Maximilian Scher. He is partner and head of strategy at ADA Little Austria, and he will talk with Ian Beck, Alexander Birch, Stefan Lampel, and new at the at the panel we have Bernhard Felderer, former president of the Austrian Fiscal Advisory Council, and Günther Ofner, member of the management board of Vienna International Airport. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
So, den ein bisschen zurück, oder? Bernhard Felderer. Ah. So, maybe we can leave that for Bernhard, that he knows. Ja. Sie wollten jetzt. Alles klar, super. Ja. Ich muss stehen, ja. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm honored to be able to moderate this panel on the question of success factors for more competitiveness. And at the end of the day, it sounds like easy. What are the things that we need to do for more competitiveness? It's not easy. If it was easy, it would have been done already. What we need to discuss and what needs to be done going forward at the end of the day is managing trade-offs. Companies face trade-offs between operational effectiveness, resilience, and investment in green technologies or in the energy transition as a whole. Similar, countries need to think about where and what to invest in energy transition, in resilience, in growth, in education. Spending money as a country normally puts a bit pressure on prices and increases inflation. We have inflation as a big discussion. Ian, you managed it, you discussed it before. We have the fear discussion of stagflation. And if I listen to my keynote speakers before, we need to invest in the military. A lot of money I heard today. Yeah, I assume Günther Ofner will say we need to invest in the energy transition. And that's not just a bit of investment, that's a lot. And we need to manage it as a country, but as a European Union. Alexander Biach told us what we need to invest and where we need to do something. Yeah. So maybe my first question is to Bernhard Felderer. How can we manage, how can countries balance that investment? What is your experience on the one hand side, and what is probably your proposal how to manage that for more competitiveness?
I have prepared a number of points, but if I have to ask the question first, if we continue as we do now, we'll have problems. We have a badly working European Union. We have an indebtment which is historic. Some countries have, or one country has hit already 200% of GDP in its debt. We have some other countries with like Italy, 150%, 127%. Nobody thinks that they will ever be able to reduce these debts to the 60% ratio. So that at the same time, you look at Germany. Germany has 67% of GDP and will probably in 2 or 3 years be back to the 60% ratio. So I think the spread will open again more in the next. The spread is the difference between the interest rates between Germany and any other. Will open again, and we'll see more problems in this respect in the next years. So that I'm not so optimistic as you seem to be. I think there are unsolved problems. If we would have more pressure on one country to comply with 3% and 60% limits, everything would be fine. But we have no pressure. The excessive deficit procedure is a very weak instrument, and the possibility to fine a country is ridiculous. It has never happened in Europe. It did never work, I should better say. Hard to say what will be the future in the next days. I would add a few other points.
Maybe if you can quickly jump to Ian for a quick response, and then come to your other points.
I do want to point out that the European Commission on the 9th of November published its proposals for a new approach to fiscal discipline. And what I take from that is that they propose, instead of having a single one-size-fits-all rule, it's going to be individual discussions with member states. And that is going to be transformative, because it does mean that the countries which are facing the much more intensive difficulties, such as Italy being the most extreme, will now have to sort out a different way of dealing with this compared with what was previously the case. That will take the pressure off some of the other countries who are just about okay in their fiscal positions, and mean that resources will also be found to try to deal with those difficulties. And just as one almost facetious footnote, fines have been imposed on two occasions. In 2016, Spain and Portugal were found to be in breach of the excessive deficit procedure and were fined €0.
But if I take that, I think, Bernhard, you had been rather pessimistic in my view. At the end of the day, you're saying the European Union doesn't work. You said before the inability to punch its weight is of concern. You're saying you're pessimistic. Yeah, you're saying as a collective we need more investment. Now, what is the solution? Is there one?
But let's stay first with the problems before we come to a solution.
Okay.
Because
You need the mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I said I would rather talk about more problems, because I see the solution is not an easy one. And the idea which the new initiative of the Commission, you see, we had several initiatives of the Commission already. We are trying to put pressure on Greece, and Greece has a debt ratio now of nearly 200%. So it didn't really work. And if we would have the International Monetary Fund managing these debts, then we would, I would say, probably would be more successful. It's the fact that we try to solve it within Europe, which is the problem. Now, another aspect which Jan mentioned is in inflation. Jan said it was a surprise. Was it really a surprise? Because since 200 years, economists think that the quantity of money has to do with inflation. And we expected, after the low interest rate was about a little bit more than 10 years ago, many economists, me too, expected that inflation will follow in 1 or 2 years. And there was no inflation for 10 years. So we were waiting many years and there was no inflation. But it was not a surprise, because the demand didn't come. There was too much pessimism, but there was a lot of money around. And it came now when the government spent a lot of money after the pandemic to companies to increase the demand very sharply. So that actually we should not have seen this as a surprise. There was always the danger: when will the quantity of money be spent? The ECB, again, maybe I'm not in line with Jan Beck and the ECB, but the ECB did a bad job. because they did not foresee what happens with, you said this, they did not foresee what happened to the price level. But they should have, first they should have started much earlier to raise the interest rates. Then they should have started much earlier to stop buying bonds. They did it a few months ago. They still did it. I hope they have stopped it now. I haven't seen the recent reports, but in my view, this was not. Maybe this was a help for Italy, for these enormous debt levels in Italy, but it was not a help for the European economy.
Thank you. So we covered in a way, or at least from the problem perspective, I think that the inflation and the ECB, International Monetary Fund area. What are the other issues that you see? Maybe we make a quick round. Bernhard Lampl, if I may, add you.
You're 100% right if you say the military need an investment. The question is about the investment, in which capability we should invest. This is the challenging question. And as you said, what normal generals do, they still try to find and fought the new war with the old methods. This is exactly the question what we have to answer now. It's the problem. Do we see now in Ukraine the last main battle, tank war, and what we have to do maybe in 5-10 years? This is the question what we have to define and find solutions. And this is the issue what our generals and our politicians what we have. But what is 100% clear for me, that we cannot do this alone. We have to do this together in a comprehensive way, together with military, together with the economic, and together with our partners. And the partners, maybe, of course, to the fact that Austria is in the middle of Europe, the main partners will be the European countries. But to the fact that the global chain, also we have to work together with other partners where we have an interest. And for this, we have to find a solution. For me, to the fact that I'm also a commander of a training facility, I said, yes, we have to invest a lot in our people. Because at the end, a war is amongst people, and therefore we have to invest in people that hopefully not in the future will see this war again.
Okay, so we have people. Günther, may I ask you to add on that?
Yeah, good morning. I am not totally sure that the rather pessimistic introduction should lead us. There are many problems, as have always been in the history of our economic development. And I think if we would have sat down before this multi-crisis and we would have been asked, is it possible to master all that? We would have agreed, no, it's impossible. Everything will break down and we will have total chaos. Fortunately, it is not the case. And I think societies showed a very high degree on resilience. And this should give us at least some optimism that we can master the problems. Yes, there are a lot of problems. There are many problems around, but I think we have also many abilities to master them. And what are the priorities? I think one priority is that we have to deal with labor market shortage, and that a very essential threat for growth in the future is that we will not have enough people in work. So we have to concentrate on, from my point of view, on an increase of productivity. So more digitalization, more automatization, and really concentrating on how can we get a better output with lower workforce input. And this problem will not go away for the next 2 decades, because demographics. The second thing from my point of view is that we have to concentrate on research, on development, and on innovation. It's more or less the other part of what I said first, because new innovative processes and products will also at least partly solve the environmental issues. I mean, they will not be solved by gluing somebody down on the street. They can only be solved by action. And so I'm on the third major issue. We need supply of energy at reasonable prices and at competitive prices. And the solution for that will not be to build 500 more windmills in Austria. That's fine, but it's not what we need for midterm and long term. And as was outlined already from the Ministry of Finance, we will have to look at our own resources. We will have to exploit them. Also the fossil side, because we will not be free of fossil energy in the years to come. And secondly, we will have to look to be part of new energies. So e-fuels, SAFs, and all that hydrogen sources, and they will not, for sure, not be produced in Europe at a reasonable price. So we have to look at those regions in Middle East, in Australia, in South America, in other regions, where you can produce electricity below 1 cent per kilowatt hour. So where you have 4,000 or 5,000 hours of sun per year, and where you have renewables on a very large scale, plus very low production costs. And from that places, we will get our new fuels and new sources. And I think that the challenges of climate change will be a source of additional investment, of innovation also, and it will give us a lot of opportunities. Yes, also challenges, but if we do it in a proactive way, I think the chances will prevail.
It's a significantly more positive outlook, I think. I and you cited John Maynard Keynes before. Let me cite Mary Kay Ash. She once said, "If you think you can, you can, and if you think you can't, you're right." Yeah. So I think there is some impetus for having a positive aspiration. I think, Alexander, you mentioned it also before, as a city, and you were kind of the attorney of the city of Vienna in terms of pushing foreign direct investment, pushing our economy, and linking to what Günther said, cooperation is key for that. You can't do everything in Vienna alone. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that cooperation part that Günther just mentioned?
Well, I think it is important to figure out that the world is not that dark or without any future, as it might seem at the moment with all these multiple crises. But I just can imagine, or I just want to think back about the days, for example, when Austria was not a member of a European Union, or when the European Union was a small unity somewhere in this world. Just imagine, can you believe that all these crises, I figured them out, like the 23 crises at the moment happening at the same time, that we could have managed this without being a European Union? We were facing the 2008 Lehman Brothers disaster. We had the debt crisis in Greece, Spain, and whatever. We have the Corona crisis. We had the Corona crisis. We had are having the energy crisis, but we make our way through it, and we can make it through it. That is the answer, because we cooperate. Sometimes it works more directly or efficient it's not so clear how this inflation topic really works. I'm not a professional in this, but it seems indeed a little bit strange that we raise the amount of money, but it had no influence on the price of money. But then suddenly the prices of energy rise, and now we can feel the inflation. So this is a strange mechanism going on at the moment, but we will also manage this, and we will manage it because the European Union learned democracy, it learned how to resist different political influences and to solve problems together. And this is what I try to build on. And the factors for building this competitiveness for the European Union are the humans. And they need education, this brain force, as I mentioned before. They have to cooperate through, not through building up walls. We had this at the end of the 80s, but we have still to tear down these walls again in order to build this cooperation for more competitiveness. My dream about a strong European economy is one which builds up, for example, as we had this discussion, the production of pharmaceuticals here in Europe. Not to be dependent on what happens maybe on a corona or a harbor crisis somewhere in Asia, in China. We have to do and manage this on our own in form of cooperation. Like we build up, for example, an Airbus, a bus airplane, separated throughout the European continent. This would be a very good answer for more confidence and more competitiveness in the future.
I think, Ian, that's probably the best for you exactly to respond.
I'm going to do the obvious and agree and disagree. The agreement is that investment in human capital should be seen as the biggest priority now. And we have an accounting difficulty with this, which is that spending on education is counted in standard national accounting procedures as current spending, whereas building a bridge is counted as capital spending. We probably have enough bridges. We don't have enough human capital. So we need to think not just about the imperative of building more human capital, but also how we factor it into our way of thinking about public investment. Public investment in education is going to pay off more than public investment in new roads, bridges, and maybe even airports, dare I say. So that's my sense of agreement. Where I disagree is where inflation is going. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think inflation will fall quite quickly. Inflation over the last 15 years is quite straightforwardly not at all connected with the supply of money. It was below the inflation target of the European Central Bank up to 2019. They consistently undershot their 2% notional target. The reason it's gone up is something quite different from the pressure of demand for money. It's a supply shock. It's Vladimir Putin deciding to cut off the supplies of gas and a little bit the effect of gas demand from other parts of the world boosting the gas demand. I think we're about to see something quite surprising, which is that the initial impetus to inflation came from energy prices rising. They've now plateaued and are even going down. So the base effect, as we call it in economics, which is that we started from a base of 100, it went up to 300 in gas. It's now reached 300, it's coming back down to 280. That's negative inflation. And that should start to feed through in a way that we don't really understand fully. Now, I do come back to the point I made in my initial presentation about the terms of trade, which is in the short term, we have to endure the fact that we are impoverished because energy suppliers raised prices. As these prices fall again, we will be enriched again in a way which it seems at the moment counterintuitive. The challenge for policymakers is not to allow inflation to become entrenched through wage increases, which make it much more sticky, which would be what we call wage push inflation for the future. So the difficult challenge for policymakers is to hold the line on not allowing excessively inflationary wage increases. And it will, if that happens, I would expect inflation rates to be down to 5 or 6% by later this year, or even sooner.
So in a
Sure,
way,
Bernhard
you're
will not
saying,
agree with me.
yeah. So in a way, if I understood you right, you're more optimistic than a half an hour ago.
I was setting out the problem. Now we're trying to move on to what happens next.
Yeah, and optimism is about the future. But maybe, Bernhard, if you want to reply on that, I guess you have a different view.
I do not agree with this position because inflation is already gone into many other sectors. The labor unions have rightly so asked for an inflation or for an increase of their wages of maybe 8%, 10%, and they got it mostly in Germany and Austria. So that this will be transferred to the prices of goods. So that but I do not agree even with the beginning of the inflation. But we could, gentlemen should agree on facts. We could check that. But we certainly have a problem with the decline of inflation. It will go slowly. It will not go in 1 or 2 steps. It would take several years to come down to 2%. Not because in the 70s we had even a recession necessary to come down with the prices. I don't think we will have a recession. We have a very slow growth and zero growth rate, which is the forecast of all the institutes in Germany and in the World Bank. And we will have very slow growth in the next years, which yesterday the German Institute published their forecast, and they forecast below 1% growth rate for the next 5 years. Mm. So this is more realistic than your optimistic position. Yeah?
Mm. May I?
The other thing about economic forecasters is they make weather forecasters look reliable.
But you said rightly, let's agree on facts. And obviously, the future is not really fact-based. I mean, it's a question of what are your expectations. May I ask the corporate panelists in that case, Günther, to have a view on that?
I think it was very remarkable that the high dependency of Austrian economy towards Germany was substantially changed in the last 2, 3, 4 years. So yes, we still are somehow linked or heavily linked to Germany, but we showed a much better development in the last 2 years, and I'm sure Austria will show a better growth rate also in the years to come, because compared with Germany, I think Austria did not make so tremendous mistakes in energy policy, in economic policy, in a lot of other fields, and now it is paying off that Austrian companies went east long before the Germans did it in the same scale. So we have 16,000 companies in Austria that have invested in Eastern or Southeastern Europe. And if you look at countries like Czechia, like Slovakia, like Poland, they are doing extremely well. And they have low debt, and they are good managed countries. So and even countries like Romania, Bulgaria are still growing. So we have chosen, I think, the right way to invest in these regions, and this will support the Austrian economy in any case in the coming years.
So in a way, you're saying grow there where it happens. Now, I think you three of us
agree with him, but we were talking about Europe. We're not only talking about Austria.
Absolutely, yeah, right. But building on that, your optimism, I heard you before also saying we need more investment in people. I think I heard that a couple of times. Now, the one question is what to invest, how to invest, yeah, and the other one is in which people, yeah. But let's stay with that first question for a second. For many, there was they called it the iPhone moment, the Google moment, when they suddenly realized that artificial intelligence is on the rise. Yeah, it seemed for many, for a very long time, we had artificial intelligence in cars. If you think about the early Teslas, we have artificial intelligence in military and defense. We have artificial intelligence in a lot of bots and applications in business already. Yeah, and it seemed like just below the surface for many. And now we have that hike in public interest in artificial intelligence. What is your view on Austrians or European competitiveness in that field? Yeah. Maybe if I may ask you first.
Before maybe I come to this really technical issue. Yeah. What I want to say is, and this is, we have to bring the rubber on the street. Yeah. I see quite a lot of discussion, the next discussion. Yeah. What we have to do now in this complexity, that to bring together the best people of the world, yeah, from Europe or from Austria, and make a decision and then do something. Yeah, this is my point of view, and I think also in Austria, I never will speak about inflation, but from my point of view, when I go around the world and when I come back to Austria, I see the good investment what we did in the last years in the infrastructure, and I think this helps us maybe also to come through this crisis and the crisis which follow. I'm 100% with you. We have to invest in the knowledge of the people, to use new technologies. Digitalization is one point, but nevertheless, we also have to develop their openness to other nations. This intercultural approach. We don't go just put us in one pillar. We must invest in this intercultural approach. Also from the military point of view, what we are doing now, we are our leaders, young leaders, we bring them together with our civilian counterparts and do on a regular basis training with them. Because I think to deal with the futures, with the crisis, what we maybe happen tomorrow, the only thing is to make an integrated planning team with an unity of command who decide to use the best of all the fields where we are, of the different domains where we are. And this is a possibility to make the world better and to deal with the new challenges.
Okay, Günther, if I may pass on to you, do you think that, or do you also see that integrated planning is the route also for large Austrian companies? Like, I mean, you're also head of the supervisory board of ÖBAG, the Austrian state holding, with a lot of interest in infrastructure companies also in Austria. Is there a competition against others? Is there a cooperation? What is your view on that?
As I already said, I mean, security of energy supply is one of the absolute top issues. And yes, we can do a lot at home, but we have to look beyond. And especially if we want to ensure competitiveness and good prices for the energy we need, we have to go to those regions where you can produce cheap new energy. And that's far from Austria, that's far from Europe. And those who are the first there will have the biggest advantage. And those who are not moving now will have great disadvantages, because we will need hydrogen, we will need fossil produced fuels, but also alternative fuels in the future, if we want to meet the goals of CO2 emission reduction that are set out. And the same is true for all our other big companies. I mean, it's the same for telecom, it's the same in other fields. And I think the engagements so far have been very successful. And so I'm not so pessimistic why we should not be successful in the future. if we do it. And maybe there is one other aspect if we look at the European level, but also at the national level. I think the last 20 years brought an enormous amount of overregulation that is hindering competitiveness. And it is a very difficult task, no question, but we have to try to get more clear rules and to abolish a lot of things that are very, very depressing on economic development. And the rest of the world, I think, will not follow Europe in this direction of overregulation. And plan economy has never worked in history. It ended up in misery for everybody all the time. So I have no optimism that a bureaucratic plan economy will work on a European level. But I think that's not the same approach of the European Commission and the European Parliament, because they are producing bureaucratic plan economic rules every day. And I don't know what the good of this is. So I think this is an aspect we would have to address more aggressively, even as it was done before.
But then you're putting a lot of challenges on a European level. On the one hand side, you're saying less regulation, and I could only agree with you on that. On the other hand, you're at the end of the day saying more cooperation, because I think it's very clear. I mean, if you look back on Corona, it should not be a race of states, yeah, and 5 chancellors or how many leading to 2 other countries where they could get their hydrogen. Yeah, at the end of the day, that just increases prices. Yeah, like it increased the prices for vaccines, or the discussion on vaccines. Now we had the same with gas in the last couple of months. Yeah, we will have the next kind of inflation, and then we are in a supply shock again, as we discussed before, and inflation on alternative energies. Yeah, and you have, with your macroeconomic view, at the end of the day, do you see a solution in that cooperation? Do you believe in that? I mean, Günther was now a bit pessimistic.
Inevitably, yes, you can see a solution in cooperation, but you can also see difficulties in coordinating, which are at the heart of the European project in some of the ways that it's less successful. But can I go back to your initial question, which was about AI?
Sure.
There is going to be a panel later in today's event covering AI, but let me attempt a few observations related to it. One is that there's a tendency when you see something like AI coming to say it's a threat. It's a threat to jobs, the unions resist it, the workers don't want to invest in it, and they believe that things will go wrong. But the other way to look at it is that it creates opportunities in ways which are different from those we tend to think of, which are purely technical. Certainly you can solve certain problems with AI that you might have had great difficulty in solving in the past. But if you think it much more in how it integrates into the economic system, that's where it becomes much more interesting, because you can do things through AI and liberate in ways which enable you to do better with your labor supply, which I think we've already agreed is the coming threat to Europe is an insufficiency of labor supply. Now, if AI enables you to educate better, and if AI enables you to deploy labor better, you're going to get more attractive outcomes from that, so long as you have a narrative that counters the threat one to workers.
And do you believe we can do that in Europe? I mean, I'm now posing the challenge and saying big tech, and we heard that before, big tech is not in Europe. The largest generators of AI-based bots, software, car operating systems,
Max, I have
the
to stop you.
Googles and so on of this world are not in Europe.
Max,
So-
you're on the wrong track with that.
No, I'm just challenging you.
No, you're on the wrong track with that question, because the one we should talk about is diffusion and implementation of AI, not generation of it. Certainly generation can be interesting. We can find ways that we could boost European generation of AI by scientific collaboration. But the biggest challenge by far is diffusion and using it in an effective manner, which I think anybody who's using it for practical purposes would agree with. We face a labor supply shortage in Europe. How do you deal with that? Well, one is you activate some of those who've withdrawn from the labor force partly in response to coronavirus. The degree to which people have left the labor force is severely underestimated. It's a surprising phenomenon. You can also use it for the purpose of dealing with those coming into the labor force as migrants. They're an opportunity for Europe to use migrants in a more effective manner, but you need the education and training, which is where the diffusion of AI matters to me. There's one line I want to use here, which is Bob Solow, the famous economist, said, you can see the information technology everywhere except in the productivity figures. We are not diffusing well. That's the big challenge.
Well, I fully agree with you that that diffusion is important, and I would not at all push back on that it is necessary in Europe. I'm still asking the question, if we are not good in the generation of AI, where will our future be? If I think about future of warfare, yeah, Stefan is one example, yeah. If I think about the future of trading and managing the financial system, yeah, Bernhard, maybe one for you. But 5 minutes before the end of the panel, may I ask each one of you for one sentence, what needs to be done different than in the past to solve our issues?
My position is that you first have to understand that there is a problem. You have to understand where the problem comes from, and then you can propose a solution. What we're doing here partly is present solutions without knowing what the problem is. We see the consequence of the problem, but we don't understand the problem really. Günther Ofner said that we have to increase productivity. Of course, but productivity increases in Europe declined over 30 or 40 years. And of course, there have been fluctuations, but the trend was very clear. We started out at 4% 40 years ago, and we are now far below 1%. Take the United States, they had also fluctuations, but around 2%. And in the recent decade, they have increased their productivity, labor productivity, always labor productivity.
Yeah. Sorry, because of time, can I then not? In that case, you're saying the problem is more important. If you focus on the problem, one sentence, please. Otherwise, we are not.
In this case, is this seems to be linked to investment. The investment ratio also declined in Europe over the last 30 years, something like that. And investment can be a substitute for people, so that we should not cry every day there are not enough people. If we have more investment, we don't need so many people. These are different ways.
I take that. More investment, we need less people. Stefan?
I just want to say, define what is the problem. Develop 3 courses of action, comprehensive, and then do it.
Just do it, Günther?
Yeah, I think we should fight much more than we do wrong ideological assumptions about how the economy works, what is necessary in Europe, because there is some chaotic perception, I think, by the public, what is really necessary, that welfare will also be secured for the future.
Okay, so more education on how the system works. Alexander?
Well, I agree on the topic that we have to know the problem exactly before finding any solutions. But in any way, the solution will lie in the factor that we have to use the human capital more, to seize the people. That means to invest into the knowledge of people, to bring them together and to let them work together on the problems will be more or less, in any case, whatever the problem will be, the solution for it.
Okay. Ein closing statement from your side?
5 words beginning with I. Innovation, investment, imagination, inclusion, often neglected, and one double one, improved implementation.
Oh, 6 I's. And as I understood, all on the human factor at the end of the day, my meta-learning on that would be invest in people, whatever the problem is, which does not mean we shouldn't understand the problem. Thank you, gentlemen, for this panel. It was a pleasure.
So, thanks a lot, dear gentlemen, to be on time, and I'm for sure the perfect picture we have right now from you. Now our next focus is on the future through more democracy. What challenges and supports our democracy? Do we need more or less direct democracy? Before the panel discussions, we have the privilege to hear 5 introductory notes. First, let's welcome Moritz Leuenberger, former president of the Swiss Confederation, former member of the Swiss Federal Council and head of Department of Environment, Transport, Energy and Communication. Mr. Leuenberger, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ich erlaube mir, Deutsch zu sprechen. Die englische Version wird Ihnen hier ausgeteilt. Sie können ihr folgen und immer kontrollieren, ob ich auch das sage, was hier auf Englisch steht. Die englische Version wird übrigens auch ins Netz gestellt. Also die Zuschauer, die jetzt nur virtuell da sind, können das dann auch nachlesen. Demokratien stehen weltweit nicht im Vormarsch. Sie stehen unter Beschuss von außen, auch im wörtlichen Sinn. Sie sind aber auch von innen gefährdet. Diverse Demokratien in Europa und in den beiden Amerikas befinden sich in einem zerrissenen Zustand, um nicht zu sagen, in einem kalten Bürgerkrieg. Der Fall der Berliner Mauer und des Eisernen Vorhanges hat der Demokratie weltweit keinen Auftritt verliehen. Das hofften wir zwar alle, aber das Gegenteil war der Fall. In der Wirtschaft zeigten sich viele begeistert davon, wie effizient Autokraten ihre Staaten führten. Und die Folge war dann die, je mehr sich die westliche Wirtschaft mit autoritären Großmächten verflocht, desto weniger galten demokratische Werte. Und desto mühsamer und weniger finden sie jetzt einen Ausweg aus der Falle und der Verstrickung. Aber auch in der Politik zeigt sich, an den ganz linken Rändern und an den ganz rechten Rändern des Spektrums wird ganz offen für Autokratien geschwärmt. Demokratien verändern sich. Zum Glück verändern sie sich, sonst hätten wir in der Schweiz heute noch kein Frauenstimmrecht. Unsere Demokratien werden sich weiter verändern, sonst wären es keine Demokratien. Und eine treibende Kraft dieser Veränderung ist die Digitalisierung. Ihre Kinder heißen Internet, Smartphone und soziale Medien. Und diese digitale Familie prägt und verändert unser Denken, unser Fühlen, unser Wollen und sie verändert damit auch die Demokratie. Es gibt gar keinen Zweifel. Digitale Innovationen erleichtern unsere demokratische Verantwortung. Wir bilden zum Beispiel hier auch eine Gemeinschaft zwischen denjenigen, die virtuell zugeschaltet sind und denjenigen, die physisch da sind. Das ist eine Erleichterung eines demokratischen, gemeinschaftlichen Prozesses durch die Digitalisierung. Es gibt unzählige Start-ups mit digitalen Dienstleistungen. Es gibt Apps, die lokale politische Themen aufgreifen, Apps für politische Partizipation von Jugendlichen, Apps für Online-Unterschriftensammlung, Plattformen mit politischen Informationen und Ideenaustausch. Und solche Projekte nehmen die ursprüngliche Bedeutung der Citoyennes und Citoyens, der Bürger, auf und verleihen ihr in Zeiten der globalen Digitalisierung einen neuen Sinn. Dabei müssen wir aber beobachten, die Geschwindigkeit digitaler und demokratischer Prozesse klaffen weit auseinander. Und nun wird immer wieder gefordert, es müssten auch die politischen Abläufe sich wesentlich beschleunigen, um in der globalen Welt Schritt zu halten. Und das ist kurzsichtig. Die Meinungsbildung in einer Demokratie, die soll eben Minderheiten aufnehmen, sie soll widersprüchliche Auffassungen austarieren, sie soll Kompromisse ermöglichen und die notwendige Zeit für ein Umdenken aller Betroffenen garantieren. Und das soll auch möglich sein, dass jemand sagen kann, ja, ich habe mich getäuscht, jetzt habe ich eine andere Meinung. Und das soll nicht nur ein Politiker, eine Politikerin, das sollen auch die Bürger und Bürgerinnen für Volksabstimmungen tun können. Und das ist für die Stabilität einer Gesellschaft nachhaltiger. Ich bin überzeugt, die gewonnene Einigkeit einer Gesellschaft verhilft einem Projekt zu einer schnelleren Durchführung, als wenn dauernd mit Widerständen gerechnet werden muss. Ich sage das übrigens als ehemaliger Verkehrsminister und stolzer Träger des Preises dieses Wiener Kongresses. Der längste Tunnel der Welt, der Gotthardtunnel, der konnte nur innerhalb vorgesehener Frist und ohne Kostenüberschreitungen fertiggestellt werden, weil vorher Kompromisse gesucht wurden. Das bedeutete 5 nationale Volksabstimmungen. Viele fanden, das ist ein mühsamer Prozess, aber wir waren in der Zeit fertig und es gibt Projekte, ich will jetzt den Frieden mit unseren Nachbarländern nicht irgendwie stören, aber es gibt Projekte, die haben vorher begonnen und sind immer noch nicht beendet und die Kosten sind jetzt schon überschritten. Das Allgemeinwohl zu bestimmen, ist in einer Demokratie die Sache aller. Und das erfordert Zeit und Sorgfalt und das ist auch im digitalen Zeitalter möglich. Wir können die Politik nicht den Expertinnen und Experten überlassen und schon gar nicht Algorithmen überlassen. Die Kluft zwischen Experten und Laien, die zeigt eine weitere Gefahr, nämlich die digitalen Gräben in einer Gesellschaft, die der Demokratie widersprechen. Es gibt keinen Zweifel, die Digitalisierung hat die Demokratie erneuert, sie hat sie verbessert, sie hat Bürger und Behörden näher zueinander gebracht. Dank ihr werden Informationen und Dienstleistungen der Verwaltung schneller erbracht. Das sind ganz große Fortschritte für die Demokratie. Aber der Offline-Bürger fällt durch die Maschen, wenn er digitale Technologien und Medien nicht nutzen kann. Es widerspricht der Rechtsgleichheit, wenn Menschen, welche im Umgang mit digitaler Technik ungenügend ausgebildet sind, vom Zugang von Informationen ausgeschlossen werden. Und, was noch viel wichtiger ist, wenn sie lebensrettende Maßnahmen nicht in Anspruch nehmen können. Das war in der Schweiz dort der Fall, wo ältere Menschen und Risikopatienten beim Start der Covid-19-Impfungen faktisch ferngehalten wurden. Sie konnten den unübersichtlich und unnötig komplizierten Verfahren ohne fachtechnischen Sukkurs nicht gewachsen sein und sie verpassten es so, geimpft zu werden. Wir haben nicht ausgerechnet, was das noch für Todesfolgen gehabt hat. Aber das war eine Folge der Digitalisierung, die von gewissen Leuten nicht in Anspruch genommen werden kann. Eine Demokratie muss allen das Recht auf Zugang zu staatlichen Dienstleistungen garantieren, auch Analphabeten und jenen, die sich offline bewegen, ob sie das nun müssen oder ob sie es wollen. Es wird uns aus Staaten, die eine rasche Umsetzung von E-Government vollbrachten, immer wieder von markanten Rückschlägen im Kontakt mit ihren Bürgerinnen und Bürgern berichtet. Denn parallel zur digitalen Kommunikation und ihren Online-Formularen und unverständlichen Bots wurden telefonische und direkte Kontakte an den Schaltern und an den Büros abgeschafft. Die Bürgernähe wurde so der administrativen Effizienz geopfert. Aber zu einem Staat mit menschlichem Antlitz gehört das Recht auf persönliche Gespräche an einem Schalter oder am Telefon, um etwas erklärt zu bekommen oder auf alternative Möglichkeiten hingewiesen zu werden oder etwas zu fragen, das jetzt nicht als vorbereitete Frage des Technikers vorbereitet wurde. Vielleicht sogar, um einen Input der Verwaltung zu geben, wie sie etwas anders lösen könnten. Alles andere ist nicht demokratisch. Und die Folge ist dann Frustration, Verdruss, Widerstand, Wut, Bürger. Und das richtet sich dann wieder gegen den Staat. Erlauben Sie mir noch eine andere Überlegung. Die Digitaltechnik nutzt binäre Werte. Sie kann nur die beiden Zustände 0 oder 1 annehmen. Und diese reduzierte und beschränkte Vorgehensweise überträgt sich dann auf unser Denken. Keine Differenzierungen, keine Grautöne, nur entweder für oder gegen ein Projekt, für oder gegen eine Meinung, nur der liebe Gott und der böse Teufel und dazwischen nichts. So verkümmert die demokratische Auseinandersetzung zu einer Bipolarität. Eine zunehmende Polarisierung in allen Demokratien, letztlich mit Zwei-Partei-Systemen, ist eine Folge davon. Dieses binäre Verhaltensmuster entweder oder entspricht nicht dem Wesen einer Demokratie. Ob wir nun Konsumenten, Staatsbürger, Kundinnen, Klientinnen oder Patientinnen sind, wir werden überall in Multiple-Choice-Verhalten konditioniert. Früher in analogen Beziehungen, da konnten wir uns gegenüber anderen Menschen erklären und differenzieren. Aber heute mutieren wir zu binären Wesen, die nur noch Ja oder Nein oder Je oder Nein oder Mä oder Bä blöcken dürfen. Und diese Verblödungstendenz greift die Substanz heutiger Demokratien an. Und das führt mich zu einem letzten Gedanken. Digitale Technologien errechnen in der Regel ökonomische Werte. Werte, auf denen Religionen, Philosophien oder die Zivilisation gebaut sind, die können sie nicht erfassen. Aber die Demokratie ist ein wesentliches Fundament jeder Zivilisation. Und sie beschränkt sich nicht auf das Ritual von Wahlen und Abstimmungen. Demokratie ist nämlich mehr als eine Staatsform. Sie macht den Inhalt eines solidarischen Zusammenlebens von Menschen verschiedener Herkunft aus. Und unabdingbar mit der Demokratie verbunden sind deshalb die Suche nach Kompromissen, der Einbezug von Minderheiten, der Rechtsstaat, die Gewaltenteilung, die Machtbegrenzung. Das kann alles sehr verschieden organisiert werden und das ändert sich ja auch ständig. Aber die Grundsätze bleiben unverändert und die müssen verteidigt und immer wieder neu errungen werden. Und ich hoffe, dass der heutige Kongress ein Teil dieser Arbeit ist. Vielen Dank.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Leuenberger. Now I'm very interested to hear what our next speaker will say about the future of democracy. So I have the pleasure of welcoming Enver Hoxhay, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Kosovo. The floor is yours. So the way from Kosovo is a little bit more far away, but now he is here.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Herr President, all guests here. Let me start first by thanking all of you for the invitation to be member of the advisory board of the Vienna Congress, which is a very great honor for me. And I would do everything in order to support your mission, your cause, and your vision, how we can work closely together for a better future. As somebody who was living quite long in Vienna and has studied here and was always a great admirer of Metternich and Vienna Congress, I think this is really a great honor for me to be part of this quite long Austrian Habsburg historic tradition. Secondly, I'm very grateful to you for inviting me to be part of this democracy panel. I don't pretend that in a very short introduction I might be able to provide you with the most interesting thoughts, but the fact that I'm coming from Kosovo, which is the youngest democracy in Europe, but which is also at the same time the largest democracy in the Balkans, I think I might provide you with a new perspective how we understand the challenges of the democracy today. I told you that we are the youngest democracy in Europe, but before that, we faced oppression for 100 years, genocide and war. And since 2008, with the support of the European Union, with the support of the United States, with the support of the many friends in different parts of the world, we were able to build a country from scratch as a democratic, multi-ethnic, and secular society. And it happened that I was, and I could be part of this project from the very first day by not only negotiating in Vienna in 2006 and 2007 for Kosovo's independence, but also being part of the state building exercise from the first day by not only signing the Declaration of Independence, but also by building institutions as a first Minister of Education, then 2 terms Minister of Foreign Affairs and Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo. What I'm trying to say is that whatever we built in Kosovo and whatever we built in the Balkans, from Slovenia to Montenegro and to North Macedonia, in terms of the state building, it happened in the context of democratization process. Without democracy, I don't think that that would be possible. But I'm not going to talk here about the history. I'm going to make just 3 points, and then maybe in the panel we would be able to go a little bit deeper. I mean, the question which we have here is what is challenging democracy, how we can have more democracy, and how to avoid a situation to have less democracy than we are facing in some countries today. My first point has to do with Ukraine. I think the war in the Ukraine is changing the political, the economic, but also the psychological map of Europe. It is very, very, very important who wins the war. But it is also very important who wins elections in the West, in Europe. Because from the elections in the West will depend also the result in the Ukraine. What I'm trying to say is that the future of democracy depends on both fronts. Depends what is happening there in Ukraine, but also what is happening with the elections inside the European Union. The reason why I'm saying that is very simple. I used to be quite long foreign minister of Kosovo, dealt quite long with many countries in Europe and outside of Europe. But I have to be very frank today that if some friends from the Baltic countries, if some friends from East Europe, if some friends from the Balkans years ago were warning the West about Russia and Putin intentions, they thought we were wrong. And I think today we are quite clear who was wrong. Even if I wrote a small piece in New York Times or in Wiener Zeitungen, Die Presse, the Standard, friends of mine across Europe thought this is just a discourse from a representative of a small country who's trying to make himself important. And I think this is the reason why we have still to ask the question why the West understood wrong Russia and how to avoid such kind of a situation also in the near future. My second point has to do with the fact that we don't need only to have a political daily understanding who is challenging democracy, but I think we need to have also a kind of deep historical understanding why this is happening. If we are reading those days, the most important thinkers of our time, they would talk mostly about political polarization in a society by providing a very simple explanation how a part of the society is still remaining committed to democracy, to rule of law, to market economy. Another part of the society is more focused on identity politics, on nationalism as a solution. But I think this is only a partial explanation. Very often we are also getting a partial explanation why democracy is challenged by referring to short-term but important economic changes or social changes, better to say to crisis. For example, I remember, because I was in that time in the government, how European debt crisis in 2008, 2009 was serious and was shaking Europe. But at the same time, we are aware that Europe and European Union was able to overcome this crisis, but not the consequences, political consequences of the crisis were overcome. Or it was a huge issue, the refugee crisis of 2015, 2016. But as everybody knows, thanks to agreement with Turkey in 2018, very few refugees are coming to Europe. But still, refugee subject is a huge headline across European Union. What I'm trying to say is we need to raise the question, which is an old question, how to build democracy on rational debates, on reason and compromises. And this is not an easy task for politicians to deliver. How to avoid a situation that people are led, as we are saying in German, by Leidenschaften, by passions and by emotions, which is quite crucial. What I'm trying to say is that some of the questions which we are facing today are old as democracy it is. I think many of you might know that even the Greek philosopher Plato once saw the possibility that democracy can denigrate into the tyranny. And he was talking about the role of the demagogues, how they might be able to appeal to lower classes, to citizens, in order to use and misuse them to grab power. Or we are quite familiar with the role of Cicero, who was fighting until his last day of the life in order to stop the fall of the Roman Republic. And I think these are questions which we have again to raise in order to provide with a proper answer. And the third point, which is important for us coming from the Balkans and coming from Kosovo, has to do with Europe, with the European Union as a good, but also those days partially as a bad example. What I'm thinking here, European enlargement in the Balkans, by supporting Slovenia, by supporting Croatia, by supporting Romania and Bulgaria to be part of the European Union, was also perceived as an extension of liberal peace, as an enlargement of democracy. But as you know, this process has been stopped since 2013. It is not only a European fatigue. It is not only a limbo. It is not at all in the agenda. That means the European enlargement of the Balkans, it is not at all for the time being in the agenda. And one of the reasons why a lot of the tensions are happening today, even in relation between Kosovo and Serbia, where we hope this year we might reach a historic agreement between the both countries based on mutual recognition as two independent and sovereign states, are happening because not only of the tension inside the region, but also because of the fact that European project has stopped in the Balkans. And the tensions there are not only a reflection of the war in Ukraine, but they have to do with the fact that there are not proper foundations wie Kant sagen würde, ewige Frieden for peace. And I think this is very, very important. But a very bad example which we are getting those days from the European Union is, and I am quite frank with you, that we are seeing each year that more and more political parties who have an anti-European agenda can win elections. That means if a political party in Europe would insist to win elections with every price, if they are messaging, if they are promoting anti-European agenda, anti-European policies, they have better chance to win elections than the opposite. What is happening in the Balkans is that mostly, and the majority of the political parties who are winning today elections are able to win elections if they are promoting a pro-European agenda. And I think this is a very serious challenge for the region, and I think this is going to be also a very serious challenge for the future of Europe. I would stop here because I think then in the panel we might have more chance to talk. But again, I'm very grateful to my friend David Unger-Klein for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I'm very grateful to all of you for suggesting me to be a member of the advisory board of the Vienna Congress. And I think we might have quite a close cooperation, not in the future, for a future which is important to all of us in the Balkans, but I think the European project is not completed without supporting and without inviting countries in the region to be part of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Enver Hoxha. Now we are coming to our second introductory note before we start our next panel discussion. Now let's welcome Ron Rossor. He is ambassador of the State of Israel to Germany. Let's welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies, gentlemen. Democracy. In the United Nations, the nations which are not united on anything, there are 193 member states. Out of the 193 member states, only 89 are defined as democracies by the United Nations, not by me. Hence, over 100 have not a clue what democracy is all about. 2003, Muammar Gaddafi from Libya was elected as the chair of the UN Human Rights Commission. By the way, I cannot invent this stuff. This stuff is facts. As we speak today, the members of the Council on Human Rights, which I call the Council on Human Wrongs, are the following countries: Pakistan, Afghanistan, Venezuela, Sudan, Somalia, Russia, and I can go on. 2017, the Saudis are elected to chair the Commission on the Status of Women. And ladies and gentlemen, not up to May 2022, North Korea assumed the presidency of the UN Conference on Disarmament. I'm repeating, North Korea, okay? And if you're really waiting until December 22, this year, Iran was elected on the UN Women's Rights Commission. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about democracy and having those facts, it's like if I told you that Jack the Ripper is heading Scotland Yard. It is absolutely inconceivable, okay? And when you look at this, and you look at the world and we talk about democracy, what you have to understand is that the bad guys are running the asylum here, okay? So we can talk, and I'll talk in a second about the structures. There's a real problem in the structures that we have to address. Now, I can give you many, many examples, but when you look at examples which are tangible that deal with democracies, one, jumps into mind. Israel began checking people at airports 35 years ago. And what did people say? Oi, 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 intrusion of private sphere, human rights, oi, 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 oi. 9/11, you see every airport today. Why? Because democracies have to navigate between defending their citizens on the one hand and not going overboard in the reaction. This is what my small country is trying to navigate, I think quite successfully, since its establishment. And the real issue is the calibration, okay? And the calibration has to deal with confronting things that are on the borderline, because the situation, the reality, is not black and white, okay? So in the sense, what we continue doing in Israel is profiling. We think that there's a difference between a 6-month-old baby and a 95-year-old grandmother going on a plane, in contrast to someone who's 20 years old, unemployed, from Iraq, we think so. In Europe, you don't do that because it's not nice. It's profiling. Can you hold this for? I don't think so. But I'm giving the issues that we really have to deal with in decision making here. And when you look at challenges, for example, during COVID, and we were told for many years, okay, we have structures like the European Union. We basically please, the European Union as a framework will take care of you. Or ASEAN in Asia. The multilateral structures, okay, because we are taking away the nationalistic and trying to really work together as democracies for the benefit of everyone. When the Italians are dying from COVID and they ask the European Union, help, 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 the European Union closes the border, and if I'm an Italian, I would think 3 or 4 times. Democracy? When I really need help, where is the framework? Okay? So the question when we really analyze it, not just theoretically, is the ability of countries to democratically respond to issues that basically challenge the essence of what we define as democratic values. And that's why the structures that we create have to be able to sustain that. And when I look at the challenges that democracies are going to face, it's basically facing challenges from autocratic and dictatorial regimes that the issue of human lives, or are not really in the first priority that they put. And the question is, how do you really debate? How do you defend democratic structures from those real challenges? And like I said, there are some countries which are on the front line, and there are some countries that are beginning to come to the front line. And when one looks now at what's happening with Russia, the issue is not in hindsight to try and analyze. The real issue is to understand something that we don't understand, to be able to tell ourselves as democratic countries that we don't really know how to analyze dictatorial or autocratic regimes. We do not know. What we do when we don't know, we try and analyze the people around them. But what is really a problem is that those regimes sometimes do, or most of the time, do things that we from the outside analyze as going against their own national security interests. Are we wrong in our analysis? Maybe. But they are tending to do something that goes against their own national security interests as we see them. Okay? Now, we're not good at that. We're not good at analyzing autocratic regimes. We explain to ourselves afterwards, but we don't really honestly say where we were mistaken. In Germany, they don't really point to the point where the Ostpolitik from Willy Brandt became basically a problem of being completely dependent on Germany, on energy. And where was the point? Where did it turn? Not that it was wrong at the beginning. We don't ask ourselves the tough questions, which basically, at the end of the day, allow us to find the right answers. And by the way, we also, we Israelis have a tendency to say we know better, a bit arrogant. No. I'll give you an example. In our region, Bashar Assad, I'm reminding you, Bashar Assad, the ophthalmologist, the eye doctor from London. He studied in the cradle of democracy, the United Kingdom. He married Asma, an investment banker. He is the model of the new generation in the Arab world. Okay? He will reform Syria. He reformed Syria in a way that we don't recognize Syria. But when he comes over, as the son that wasn't really supposed to be groomed after Bashar al-Assad, the son, he comes over to Syria, and the so-called experts, also within Israel, we have a psychological profile. He doesn't have the guts. He won't hold. 3 months, he will be running for cover in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or Qatar. And we explain it. And we analyze it. Our best guys. Assad. Still there. And choppy against this population. Choppy. No one gives a damn. But the issue here is the analysis. Wrong on all categories. Why? Again, doing things that to us look like it's against his own national interests. So the bottom line out of this, from my point of view, is to basically understand that it has to go a bit beyond perceptions. About perceptions, I have to tell you a story. There was this guy in London, Ian, that always drank a glass of whiskey in the bar. And one day he comes to the barman and says, "Today I'd like 2 glasses of whiskey." So the barman says, "Why?" He says, "My friend is in jail and I'm drinking a glass in his memory." For the next 3 years, he asked for 2 glasses of whiskey and drank them. After 3 years, he comes to the bar and says to the bar, "Today, I would like 1 glass of whiskey only." So the barman says, congratulations, I understand your friend is out of jail. He says, I stopped drinking. So it's only a matter of perception. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ron, also for your very interesting speech. Now I'm glad to welcome the former president of the Czech Republic and chair of the advisory board of the Vienna Congress, Václav Klaus. Please, the floor is yours.
So good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me again to come here. It's very difficult to speak after Ron Prosor, because what to say is stronger. He started with criticizing the UN institutions. Ron, I would go much faster, much farther. No, I would go much farther. Ron, you are not critical enough, because for me the UN is an absolutely irrelevant organization in today's world. But this is not the topic of my speech. Thank you very much for inviting me, coming to Vienna and to participate in the Monday morning session of the Vienna Congress has been for many of us already the best way how to spend the last January Monday morning, and some of us have been here for many years. Instead of skiing in the mountains or doing something similarly productive, I have been privileged to be part of this group. There are many daunting topics to be discussed, so I think all of us are looking forward to that. COVID is over. Just the bureaucrats of the World Health Organizations are telling us a different story. But COVID is definitely over. And I expected to have a chance after 2 years to speak to an audience, to a real audience, not to TV cameras. But to my great regret, it didn't materialize. The World Health Organization bureaucrats succeeded to winning the game again and again, to my great regret. As a president of the advisory board of the Congress, more honorary than acting, I have to say, I had a chance to discuss with David Unger-Klein the topics planned for this year's Congress. Some of them will be addressed at today's sessions. I have to confess that there were differences between David and me, While David wanted to shape the future of mankind, I more modestly was in favor of preparing ourselves for the future and for doing our best not to burden the future with the heritage we will pass on them. The title of this session, Future Through More Democracy, is a compromise between our positions. My way of looking at it is heavily influenced by my experience. I spent more than half of my life in a system that was trying to construct, which in current terminology would mean to shape, the future. I know that it doesn't work. I am therefore more skeptical than David. The title of this session was meant to send an important message that democracy, not sophisticated, intellectually ambitious plans or blueprints, is the precondition for forming a better future. This may look like a trivial and obvious suggestion, but in the current state of post-democracy, And when looking at the projects and ambitions of some of our contemporaries, stressing democracy now becomes a revolutionary idea which would ask for a fundamental shift in our thinking. Democracy, its quality, its preconditions and attributes are not discussed. They are wrongly taken for granted and for undisputable. We are instead asked to rely on science and innovation, on Netzwerk, logistics, on information technology, on digitalization, on discovering the innovative talents already in the kindergarten, on artificial intelligence, on consulting, to use the words repeatedly mentioned in the program of this year's Vienna Congress. This is not the right way. There are around us many competing ideas and programs how to mastermind and organize our current world. We are confronted with an aggressive propaganda and promotion of militant ideologies such as environmentalism, genderism, multiculturalism, human rightism, expertocracy, etc., which try to destroy our current world, the world still to some respect based on freedom, democracy, decency, respect to past values and traditions, rule of law, market economy, and parliamentary democracy. Science, networking, information technologies, or artificial intelligence will not help us with the main problems of the current world. We, on the contrary, have to safeguard freedom of individuals from the negative effects of digitalization and artificial intelligence. We should give priority to the aims, wishes, and preferences of free individuals, and we should especially safeguard a system which makes free thinking and free political behavior possible. I know that some of you would prefer talking about more pragmatic and more technical issues, but in that case, we shouldn't proclaim to have ambitions to shape the future. I am therefore convinced that it becomes necessary to concentrate our efforts on saving freedom and democracy, because they are heavily endangered in the West now. This threat shouldn't be underestimated. Being in Austria, I would like to say that I recently reread Stefan Zweig's Die Welt von Gestern, the famous book, and wondered about his words in which he described the feelings he had moments before the coming of the Nazi regime. Stefan Zweig summed them up, exposed in the following sentence: "We still didn't see the dangers," I quote. This is a memento, or this should be a memento. We should be well aware of this experience. I brought with me, it disappeared. I brought with me my small, not just the book. I brought with me my small, just published book, and I have some copies here with me. Collections of essays and speeches from the recent months. It's titled Brave New West. Some of you know that this is paraphrasing the title of the iconic book written by Aldous Huxley already almost a century ago. when it was published. It was a radical dystopia, political science fiction. To my great regret, it seems to be almost a documentary now. Let's not underestimate what is going on around us. Let's not deceive ourselves. That we are coming close to the brave new West is the substance of my interpretation of what is going on in Europe and North America these days. To get rid of it would ask for a radical change of our thinking and political behavior. We have to return to freedom, to free markets, to democracy, to the ideas of classical liberalism, to Mises, Hayek and Friedman, to the way of thinking which prevailed in the newly free countries of Central and Eastern Europe after the fall of communism. It asked for the rejection of both red and green socialisms, for the rebuilding of a new balance between a free individual and the omnipresent and ever-expanding state, for the termination for the extensive state administration and control of the economy, for the return to standard politics and to explicit ideological disputes instead of participating in empty and superficial TV talk shows. Democracy and depth are just played there. If we don't want to make decisions on the streets, and I stress that I am not asking for that, we have to change the political process, to come back to ideological politics, to rebuild political parties, to motivate people to engage in politics, to return from TV talk shows to a political discourse, from NGOs to classical political parties, from empty and democratic basis lacking international organizations to demos-based national institutions. It may sound radical to the ears of some of you, but let's not make the same mistake as Stefan Zweig's generation. We should accept that we are in a blind alley and that we have to start returning to the last junction, to a place where we took a wrong turn. We shouldn't close our eyes when confronted with unpleasant realities. Otherwise, there will be no positive future for us, for our children, and for our grandchildren. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klaus. I think we'll soon see you again on stage again. So now we are coming to our final speaker before we have the next panel discussion. Let's welcome Philipp Blond. He's the founder and director of Republica, and after his introductory note, he will also moderate the upcoming panel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to this wonderful conference. The question we had in front of us today was the politics of the future. And I was particularly struck by Ron's talk about where the analysis has gone wrong. And if you cast your mind back over these last 20, 30 years, the analysis has been wrong consistently, which tells us that our analysis is not free of ideology and is heavily contaminated by it. And we're not very good judges of reality or indeed of the future. So I'm going to outline kind of what I see the future. In terms of my own predicative ability, I predicted Brexit, Trump winning, and Putin invading Ukraine. And the latter, I just got from reading his speeches. And his speeches that he gave were the speeches of a leader who believed he led a civilizational state. And they were so lucid and so constructed that he philosophically put himself in a position where he literally could not invade Ukraine. And often the truth is absolutely in front of us, but we can't see it because of what we want to believe. And the same with Trump, the same with Brexit. All the evidence for why it would shift were there in front of us. And we're dominated, I think, in the successful classes that run the world or the Western world by a liberal ideology that is relentlessly utopian, is relentlessly blind to its own consequences, and is wrong on almost everything. So let me outline the future. And I think what I'm going to do in the first part is quite dystopian. I think what's coming will be quite bad. And the final part is where I think I want to talk about what we might do to prevent the future that I think is already happening. Okay. Generally speaking, when trying to predict the future, it's a good idea to look at the developing trends of the present and imagine them yet further magnified. As a result, what I describe as the future will look both dystopian as well as immediately recognizable. So where to begin? I'm not a Marxist, you'll be glad to know, largely because the primary foundation of life is for me not material, but rather ideal. And this is part of my longer work, where it was Aristotle who said that human beings are the only creatures that can change their nature. Humans are not really understood by external causes in the sense of determinist philosophy, but rather, following on from the work of Fustel de Coulanges, I think the whole of human history is better understood as intentional. That is, in the mythos and foundations and values that human beings create lies all the explanation for how they develop and for what they do. I'm basically arguing there are no material causes for human beings, there are only ideational causes. That's part of a much longer trend. Don't worry, I won't expose it to you now, but I hope you'll see some of what I argue in what I'm going to say. So for me, materialism is something that capitalism creates rather than something that resists capital. That said, wealth seems a principal driver of human outcomes today, as we have decided that money is what shall rule us. As such, an intensification of present trends in the West suggests that inequality will continue to widen and economic insecurity will spread from the working to the middle class. What might this mean? Well, it will certainly augment and increase the instability of Western societies. Polarization will continue apace, and the incipient civil war and political violence we see on American streets will be increasingly reflected in our own cities. Populism will rise, fail, and rise again, and it will continue to govern incompetently, but that will not be its legacy. The problem with modern populism is because it's so poor in quality and analysis and people, is that it will further enthrone liberalism, which is the proximate cause of most of our current travails or ills. The liberal offer will continue to look like the only responsible and governing alternative to the chaos that incoherent populism will bring. But extreme liberalism, as I think I've argued at every Vienna Congress I've ever come to, so I won't go over it again, but I'll just mention it. But extreme liberalism, both social and economic, is exactly what has caused the unhinging of life for ordinary working class people in the West. It is economic liberalism as globalism, think migration, think mass migration, that has dramatically increased their economic insecurity, and it is social liberalism that has unmoored their values and demeaned and debased their society and solidarity. So the fundamental thrust of liberalism, which purports to be a philosophy for ordinary people, but is actually the governing philosophy of the oligarchical class, is it destroys all forms of communal relation. It's a philosophy of extreme individualism. It's really the political ideology that accompanies Nietzsche. And if you go to Rousseau and the Rousseauian figure in social contract theory, what you have there is freedom is defined as will unconstrained. And will unconstrained is the philosophy that has taken us to our current crisis, which is civilizational. But we can discuss this in further debate. So if I'm broadly right, we are trapped between and within an oscillation that will only further erode the compact we once had and the values and patterns that our parents and grandparents upheld and hoped would be sustained. So we're in a period of not just disruptive entropy, but something that erodes everything. So the oscillations of our decline are increasing in amplitude and damage and range. Now, this isn't happening in isolation, you'll all know. The debasement of our own people does not occur apart from other global forces. The world is changing. Who now will speak for globalism or opening Russia to the West? Who now will say, remember the bold predictions of The Economist, who now will say Hong Kong will change China rather than the reverse? These positions were laughable then. Now, it's not so funny. The end of globalism, which always was a chimera, which served to conceal the ongoing rise and fall of empires and the new emergent civilizational states, at least has the capacity to reveal truth, to reveal where we are. But before we go to that, a little bit more on the economic dimension. The relative declines in the living standards of the bottom income deciles in the West will accelerate further. And this will be in relation to the rising medium-level incomes of workers in Asia and India. The famous elephant graph produced by Branko Milanovic and Christoph Lanka, charting real per capita growth rates between 1988 and 2008, showed almost zero growth at the 80th percentile, which is where the lower middle classes of the West were located. So against the oft-quoted ideological claim that globalization benefits the middle classes, the evidence clearly shows it does not. That actually, in terms of growth per capita, the poor declined and the bottom of the middle classes in the West stagnated. But in Asia, the rise of the middle class and the workers was extremely pronounced. This all, of course, contrasted with high incomes, the raised trunk of the elephant for the top 1%. Interestingly, the decade from 2008 up to 2018 has, by contrast, showed that the West has not recovered from the global financial crisis. The great geopolitical point is the GFC was Western in impact. Asian economies largely shrugged it off and growth continued. But it has It has lowered the trunk, or the gain of the 1% has lost almost a decade as a result. Now, why this matters globally is best illustrated by Italy, which did not grow in over 2 decades. The lowest decile of Italians were in 1988 at the 73rd global percentile. 20 years later, as Asian incomes grew and as large groups from urban China achieved higher incomes than the Italians, these lower income Italians slid down the global pecking order to the 56th global percentile. That's a fall from the 73rd to the 56th global percentile in Italy. Italy, as you will all know, that used to have 4% growth rates in the golden age after the Second World War. Similar but less dramatic downward movement affected the bottom third of the German and American populations. We are rapidly immiserating our bottom third and the bottom half of our people, and at the same time, we are a weakening civilizational state, and we can talk about Huntington's thesis later, in the West as a result when confronted with rising civilizational states. So we are not nations unto ourselves, rather we are in civilizational conflict and competition with other civilizational states, most notably the Islamic world, Russia and China. And relatively speaking, others are rising and we are falling. The economic calamity we inflict upon our own people is the leading factor, it's the leading driver in the polarization that we see everywhere. And it only weakens our states and attenuates further the ability of the West to win in the global battles that have already arrived and will start anew. If it's reassuring to you, I note the instructions from an American admiral to his staff of last week to prepare for conflict with China in 2 years. And you'll notice from the American assessments, when that conflict with China happens, has gone down from 15 years progressively every 2 weeks to now a two-year horizon. And it doesn't look likely that America will win that conflict. Doesn't yet look likely that China will win that conflict. But those determinations are getting narrower and narrower. So one way to view our democracies is that they are in a reversion state. In a world of the longue durée, which is a term from historiography, perhaps the extraordinary concession generated by organized labor in the 19th and 20th century is a type of one-off event. If that's true, if industrialization as a form of organization of the economy gave a once in a millennia chance to the bottom echelons of society to have a greater stake, it now seems clear that that moment has passed. And if the rule of an aristocracy, however we might define it, is returning, and I believe that's clearly what's happening, and as such a peculiarly modern form of feudalism accompanies this new revanchist rentier economy, and I think it does, we're in a problem. Where we are is that we can say the word democracy 500 times or 501 times, but it won't deliver social justice. And we can talk about direct democracy, but the lesson from direct democracy is it delivers tyranny. It won't deliver plurality. It will deliver demagogues and extremism that won't work. So democracies as a synonym of social justice is just demonstrably false. America is the most unequal society in the developed world on any measure, from rates of mortality to incarceration, though it is being eclipsed at certain points by my own country in terms of the median gap between the bottom and the top, but we leave that aside. I think also the notion of a return of feudalism is merited. Nothing returns the same, everything is a little different. But if you look at the failure of competition law and the endorsement of pro-monopoly regulation in America and Europe, our competition authorities are wholly unable to cope with the new concentrations of power and wealth, about which more later. But with the new feudalism, the new economic rule, we are also doing something else. We are retribalizing. I'm referring, of course, to the phenomenon of the big sort, where we increasingly assemble with others of a like mind, and that itself makes us more like-minded and more homogenous and more hostile to those who are different from us. So this phenomenon was first noted in America, but it's repeating everywhere. And this is a direct driver of political polarization and has tumultuous real-world consequences. Let me give you an example. In 2004, when George W. Bush was the most recent Republican presidential candidate to win with a majority of the popular vote, less than 200 of the nation's 3,100 or so counties, that's the fundamental building block of the American polity, were carried by one party or the other with at least 80% of the two-party vote. So less than 200 of the 3,001 voting counties in America were covered by 80%. That's quite large. By 2020, the number of such super landslides had risen to nearly 700 counties. That's in 16 years. The bulk of them, fully 95% of the total, were carried by Republican Donald J. Trump, although Trump's number was largely confined to the rural counties, while the tally for Democratic Joe Biden included a number of vote-rich urban counties. What does this mean? This means we no longer live, and this was before social media, by the way, so you're all well used to social media and the idea that we're in an echo chamber where we only gather with those that we like, and being with those that we like or agree with only intensifies that sense of group identity and increases hostility to others. This happened before. Social media isn't the driver. This force happened before. It's a long-term trend. Now, what's interesting in America, and America is going back to its Civil War state in the sense of a deep divide in values, attitudes, and so on. Because America is so democratized, once you create a polity of like-minded people, they take over the school boards. So Democrats will take over the school boards and teach their children transgender ideology and enforce it. Republicans will do the reverse. This disaggregation of nations is happening in every Western country at different trends. We group together, and you will know it through the phenomenon of urban versus rural, college educated versus non-college educated, but they live and group together. So our democracies that rely on contestment and consensus can no longer deliver that. Migration is another massive driver of this, where look at the example of Scandinavian countries that foolishly went for mass migration of people who are culturally different to such a degree that their countries can't survive it. Look at the rate of conflict in Sweden. Look at the bombings, for instance. It's unprecedented. So what we are seeing is the disaggregation and the decline of Western democracies, both comparatively with other rising civilizational states and between states and within states. So looking at this historically, what does this mean? I fear we are at a Caesarian moment in Western politics, and I'm pro-Caesar, by the way. Caesar was of the populace. He was for reform in the Roman polity against the Senate that wanted no such reform. Democracy, as we currently practice it, is failing to foster consensus and secure societies against inequality. The Roman Republic endured a century of conflict between the Senate and the people. In the end, it was not Cicero and the oligarchs who delivered, but autocracy and Augustus. Caesar delivered social justice, not Roman democracy. We really are living in a world where democracy cannot deliver for the poor, the marginalized, or the excluded. And history tells us, I would suggest for you, that this conflict will be resolved by popular autocracy. And if you scoff at such a thought, because you're conventional, cast your mind to Russia and Putin. For after all, it was he who disciplined the robber barons of Russia and domesticated the criminals and the oligarchs. And it was he who made the state work again for ordinary Russians. I remember very well the Washington Consensus, and where Russian grandmothers were on the street selling their shoes. The reason why Putin is supported now in this criminal war against Ukraine is the matriarchal class in Russia, the old who know he saved them from rapacious Russian oligarchs. That is the model, I suggest, that lies in our future. So tribalism, war, polarization, and economic and social insecurity, the intensification of such is what the future looks like in the West, in my view. And in the West, which is a weakening civilizational state, beset by local nationalisms and powerful enemies, both foreign and domestic, for the West, this is a fairly bleak picture. And this is what I think we currently face and where we currently are. But I'm not a Whig. It's an English term. There is no necessity in history. What might we do in response? But there are long trends that are really hard to resist. And how do we counter such trends? It's interesting looking at history again for the turns that produced something else. And there's two examples I want to draw your mind to. One is after the Second World War, when the European Third Way was opened up, where Catholic political economy and the legacies of Rerum Novarum mingled with genuine liberal insight. I'm thinking of Rupke, I'm thinking of Utkin, and produced a new European settlement. This attempt, which has marked the whole of European history, to draw some sort of line between the statism of socialism and the economic anarchy of capitalism, attempted to produce a third way. Crucial to this economic analysis, and this is a Catholic analysis, was the attempt to produce distributional mechanisms for the distribution of assets, equity, power, and agency to those who would not otherwise enjoy it. That was the great insight and attempt. And I think in Austria, you still have elements of that with your support for small businesses. I think small businesses, non-monopolies, are huge agents of distributional good that can widen the economic benefit and widen a middle class that isn't reliant upon the state for welfare. Well, what has happened in the European model is that mutualism has been abandoned. Gradually, the notion of a third way collapsed into welfarism. And you had a strange duopoly now between a welfarist approach by the state and a monopoly approach in terms of the private market. And if you look at the work done, there's very good evidence by Utkin in the European Union, some brilliant Dutch academics. They've shown that the markup in goods and the rise in monopolies in Europe is marked and persistent, with prices being between 30 to 60% higher than they otherwise would be in a truly open market system. I just leave that as an aside. So I think the task for us is to is to ask, what can we do to reverse economic insecurity? What is required to re-secure the lives of ordinary people such that they don't face a rentier economy where ownership is always denied to them and rents are the only way that they can operate? In some way, the modern model is worse than feudalism, because in the feudal settlement, those who worked the land could generate a surplus and could sell that surplus in market. And if you look, if you study how feudalism ended, it's because essentially, well, there's a scarcity of labor after the Black Death, and labor became much higher in price, but also there were all sorts of agrarian innovations that increased productivity in farming, and the surpluses that people generated led to the rise of an emergent middle class. And land and the landholders were challenged by a new class, which were the traders, the mercantile class. So you had different conflicts that allowed plurality to emerge. We don't have that anymore. I think for us, if we wish to secure the future that is less polarizing and less driven by the type of inequalities we have, both status, both cultural and economic, we have to revive something like a European model that might have some purchase in the economy. Secondly, and this will probably be the least popular suggestion, is I remember sitting with a very accomplished Marxist who was editor of New Left Review. We were talking about the importance of value change, and all he could come up with was maybe a meteor will hit the earth and then people will realize they have to behave differently. And what struck me as funny in that is he lost the major aspect that has constantly delivered social and political renewal, and that's religion. If you think of Britain at the end of the 18th century, time of William Hogarth, there was something called the Great Awakening. And this was a Protestant evangelical Christian revival in Britain that essentially Christianized the whole Victorian age. Christians took over the state, they recapitulated the state from India, they turned the British Empire into a civilizational state that made war on slavery for generations, such that 1/6 of the Royal Navy was deployed on anti-slavery duty either side of Africa. This type of value change happens all the time in human societies. And the fact that it seems so far from us suggests to me that it must be very near. Now, if we go to modern politics, and in part that's what I do, I create narratives, I advise politicians. Politics is a game a bit like the painting of the American expressionists in the 1950s. It's big, it's romantic, and it's ideational. And what we have now is politics that is technocratic, is marginal, and is by degree. The world is open for something new and broad that can tackle the problems that we face. If we look at what's live in politics, it's reactive small nationalisms are live. They're powerful. Nationalism is one of the great negative drivers of world history, I would argue. That is what is live. And all we have for the internationalist offer is the liberal internationalist offer that has done so much to undermine our own people. The floor is open for something like a religious, a Christian, a social democratic renewal along the lines of a revivified Christian democracy, which after all is what the post-45 settlement was. It's not so foreign to you as you would think. If we want to counter the trends that I think are real and with us, it's only something of that character and that principle and the policies that emerge from that that will help us. Not to do that is to enter tribal war, feudal settlement, and much pain and loss. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip. Now we are ready to start our next panel discussion on strengthening democracy and the rule of law properly. Philip will have a discussion with the speakers, some of them you have just seen before. Let's welcome back on stage Enver Hoxhaj, President Václav Klaus and Ron Prosor. And new on stage from Hungary, let's welcome Tibor Zani, former member of the European Parliament, and we all say the father of the smart cities. Enjoy your discussion.
Hi, Tibor. Good to see you. Well, welcome everybody. I think it might be useful to just begin from where the speakers are currently situated with respect to what they think the future of democracies are and what is needed. And let's begin the furthest from me, not necessarily in terms of discussions or agreements, but Tibor, might you begin and give your sense of where you think democracies are, what the threats are, and how we might respond, and then we'll go along the line. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning or even good day for everyone. Yes, I think that one of the reasons why I was invited to join this group of eminences because of my previous engagement in the European Parliament, which is a kind of workstation for democracy. Just before making a direct reference to this continent-wide managing board of democracy, I would rather refer to one of today's topics, which I think that the friend of Swiss President Leinberger told us about the internet, and that reflects me something like 30 years ago when the internet was coming up onto the agenda, on the everyday's agenda in the late 80s or something like this. And, you know, I was a young guy over there, and once I was asked by the media, you know, that what do I think about internet and the future of digitalization, etc., etc. And I was completely mistaken by saying, by that time it appeared quite true, that internet means the end of the lies. There will be no room for lying. After 30 years, I would say that it is in fact the factory of lies. I mean, the internet. So I think that whatever we think today about many tools, including the state of democracy, is very fragile. It doesn't necessarily mean that we will be right in a two or 3 or even 5 years' time or decades' time. Now, just going back to the Philip's question, I think that democracy, controversially saying, became quite more transparent than before. The options are overwhelming. And this is the point where many of the people make mistakes, can be wrong, trying to follow very different people. And this opens up the door for those who are having a harsh word and saying that, well, no, it's enough. I'm going to drive everything. And the last thing, artificial intelligence. It happened just yesterday in my country, in Hungary. A group of people asked the artificial intelligence, at least a tool, what kind of social system is in Hungary?
And the artificial intelligence said, well, it's obviously an autocracy. And I was surprised that, okay, I'm saying this for 10 years. Why did we have to wait for artificial intelligence to state then? And I wasn't believed by some of the, or many of the people, but now everybody believes because it has been said by the AI. So I think democracy is now quite transparent, but becoming as much fragile.
I mean, it's interesting, Tibor. So in Hungary, for example, nobody thinks that Fidesz fixed the election. What Fidesz did is they got a massive, massive majority. What we have is populations voting for settlements we don't like. So is popular autocracy, and I'm not saying it is, but is popular autocracy that's voted on democratic? Or do we think, well, it's not democratic, but for what reason? So the problem we face is that populations are massing and grouping and are opting en masse for what we take to be, I suppose what you might call it, totalitarian settlements. And just saying democracy is no response because it's democratic. So don't we need a better explanation than that? When people use the word democracy, they just mean things I like. And they don't understand that huge amounts of people will vote for things you don't like, and they have no explanation as to why. And so the question is in Hungary, for example, why has the population overwhelmingly rejected the liberal offer? That's the interesting question.
Well, I can briefly reply to this because we do not know. So
we do.
Nor
I can
me.
tell you.
But I just want to give you a very, very say jokingly. I mean, if you are introduced to for instance, the Miss World, and the question is, do you like this lady? Yes, I like. Do you want to marry her? No. Now, it works quite the opposite in Hungary. If you talk anybody within Hungary, are you satisfied with Fidesz and Mr. Orban? No. Do you want him to lead the country? Yes. So this is really one of the enigmas what we do have at hand. But I think that perhaps if we go back to my previous statement, in a very transparent but abundant choices, really embed you into a system where a strong voice is the winning voice. So this is, I think, the answer.
But we have to understand why. So for me, it's this Caesarean moment. Liberals have failed to tackle and deal with the rampant inequalities and status marginalization of their populations. That is why they failed. So people will vote for autocrats to deliver social justice. Where we're at is much more problematic than you suggest. Where we're at is democracy is actually the tool of oligarchs and serves vested interests. That's where we're at. But anyway, more of that soon. Ron, your thoughts.
Thank you.
It's good.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. You know, Oxford comes out every year with, a word, a sentence that basically talks about, what is the word that capsulizes the year? And I would suggest, I don't know if people would take this on, that my word is relativism. Why relativism? Because everything is relative. Everything is relative. Everything is in the eye of the beholder. So in essence, when I look at facts, I decide if those facts fit what I want, And if it doesn't, it's basically, not facts. I look at a picture, and the fact that I see when I see a picture of a Jew with a big nose sitting on a bunch of gold things with a kippah, it's my problem that I see it as anti-Semitism. It's the way I see it. Other people, it's relative. They don't see that. And I'm talking about facts now. I'm talking about documenta. I'm talking about a picture that I just told you. And it's like, to make a comparison from soccer and football, a lot of players do fouls in Mittelfeld, but very few risk doing a foul in the 16-meter because it's a Elfmeter and a rote Karte. Documenta was a Elfmeter and a red card. But relativism, you put 7 professors, again, facts what I'm telling you, in order to deliberate and to think yes or no. And basically, people told, this is all open, okay? That this wasn't really, you don't really understand. The kippah came from a very distant village from Indonesia. And you don't really understand. So it's relative. We see things the way we see them. Now, fast forward to the issue of what you talked about, tribalism. On people, in essence, now with social media, of course, but you're absolutely right, Philip. Basically, wanting to consume information that they would like to consume. And everything out of that is, relative to the way they see it. And when I look at that, at structures of democracy, the fact that someone wins the election is not being accepted because it's relative. And there's the whole issue of now, how do you define facts and what is truth is being relative. It's your truth, which is different than my truth. Which makes it, of course, very, very complicated. And the idea, you were talking about the Caesarean moment, and then I wanted to ask you, who crosses the Rubicon and where, Philip? Okay? Where do you cross the Rubicon? And where do you define crossing the Rubicon? Because what I see is that the crossing of the Rubicon in certain areas has already begun. Okay? So when we look now on trying to give answers to that, we see that more and more, and we see it in the United States, we see it in my own country, we see it in other countries, the minute you win, you basically want to implement everything that you can while you are holding the steering wheel, okay? And the issue of minorities and the issues of someone who comes in second and third element. And everyone, in a real democracy, every time someone else takes the steering wheel, he does the same thing, and the car is deteriorating in the wrong direction. So my word is relativism, and I would also continue afterwards in trying to make additional points on that.
It's a really interesting point. So if you did the history of where relativism comes from. You know about elite competition theory, I'm sure. So you would look at something like the 1960s as the decisive moment. In Britain, it was also attempted in the 30s with the Bloomsbury Group. But essentially, relativism emerges from one elite emerging and competing with another and denying the governing ascendancy in order to advance themselves. So what we're seeing now with woke language, with ideas, yeah, you know, on sexuality, is essentially elite competition to get the new master narrative. So we've destroyed the old master narrative, which was essentially the liberal 1960s left attempting to destroy the value system so they could be the new leaders. Think of Linton Strachey's Eminent Victorians, which is an important book in the 30s, to say the Victorians kind of, you know, were terrible people. We see this logic. So it's part of a competition by an elite for power. And relativism is the precursor doctrine. But we're no longer in a relativist term now. We're in a term where elites are violently contesting for power. And the new elite, that's very upper class, is attempting to signal its ascendancy by enforcing these rules. So if you think of the police, in Britain, they don't do burglaries anymore, but they will prosecute you if you say something against the trans agenda on Twitter. So you're getting kind of displaced middle class taking over human resources departments in part of the state and attempting to become the new elite. And it's always been thus. We've always had elites fighting, but what we did have in the West, which is the legacy of Judaism, is an idea that all elites are subject to something beyond themselves. All elites. So the glory of Judaism, which is the greatest civilizational gift the world has ever seen, is that the kings are subject to the law. It is only Judaism that gave birth to the West by saying, and this is the role of the prophets, that the prophets said the king is subject to the law. Every other human settlement on earth, the kings are the law. Now that Jewish innovation that has parallels in Greece, where Plato talks about the epikeia tezousia, 509b of the Republic, the good beyond being, that's the Western innovation, that there is an objective order that is above elite competition. And that is what we have lost. And what interests me is, can we get back to that? Because if we can't get back to that, we will have war of elites upon elites, because there's no other solution. So just to go back to you on a question, and I realize this is pushing you out of politics into something that isn't considered political, but you yourself are fighting an Islamicist movement that exemplifies what I'm suggesting, which is a religious movement being the hierarchical point. Is that achievable for the West? Can we recapitulate? Can we recover the very thing that prevented elite competition in the way you describe?
That's a tough question, but I want to challenge the issue that you present, Philip, on the elites, because again, it's the perception issue. When I see the changes in my country, it's basically a feeling of many in my country that they it's basically them against the elites, them against the elites that perceive to establish the nation state of the Jewish people, and it's high time that the people would receive the strength to their hands. Now, how do we try and give solutions? I'm moving something practical and then I go back to the philosophical. We try to find structural solutions to political problems. So you in the United Kingdom have the first past the poll system, where if I now go out and compete with you, if you get 51 and I get 49, you get everything and I have 0. But here we come, we, and not just we, to proportional representation, which is more democratic. It is so democratic that you cannot run a country because we have so many parties that we need to really put in so much time in maintaining a coalition, which is always, it's a different, in a way that is on the verge of, it's unmanageable, okay? So it creates a situation where we look for solutions. So what solutions do we look? Let's raise the threshold from 3.25 in my country to 5%, or why? Because we're looking for solutions to get something which is more stable, that can be run. And we find out that it doesn't work, okay? The threshold doesn't work. So the structures that we're trying to create don't work, but what does work is the issue, again, of the feeling. And you talked about Judaism, and like, I said, democracy in Israel is ingrained in the culture, in the way we debate, and this would continue. The issue here is that you suddenly have people who don't look at themselves as elites, but think that it's high time that they began to run the country. And of course, there's a lot of friction because the elites feel that they are under pressure now.
Yeah, the language of elite competition is always between elites and people who don't feel they're elites but are. But leaving that aside, thank you very much. President Klaus, what are your thoughts? I appreciated your talk where you argued that we need to return to kind of, I guess, the settlement of Thatcher and Reagan. But the interesting kind of question for that point is, it's that settlement and the failure of that settlement that has produced the economic tensions and inequalities today that license this present breakdown. President Klaus.
I'm not sure I'm able to answer such a question. I am probably very slow, intellectually slow in my thinking. I need a structured debate. I can't jump from relativism to elitism to Hungarian lack of democracy under Orban. This is really impossible when we don't somehow structure the discussion. It has no sense. As an economist and statistician, I almost wanted to spend to discuss with you that there is no increase in the lower centiles or deciles of the population, and so. But how to structure our discussion? I really don't.
You could just try by answering the question, which is, you argued for a return to the values and philosophies of the 1980s. My question to you is, will that really save us, or will that compound and intensify the difficulties we're in? Just answer that.
No, I don't suggest returning to the 1990s. I suggest returning to the classical way of looking at democracy, whether it's 18-something or 19-something, but definitely not 1990s. I am horrified by what happened in the West, starting, let's say, in the 1960s, in Germany, with the Frankfurter Schule, with all of that, with genderism, environmentalism. This is for me the moving to the end of the world. So to discuss more philosophically what is relativism and what is not relativism is beyond my capacity. My IQ is probably too low for that. It's just the better people have a right to discuss those issues. But you raised hundreds of questions in your introduction presentation, which means it's impossible to answer them. I wanted in some cases to say, okay, it's very good that he mentioned that. On the other hand, I was looking, no, he can't be serious to say that. But you started with one, for me, fundamental issue. We have to analyze trends and tendencies. This is what you stressed, and this is for me, who was originally an academic economist and econometrician and statistician. For me, this is the beginning for any discussion. So let's look at data, let's analyze them, let's try to discover some trends and tendencies. And in this respect, that would be a serious discussion. In this respect, I am very much afraid that the trends and tendencies we are participating in are very negative. I wouldn't say that it's the question of the 1990s. When I mentioned the ideas which prevailed in the moment of the fall of communism in the newly free countries of Central and Eastern Europe, definitely, because surprisingly to most of you, we were privileged being in communism. We, of course, lost many things. Many things. People like me were fired from the Academy of Sciences. I was not able to travel for 20 years abroad and so on. We lost many things. On the other hand, I think we learned a lot. We learned a lot which those who didn't go through such a system were not able to get. So we were not just theoretically discussing freedom and unfreedom. We lived through that. And that's something, maybe we are in this respect too sensitive, maybe oversensitive, but therefore I would always like to look at all of that. I started my political career with fighting social market economy. I was always famous for suggesting markets without adjectives, because any adjective are destroying the substance. I would suggest the same about democracy. I think the democracy lost its substance in the West by adding the term liberal. For me, liberal democracy is a nonsense and tragic mistake of many intellectuals in the West who argue in favor of that. No. I think let's return to democracy without adjectives and so on. We could potentially discuss using those things. I know that our friends from Kosovo are waiting for being accepted in the European Union. We would always warn them that the EU is a tragic institution. I am very sorry to say that, because it was me who wrote a letter asking for membership, and it was in 1996 as Prime Minister, and it was me who signed in the I don't know what was that membership in the EU. So I shouldn't say that, but I think that the main opponent to democracy is the institution like the European Union, because it has no connection with democracy whatsoever. That would be another topic, but maybe it's more sophisticated to discuss relativism or the other philosophical issues, but it's too sophisticated for an innocent politician, former economist as me. Well, so I'm not able to participate in such a highbrow discussion, Ron. I'm sorry.
Well, I think you do yourself a disservice. I think you have participated. And also what's interesting is the discussion about relativism is to your own concerns, which where on earth do all this gender stuff comes from? What's the origin of all this kind of woke ideology? Where does it emerge and why? And I think that's really kind of an important, not topic for now, but that is a vital discussion. But to go to your point about democracy, I think you've put your finger on one of the key developments that is going to happen in the world, which is a demand for more direct democracy against the institutional settlement that is the liberal settlement that wants to ensure that democracy isn't just the will of the majority enacted against minorities, the checks and balances model. And I think this is a very real aspect of the type of politics we'll have in the future, which is direct mandate. And of course, it's aided by modern technology. Modern technology can now deliver mass permanent referenda within nation states. Is that something you would support?
Definitely not. Definitely.
So that would be too much
I am
democracy.
100% against the direct democracy. With all my respect to my friend from Switzerland, but I am really an old-fashioned person who knows that direct democracy belongs to the Athens, to the agora there, when all the participants are visible, one knows each other. In that case, direct democracy is possible. In the great society, the direct democracy is a nonsense, which is something what people like me take for granted and even unnecessary to discuss. So we introduced direct presidential elections in my country. My ambassador hopefully doesn't follow what I am saying now here, but 10 years ago we introduced the direct election for the president, and we experienced in the last 2 days such elections disaster, of course, tragic. Because it means that this is an self-election of candidates for direct democracy. The political parties really decided that they are not interested in direct democracy. They don't suggest their candidates. So it was like the superstar or the European Song Contest, that you come there and you are either elected or please don't defend direct democracy.
So therefore we need something that isn't democratic to limit direct democracy, which is very similar to the position the European Union takes with its member states. But let's leave that aside. Enver, what are your thoughts on these topics? Where would you define the crisis of democracy, and what might we do about it?
I think we have quite a different view, and our different view is very much based on our experience. And I'm not going to reflect what I read in the West press or what kind of thinkers shaped my thoughts in the last years, but I'm just going to build on that what President Klaus said. I mean, if for President Klaus, European Union is a tragic institution, and for some of us in the Balkans who are outside of the European Union is the biggest hope, then the question is what we are talking about. I mean, it's quite a huge difference. The reason why I'm raising this question is I think both of us, and maybe the friend from Budapest, we used to live quite long in communism. I mean, I spent the half of my life in communism. And what we saw in former Yugoslavia is we saw intention of elites in early 60s, 70s, and 80s to invent a kind of parallel history. And that parallel history was nothing else just to project history as the future. And when history became the future in former Yugoslavia, I think it came to war. It came to ethnic cleansing. It came to genocide. It came to conflict. And the way how I see some of this discussion in Europe. I'm not saying that we should not challenge, that we should not raise question about the future of democracy. It's worrying me because we cannot really predict the future. I mean, we were thinking that the country where we were living many years ago, although for us as Albanians it was not the state and the country which we wanted, not at all, because it oppressed us. It was occupation for us, and finally it committed also genocide against the people in Kosovo. But beyond that, the majority of the people thought this is a very stable institution, and then suddenly it broke up. What I'm trying to say is, I mean, there are two very different experiences. I think European Union and European democracy should be improved. There should be discussion. But intentions to replace it are quite dangerous, because I don't know with whom we are going to, and with what institutions we might replace. My very last point is that we see also a trend in the Balkans that our societies, I mean, we are talking about data analysis, our societies 20 years ago, 15 years ago, were more open, more liberal than they are today when it comes to the way how they perceive the issue of the family, the issue of gender, the issue of identity politics, and everything else. And I'm talking about polls done by very credible institutions like NDI and others. And if the job of politicians like me and other colleagues in the Balkans is not only to solve problems, to govern, but I think the job is also a little bit to enlightenment, Aufklärung, I think is very important, and we should not miss that. We should not miss that point. To be very short and precise, I think the future of the European democracy will depend really very much from the result of the war in Ukraine. I think this is very important. It's very important. And the reason why I'm saying it's very important is the following. I mean, the way how I understood the West Europe after 1945, and I mean, maybe, Philip, you might have your own reading. I think what was happening after the 1945 is that UK, Germany, France, they gave up imperial ambitions, and they started to redefine the national interests in quite new terms. And this is the reason why we had peace in Europe over the last 70, 80 years, because UK, Germany, France, Japan, they gave up the European ambitions. We thought after the fall of Soviet Union, after the fall of communism, this might happen also in Russia. But in Russia, we see something else. I mean, what is happening in Ukraine at the end of the day, it's nothing else, just imperialism. I mean, the reason why Russia wanted to annex the whole territory of Ukraine has to do with the fact that they wanted to build a new imperium. And I'm not saying that just to provide you with a narrative, but I used to read Alexander Dugin in the last 15 years, all of his famous books, and what he thought about Ukraine in his Fundamentals of Geopolitics in 2007. It was quite shocking to me, and for somebody like me who used to live and study in Austria, who know quite well the German-speaking history and culture, it was quite similar with the thinking in 1920th centuries, in 1920s. that is the reason why I think we need really to see the way how to improve as much as we can the world. Maybe we cannot predict the future, but I think we can defend democracy, we can improve democracy, and we should avoid any try to replace without having a clarity what we would like to do. I'm saying that because very often I think this is not only something which is projected by political parties in order to win votes. This is not only a consequences of crisis, of dramas, but this is also projected by elites. I'm quite shocked when I'm reading books, when I'm reading newspapers articles, who are talking about the future quite in the same way as elites used to talk. President Klaus was referring some minutes ago to the famous book of Stefan Zweig, Die Welt von gestern. I think they are not aware what kind of the future they are projecting, and I think we should be aware to avoid that. And I'm saying as somebody who is coming from a region who was quite long in the middle in many conflicts, and which is trying to overcome the history, not to forget, but to overcome the history.
The interesting thing is, what if democracy doesn't deliver peace, but delivers war? So, in the case of Bosnia and the Balkans, what you might have isn't a polity that's multicultural and that settles happily into kind of different ethnicities living alongside one another, but rather sorts into violently opposing ethnic camps, largely in the way I describe, that runs along ethnic lines, where you have increasingly extreme views, which homogenizes and excludes the other group. One could argue that would certainly be democracy, but it won't give you peace. It will give you ethnic conflict. And is that, I suppose, two questions to you, is that what is happening in the Balkans? And given that, is the European Union, an accession to the European Union, the only real path to peace in the Balkans? Because it will plug them into something greater than themselves, something which democracy cannot do.
I'm pretty sure that the European Union can be there, the only force in order to transform the society from war to peace. That's mean European enlargement. If it would have another speed, if European Union would have another commitment, that would be a bigger frame for peace project in relation to Bosnia, but also in relation between Kosovo and Serbia, where we have still tensions. The fact that European Union is failing in its enlargement policy towards the Balkans, and we are a region like a big island surrounded by member states of the European Union, I think it is motivating some elites to see the return of the history as a political project, to be inspired by what Putin and Russia are doing in Ukraine, and again to convince everybody from us in the Balkans that they were not able to overcome the paranoia of national loss, and I'm talking here mostly about Serbs in Serbia, which are still living in the history. And I think if European Union would come with enlargement agenda with a date for membership for Bosnia, for Serbia, for Kosovo, for North Macedonia, for Albania, I think those problems wouldn't exist in the Balkans. Whatever might happen, we will see. But in my view, we are living within the Roman limes. Anyway, I mean, from Baltic to Greece. And I think we are quite happy that we live in a region which is, because of the European context, European Union enlargement policy and NATO membership and NATO present, we have stability, security, and predictability. But I think the map of Europe is not completed without inviting and accepting the 6 countries to be part of the European Union. And if somebody might think in 20, 30 years, this is a tragic institution, as President Klaus was referring to that, I think it's a nice tragedy. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
So thank you. I think that's a very moving remark, really. And I think it's historically accurate. You know, that encompassing the origin of the Union was always an attempt to plug Germany into something greater than itself. And I think that's a credible pathway to peace, to escape kind of ethnic democracy, which I think will bring war. Let's go to the future of course you may. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I think please don't trivialize the issue. No one is advocating here ethnic democracy. This is a funny story to paint the picture as if anyone is advocating ethnic democracy. We classical Democrats are advocating democracy based on nation states. That's a fundamental
But the point
difference.
is those nation states
please,
might sort themselves.
If you want to
ethnic.
denigrate the debate by talking about ethnic democracy, we can't come to any solution. Please, let's discuss whether we want nation state as the building block of a basic entity for having or not having democracy. Democracy can't be in empires, whether it's the Habsburg Empire or Ottoman Empire or Russia or Soviet Empire. Definitely not. But can it be in the European Union? It's another empire. So let's the real point for discussion is where is the starting entity of democracy? Definitely not ethnic grouping. Please don't misuse that.
Well, I don't think anyone's misusing it. I think the point is that's the danger when nations sort themselves on an ethnic basis. That is the real and present danger. It isn't true that populations think of themselves as multicultural. Rather, especially in the Balkans, the danger is that people think of themselves ethnically. But let's move on from that. Let's look at, we're interested in the future. I'd be interested in what people think about the consequences of the Ukrainian war. What is happening and what might happen? One of the things that's interesting is one could argue that we're seeing a revival of the West, that the West, if it successfully counters Russia, if a new polity has been born between the Anglosphere and Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, with German, what's the right word? Appeasement is too strong, but something akin to that, to Putin, is eclipsed. What is the settlement? And here we're seeing empire clearly defending democracy. I mean, Europe's incapable of defending itself outside of the American empire. Where do you think this conflict is going and what might its consequences be? So let me go, I'll try and mix it up. Ron, what are your thoughts on the dangers and possibilities of the Russian-Ukrainian war?
First, I don't know. And I think that's the true answer because nothing gives me the ability to analyze what's going to happen next. So that's one. First, you know the difference between mind over matter, Philip? If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. But I do mind, but I want to, for a second, to go back and agree with President Klaus on the issue of Israel is an amazing example where we have people from all over the world. Basically, Jews coming from Arab countries, from Europe, from Eastern Europe, from Russia, from Ethiopia, a melting pot of ethnicities that were basically, through living together, built into a nation state. Okay? And the nation state, it's not that they didn't preserve part of the ethnicity, but the issue of the nation state is really the issue that defines, I think, Israel. Were we always successful? No. Did we make amazing mistakes? Yes. But the issue of the nation state, to my mind, is absolutely right, is the key issue when you talk about democracy.
Well, I think Hungary is a neighboring country to Ukraine, so it's got quite a different experience in our side, and there are quite a lot of controversies around the question in political and practical and ideological, whatever terms. But looking at the larger picture, obviously, I don't think that there is anyone in the room who knows how it will end. If it was, I would be happy. But I think that we can make certain proposals, which can be certain compromise and not territorial compromise. I'm talking a political compromise. I think that Europe, as such, is already in its adult age. I mean, let's separate a little bit from the great patron. Namely, I don't think that the military presence of the United States should be maintained in the longer term in Europe. On the other hand, of course, we need to have a joint common European army. And a strong unified Europe can have a different talk to the Russians than now currently with the American involvement. I don't want to exclude America of this. I just mean that for instance, the Finland and Sweden, well, they will join, I'm sure, but the only power which is really blocking the strengthening of the European wing of NATO is Turkey, which is not a European country in the geographic and the geopolitical sense. I'm not talking about culture and things like that. So I think to end this conflict, we need a very, very strong, in military terms as well, strong Europe, and perhaps a bit less America in this room.
There would be no Ukraine without America. I think this is fanciful. And the idea of the Europeans acting strongly militarily is a joke. I remember speaking with the Poles, and they were just laughing at the idea that their security will ever depend on the French or the Germans. This is just the stuff of fantasy, I'm afraid, that we live under the auspices of the American empire, And thank goodness, because without it, the other civilizational states would take a big piece of Europe. That's really the only conclusion one can draw. But let's go to Enver. What are your thoughts on where the logic of the Russia-Ukrainian war will go and what its consequences might be?
Of course, I'm not able to predict when is going to end. I mean, how long is going to take? Because I think the breakup of Yugoslavia took us at least around 10 years. And it was actually, there were wars between nations there. I don't know how long is going to take. But beyond that, I think the West should be committed in the same terms as it was Churchill and Roosevelt were committed in the Second World War in order to win the Second World War. I think what is happening there, in my view, is nothing else, just fascism, imperialism, because what kind of the world we would see in the future if suddenly a big neighbor is attacking a small neighbor, whenever he might think that this is the time to implement some imperial ambitions. In my view, and I fully agree with your reading, it is a revival of Europe after the war in Ukraine. But I think this revival of Europe should first be reflected on winning the war. Secondly, should be reflected on winning elections next year in US, in Europe, because also from elections across the West depends very much what kind of the policy we might have towards the war in the Ukraine. And thirdly, the West should understand that we are living in a world order which is already split in two systems. I'm talking here about democracy and autocracy in the rest of the world. And maybe this is the new division which we are going to face in the future. At least we should do everything in order to have peace, stability, and predictability in this part of the world. And in my view, Europeans should think in order to invest more and more in defense system. I don't think that Europe might survive just by promoting itself as a soft power, as it was the case so far. And I don't think that the long traditional European thought of strategic autonomy that's been dividing themselves from Americans and seeing Americans as a problem because they're getting their support in Europe. I think they should overcome this discussion because it's useless. I mean, without American military present in Europe everywhere, and without American support, I don't know what kind of the consequences we would see even in the first week of the war in Ukraine, not only in Ukraine, but even in some other countries in the rest of Europe. And I think this is a reason why we need really to rethink democracy, to protect values. I fully agree. I mean, Christian democracy, liberalism, as we know, in the same parameters, and we should not allow populist demagogues who are using and misusing the politics of fear just to come to power, to destroy what has been built in the last 78 years.
Okay, thank you. I think you're right. I think Ukraine has killed the the French illusion of strategic autonomy and killed it dead. But I'd like to give the last words to President Klaus. President Klaus, you've been involved in European politics at the most profound level for many, many years. What's your sense of where this conflict between Russia and Ukraine might end and what the consequences might be?
Again, the same answer as Ron. I don't know, definitely. I am surprised that there is such unity, at least it looks like so, that the Ukraine war can bring some rebirth of Europe, you know. This is something I must say that till 12 o'clock today I have never heard it. This is for me a totally new idea. I am absolutely sure that it's a wishful thinking, not an outcome of a serious analysis of the situation. So that's my first point. You know, I have never heard it. And I think I'm not. And well, maybe we are reading different books and journals, and nevertheless, I wouldn't trivialize the Ukraine war, which seems to me is the standard case. You know, I think the war in the Ukraine didn't start on the 24th of February 2022. Who thinks that it is so, I think is missing the point. The war has been preparing for years. I definitely starting with 2014 and so on and so on. So to trivialize is the beauty of Ukraine democracy and the tragedy of Russian oligarchic system is, for me, absolutely crazy. If I'm not wrong, most of us 10 years ago would say that the most undemocratic and most oligarchic country in Europe is Ukraine, not Russia. So let's not trivialize the issue. So to speak now, to see it as a bad guy and good guy, and everyone is on one side and on the other, please don't make such trivialization. I think it doesn't help us in understanding the tragic issue which is going on in Ukraine. Absolutely tragic, and there is no justification for that, no doubt. But as I say, it didn't start on the 24th of January. So the question is not that it happened on the 24th of January last year. The question is why it happened, and to analyze the reasons why it happened is not just the trivialization of the lack of democracy in Russia. That would be too easy to answer that way. But that, again, is one of 100 topics which your introduction suggested to discuss. I am not sure about it. And about I just wanted to return to the belief of my colleague here, neighbor, about how to solve the Balkan troubles and the split of Yugoslavia. You know, we celebrated, not we in the Czech Republic, but the Slovaks recently, months ago, celebrated. I was in Bratislava on the celebration of the 30 years of Slovakia, of Slovakia's independence and Slovak sovereignty. You know. The point is that we discussed yesterday during the evening. You know, my colleague hopes that my neighbor hopes that the intervention of the European Union would help to solve the issue between Serbia and Kosovo. I tried to warn him that's not the case. I was not very happy with the split of Czechoslovakia. Nevertheless, as Prime Minister, I was forced to make it, and to make it peacefully, democratically, and to no one's problem. And it was definitely the most successful split of two nations in history. But my only remark and my fundamental understanding is we were able to divide Czechoslovakia peacefully and in such a friendly and positive way just for one occasion. No one tried to intervene. I always say we were absolutely lucky that after the fall of communism, US were out of Europe, Germany was preoccupied with reunification, Russia was weak, and we were not yet members of the European Union, which means that the split was done by those two of us in a friendly and peaceful way. To imagine that Mr. Genscher would intervene as in Yugoslavia, or Madame Albright would intervene as in Yugoslavia, I'm absolutely sure there would be a shooting in Czechoslovakia as well. So we were absolutely lucky not being that no one was involved in that case. So I warn you about asking Madame Ursula von Leyen to come to help you in this respect.
Okay. Well, how to resolve all this? It can only be resolved through further discussion and late night whiskies in the Imperial Hotel, at which I trust all will be present. Thank you, fellow panelists, and thank you for your discussions. We now go to the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, dear gentlemen, for this very interesting panel discussion. I think you gave us something on the way to think about it. Now our next topic is the future through more innovation. More innovation is essential for actively shaping the future and economic success. Now we want to explore the following questions, among others. What makes science innovative? What innovation potential do digital technologies bring? After 7 introductory notes, then we have our next panel discussion. So now let's start with Ovia Frieda, professor at Georgetown University, Chief Scientific Officer at Invariant. Let's welcome. The floor is yours.
Well, depending on where you are in the world, either good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and at least for the next 15 minutes, hopefully not good night. I will try to get through it, and we'll see how we go. This works. All right, so what am I going to say in the next 15 minutes? Next 15 minutes, I'm going to give you a vision for how we can, quote, shape the world to a nicer future. I'm going to talk about healthcare. I'm going to talk about a little bit on the environment, but I'm going to really talk about the intersection thereof. And remember, we're talking about society. And when you're talking about society, you're talking about people. When you're talking about people, and when you're talking about people, you have to deal with them with respect, integrity, and compassion. So when you talk about healthcare, and I ask for forgiveness ahead of time for my poor pronunciation, the key goal is primum non nocere. Basically, make sure you do no harm. If you do anything, just do no harm. And to make sure you do no harm, you have to empower the individual. And how do you empower the individual? You need to provide them solid healthcare, namely complete healthcare, medical health, mental health, dental health, ophthalmic health. And you have to make sure they live in a comfortable environment. They should be safe, they should have nutrition, they should be able to be employed, and they should have housing that they desperately need. Now, in the United States, when you're a child, you immediately get told that there's certain things that are guiding principles. The biggest one is that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator, with certain unalienable rights. And of course, we tout life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which was part of the panel before. In healthcare, that really means, in human life, it means that you should actually have a safe, equitable environment, clean water, nutritious food, safe environment, safe from toxins, antibiotics, steroids. Clearly, you don't want slavery or homelessness. And you need to be able to have some kind of calm, so avoiding war, conflict, or crime, which is not exactly an easy situation given the current world status from what we just heard throughout the day. In terms of healthcare, in terms of environment, homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse is a dominant force. And basically, 30% of those that are homeless suffer from mental health, 50% suffer from substance abuse. In the United States, at least, 25% claim that medical debt put them in such a situation. So I paste a pretty gloomy start. What can we do to make it better? Well, we're going to rely on technology, and we're going to rely on the mantra that basically is in the medical school that I work at, which is cura personalis. It means taking care of the whole individual. It means making sure that their needs are fulfilled. It makes making sure that you personalize their care and personalize their need. It means that the care is fully covered, and it means that it doesn't matter if I'm in the United States, or I'm in Austria, or I'm in the EU, or I'm anywhere in the world. I should be able to get my medical records with my information and my care anywhere and everywhere. So, turning to how I propose to do this, or that we should do it, where I'm using technology, AI technology specifically, to try to move us forward. First thing you need to do is you need to collect all your information, all your medical information, not just what one person has or one other person has or some location has, but everywhere. You need to make sure the patient is involved in the game of healthcare. Because after all, the patient's the one that suffers, the patient's the one's being treated, and the patient's the one that's either going to comply or not comply with the actual treatment. So you need to get the patient to understand and engage in their own treatment. And you make sure that treatment's personalized, it's integrates all the material, and that the care they get is the absolute best care they can get anywhere and everywhere in the world. Easier said than done. And there's many reasons why it's easier said than done. One key reason is fragmentation. Today, people are getting more and more specialized care. You've got your pulmonologist, your cardiologist, your general practitioner, your dentist, et cetera, and they have a small snippet of you. The problem with only a small snippet of you is those small snippets put together are actually you, and they don't talk to each other. Your organs do, but the doctors don't. So you need to be able to get rid of the fragmentation and specialization. There are thousands of electronic medical records out there, different systems, and they're unconnected. I'm not talking about connecting the EU. I'm talking connecting even the same hospital. Some hospitals have 2 different or 3 different EMRs, and they don't talk to each other. And reality is we're getting a lot of our information from devices which aren't, quote, considered purely medical, but they are medical. They give you monitoring information. And thousands of such devices are being produced each and every year. Those are also need to be integrated, and those are also fragmented. Another reality is that patients are typically not considered part of the solution. Doctors dictate to patients. It's not that they negotiate and coordinate and take care of each other and coordinate the care. It's usually they're not part of the solution. Something else is the solution. Sometimes it's from industry that unfortunately is driven by profit, political movements, or just outright poor policies. Well, I have to give you some kind of solution because I don't want to end in a negative way. So let me tell you how I want to address those 3 topics. First is we have to collect and integrate all medical information. So the company that I'm involved in is doing just that. We're trying to create a lifelong, unified medical record that's available anywhere and everywhere. But when I talk about medical information, I'm not just talking about your standard medical records. I'm talking about your wearables, your multiomics, your Internet of Health things, your life sciences, healthcare, everything else. What's becoming very popular in the United States are these pop-up clinics. You don't go to doctors very much anymore. You go to these small little pop-up clinics and around the corner, and they're not integrated to most of your stuff. They need to be. But more than that, they need to be able to have the patient being engaged in what they're doing. So you need to be able to coordinate it. So how are you going to use AI and the like to do that? Let's start with patient engagement besides unification. Patients have a problem communicating with their doctors, be it from the language in which language they speak foreign languages, or be it the fact they speak foreign jargon. Patients don't have hypertension or myocardial infarctions. They have heart attacks and they have high blood pressure. You need to be able to communicate. And if you can communicate and you can keep the patient involved, maybe you can detect things early so you can prevent things from becoming serious as opposed to having to react when they do.
Hi, Jess. I'm Minara. I'm here to help and give you information. I will never judge you, correct you, talk down to you, or confuse you with a bunch of medical jargon. As your guide, I will ensure you are safe and informed. If you need anything, I have your back and we will figure it out together, okay?
Patients have a much easier time interacting with bots than they do with the millions and endless forms that they have to fill out in the patients. Bots will help them. Bots will communicate. Bots aren't intimidating. But bots speak English.
Hallo Jess, ich bin Inara. Ich bin hier, um Ihnen zu helfen und Informationen zu geben. Ich werde Sie niemals verurteilen, korrigieren, schlecht reden oder Sie mit medizinischem Fachjargon verwirren. Als Ihr Führer werde ich dafür sorgen, dass Sie sicher und informiert sind. Wenn Sie etwas brauchen, stehe ich hinter Ihnen und wir werden es gemeinsam herausfinden. Okay?
You don't like German? How about this?
Hola Jess, soy Inare. Estoy aquí para ayudarte y darte información. Nunca te juzgaré, corregiré, hablaré mal de ti o te confundiré con un montón de jerga médica. Como su guía, me aseguraré de que estés seguro e informado. Si necesitas algo, te cubro las espaldas y lo resolveremos juntos. ¿De acuerdo?
I don't like to discriminate, so...
Salut Jess, je suis Inara. Je suis là pour vous aider et vous donner des informations. Je ne vous jugerai jamais, ne vous corrigerai, ne vous déprécierai ou ne vous confondrai avec un tas de jargon médical. En tant que guide, je veillerai à ce que vous soyez en sécurité et informés. Si vous avez besoin de quoi que ce soit, je suis là pour vous et nous trouverons une solution ensemble. D'accord?
The bottom line is you can do this with any language automatically generated strictly through AI. Take your favorite language, we'll do it. But sometimes you need actually to communicate with the doctors and you really don't understand what it is, and it's not a language. You just need help.
Meet my personalities. I speak doctor. Let me know what you want me to tell your doctor, and I'm on it. Let me know if you're not feeling well. Anything that is bothering you is important to me. Do you need to see someone? I'll help you get an appointment set. I'm always looking out for you. If I learn something new, I will let you know and I can explain why it's important.
The bottom line is they feel less intimidated when they communicate with a bot in their language, in their vocabulary. But coordinated care needs to be anywhere and everywhere. And it needs to be, there's an effort underway as we speak to have wearable devices. And these wearable devices measure and evaluate your situation in all your organs. And they do it via sound. And here's such an example of one device. Integrated these devices, you can monitor the patients anywhere and everywhere in the world. You can get the best clinical care by having diagnostics remote to different locations, to different time zones. And in fact, when you get all this information integrated, you can have your cardiologist, your pulmonologist, your general practitioner, maybe even your dentist, and your local guide communicate with each other in real time, in live translation, and with the patient to guide them. This will provide them the best care you can. But we don't want to stop there. We should use the past to guide the present and the present to guide the future. By what I mean, if you take my medical records, there's many, many, many people who are my digital twins. They have the same past, they have the same medical diagnosis, they have the same information. They should be the guinea pigs. The past should be the guinea pigs. We shouldn't be using and giving a prescription and using Petri dishes and waiting and waiting and waiting for somebody to actually get the right diagnosis. So the past should guide the present. And as we know from the reality of the coronavirus, you should be able to have the right resources. You should be able to have the right resources at the right location. The days that we just uniformly distribute things because we think everybody is going to need it, it's just wrong. The main sites, the ones that are actually suffering, the ones that are actually needing the vaccines and needing the medications should get it. The ones where there's no episodes of anything should not. We should be able to look at the present information to guide our future treatments to do it correctly. But AI is not a panacea. It is a tool. It is a software. It is purely computer driven. It should not be considered or never even have a chance to replace clinicians. It's not human. People deserve to be treated with care and respect. Patients deserve more than just software. It can reduce their personnel information need. It can be continuously monitoring and therefore be proactive as opposed to reactive. It can identify risks easier and because it's always monitoring. And it can inform medical decisions. Basically, a limited resource center with AI can do better for care. And it never hurts to have a second opinion. But let me end with something else. I wouldn't be doing justice if I wouldn't end with the fact that you will never have a good future. Not medical, not anything. If you can't get the place you need to be because you're living in a place that you're starving, you can't migrate. Or if you're discriminated because who you love or who you choose to worship. Or if because of your gender. Or because you just have an opinion. Or worse yet, if you're living in a place that's being constantly shelled. So let me end by saying that may year 2023 be a year of peace. Thank you for inviting me. Take care.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ovia. Yeah, let's hope that this year will end in peace. Our next speaker is Matthias Del Campo, Associate Professor of Architecture at the Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning, University of Michigan. Welcome, Matthias. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm almost seamlessly going to continue where Opier ended before, with one particular question regarding one of the last topics he was discussing, which is why use AI? I mean, we very often like to talk about there's a whole frenzy about what AI can do, but very rarely we actually think, why do we use it? What's the sense behind it? In short, there's like a sentence to it that it's better to teach machines how to learn instead of how to do things. So what is meant by that? You probably have seen before videos like this of people from until the late 60s building cars with a set of experts who knew how to weld things together and how to do this cumbersome work over and over again. This is an example from the Volkswagen plant, and the other one is an example from Ford in Detroit. This all changed in 1967 when the first industrial robot was introduced on the assembly line. And I bet that you have seen images like this or videos like this where you see these giant assembly lines of cars. Now, in these over 50 years that the car industry has been using robots, they collected valuable data according to what are welding points used in cars, like which points were trained the robot to use, because this had to be done manual. If any one of you has ever worked with an industrial robot, I'm not sure if you have, but there's something called a pendant on it, which is like a remote control for the robot. And you literally teach a robot, like, where do I go in space, where do I weld, for one specific model only. So every time a model had to be done anew, or a new model came along, the training had to be anew, which is very costly, time intensive, and so on. Now, where comes AI into this? It means that the car industry over these 50 years collected probably billions of welding points, enormous amounts of data, which allows us basically to train a robot not necessarily to weld a specific model in a specific series, but actually to learn what is welding and how does it work. Thus, when a car comes along this assembly line, they know exactly where to weld, and that's it. So the advantage of this, of course, is that you save time, money, energy, etc., etc. So all the things that basically we're actually trying to do on a day-to-day basis. Now, AI basically is everywhere these days now, right? I mean, it looks up to when you write a check, it reads the numbers, it assesses your credibility, it assesses, it helps you control your homes, it helps you find the way with your cars. There's like tons and tons of applications today, which sometimes you don't even notice anymore that they're around you. So AI is not science fiction, AI is not the future, AI is actually the present today. And then we have things like this, where suddenly AI can generate faces autonomously that look completely realistic. This is a so-called generative adversarial network that is trained on millions and millions of images of people and that can generate over and over again people that don't exist. So we are here at the idea of using also AI, not only in terms of expediency, optimization, things like that, but also in a form of creativity. Although I have to say that I think this is the most boring application of that algorithm. That goes much further than that. I'm going to jump a little bit over this, the ontology of AI, like why are we obsessed with machines that basically allows us to do things automated? Maybe quickly mentioning here the mechanical Turk, which was a machine developed in the 18th century that was supposed to play chess and won against Napoleon and Ben Franklin and a bunch of others. It impressed Maria Theresia and so on. It made tours in Europe and the United States. It inspired people to think about automation. And this is probably the first wave of thinking about artificial intelligence. But in fact, and it was in Vienna, it was developed here in Vienna, fits to the conference today, but it was a hoax. It was a fake. There was a guy sitting in the box moving the figures. But it made people think about automation. And that's the origin of things like Babbage's difference engine, the first calculations, the first programmer who was a woman, Ada Lovelace. And of course, in the 20th century, we got into military applications first, of course, in terms of AI. So this was like a very quick rundown of the last 200 years. This would normally be my whole seminar. And let's go to the point where it's interesting, I think, for this conference too, which is the question whether AI can be creative. Creativity is something that is really connected to human condition, the human spirit, and so on, the human imagination, etc., etc. And let me show you a couple of examples that are quite interesting. I don't know if you've ever seen this image before. It's the so-called Bill and Ellis experiment, which was the following. I think the Facebook group was actually trying to develop an AI that could answer on the phone questions of customers about banking issues. Like, I want to open a bank account, I want to invest in stock, and so on. And the idea was to generate an AI that was so good that the person who was listening to this AI would not notice that it's actually a machine it's talking to. In order to achieve a high level of quality, you have to train it. AI is all about training. It's all about the data. But because, and I'm going to just say it a little bit sloppy, the scientists were a little bit too lazy. They did not train it themselves organically, but they created another AI to train it. So one AI was calling, the other one was answering. They went away overnight, come back the next day, and these two AIs had developed their own language because there was no incentive for using English. So I was completely obsessed. I read this for the first time, I think, 6-7 years ago, and I was, oh my God, that's proof that AIs can be creative. Yeah, because developing a language and so on, that's creativity, no? Until I looked a little bit closer into this. Yeah? Okay, first of all, it's not a new language, it's English. Yeah, it says just yes, yes, no, I can imagine everything, and so on and so on. We just don't understand what they're saying. Which led me to the second idea that, well, if we don't understand what they're saying, it could be also just garbage. Yeah, maybe it doesn't mean anything. So this is not proof for AI creativity. Another one, which I think is really fascinating, is AlphaGo. Playing Go with a machine was basically like the holy grail in computer science for decades, because in contrast to chess, where you have a specific set of moves that you can do, AlphaGo has as many moves as there's atoms in the universe. So you cannot create just a data set, a database, and then trying to play something. It had to literally learn how to play Go. And DeepMind was so successful in doing that they staged a tournament with the world-leading champion in Go, Lee Sedol, 9 times Dan champion. And there was this famous move 37. That's exactly what you just saw, where the black stone was moved. No one knew what's happening there. Everyone was confused. Everyone was saying, oh, that must have been a mistake by the machine. Human would not make that move. It doesn't make any sense. So it went on for a couple of minutes, and suddenly one of the moderators said, oh, wait a second. That's a creative move, because it will make the machine win over the length of the game. And it was true. It won. And not only one time. The whole tournament was, I think, 6 games, and it won 5 of them. In the meantime, Lee Sedol, by the way, retired from playing Go. He said it's impossible to beat an AI, so why play at all? However, again, you have to say, is this really proof of creativity, or is this something that is just a well-trained machine? And I would actually argue it's the second. It's a really well-trained machine. It was able to do that move to survive the game. So it was highly trained, highly motivated to win. Maybe it's a motivated machine, but not necessarily a creative machine. So all of this being said, when it comes to creativity and AI, I think the interesting point, and it goes back to what Ofi was saying before, is about what we humans do with the results that come out of the machine. It is about what do we see in them, how can they contribute to our ideas, our imagination, but also, of course, to innovation. So it's a feedback loop between a machine that can actually provide you with ideas, possibilities, outlooks that you didn't see before because you didn't have the possibility to look into the data that deeply, that informs your own creativity as a human. And that human imagination is what really keeps going further and further. I always like to show also neural art created with AI, not necessarily what you see recently all over social media, but real artists working with it, where questions about humanity, our own human condition, the way we live, political conditions, and this sort of art based on AI, this creativity based on AI is everywhere, from visual arts to music to poetry, filmmaking now, and so on. So this is getting really interesting, where this kind of conversation between the human spirit, the human imagination, human history, of course, because it's all based on existing data, creates things that provoke us as humans to continue our quest for what expresses us as humanity through a variety of media. So this being said, what I wanted to say is that for me as an architect, I'm going to say that this is the first genuinely 21st century design method for me. This is the innovation that I'm experiencing currently as architect, where suddenly I can really harness the entire history of our own discipline and hopefully find solutions that are better for the future. So it has to do with creativity, but it also has, of course, to do with innovation. So you probably have seen this too. This is how AI currently is being perceived in the public, mostly. There's like this whole frenzy around image generators, things like Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, etc., etc. And if it finds its ways into late night shows like this one, and this is not the only one, there are several already who've been using this, making fun with it, because they're great for illustration. I understand that this is an interesting topic for a lot of people. Again, this is more like an architectural part. I hope I'm not going to bore you with this, but let's see. So you can prompt these machines with something that says, for example, Mies van der Rohe building, yeah? And it will generate quite convincing imagery of that particular architect. So what I say at lectures to everyone who wants to hear it is that I think that this tool is, of course, opening all the possible doors for lazy architects to copy stuff, yeah? And it's probably not reduced to architecture. Another one which is a lot of fun is, what does an AI think is the most beautiful building in the world? What do you think? So that's the most beautiful building in the world. So the progress is incredible, by the way. This image was done last April. Last month, I asked the same question again. The most beautiful building, or the most beautiful house in the world. Okay, interesting. So I like to show this also to my fellow architects, because all of them are, of course, in a frenzy that they're going to lose their jobs because machines are going to do what they do. And I tell them, look at this. I'm not worried. Not going to happen. But there is things that you can do innovatively with the same tool set. So I have an entire series of projects currently working that actually have been using AI from 0 to 100%. For example, where you saw these robots walking around. That's the so-called robot garden, which was designed using AI methods for the University of Michigan as a testing ground for robots. So we didn't put some robots there to make funny images or movies. It's really used for that. That's the function. And with this, I would like to say thank you very much. I hope it was not too boring for you. If you have any questions about this field, let me know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matthias. I think it was very interesting. So now we are coming to our next speaker, Benjamin Menzer, software engineer at Reality Defender and student at University of California, Santa Cruz.
Hello, everyone. Pleased to see some more people again from last night. I would like to first start off by thanking David Unger-Klein for inviting me to speak here today. I was told I'm also the youngest speaker to ever be at ComSult, and hopefully I can use my age as a way to aid the kind of view into the future, because I'll have to live through this. It will be part of mine. I would like to first say that it's very interesting what AI can do and how it can progress our society and propel it into the future, looking at what Professor Ophir Frieder and Professor Del Campo was saying. There are some very interesting ways we can innovate and create a new society with this really powerful and impactful technology. But I would like to start with something a little bit more fundamental. I'd like to start with the simple question, well, not really simple at all, but what is reality? For me, reality is standing here in front of everybody, being able to listen to Nobel laureates and presidents speak about democracy and science. I'm excited to hear this coming up. And it's all very exciting, and I love being here, but it is just necessarily how we perceive our surroundings, how we perceive what we see, how we perceive what we hear. It is how our experiences kind of shape these optical sensory inputs, and same with audio. You can also extend this to the other senses as well. And for a long time now, we've been able to create alternate realities. And you may be thinking, what does that mean? But creating an alternate reality seems a little bit much, but we've done this through movies, we've done this through video games. We have created a reality that is different to ours. And when it was these fields were first established, obviously we could tell the difference. We could tell whether there was a kind of sound effect. We could tell when we had visual effects come in. First, I was watching some very old movies, maybe not as old as some other people, but lightning being drawn by hand, stuff like that. But as technology has improved and as we've gotten better at this, we've been able to create these alternate realities, alternate movies that are just indistinguishable from our own. We are unable to tell what is a fake reality we have decided to come up with, an artificial one, and our own right in front of us. And I would just like to play a quick movie, which is, highlighting this experience.
Глянути правді у вічі не вийшло. Стало тільки гірше. Значно гірше. Більше нема ніякого завтра.
So this is this much longer video, but it circulated around the start of the Ukraine-Russian conflict, and it's a video of President Zelensky telling his troops to stand down and go home. And if you look at the value of the information that we kind of share with each other, and how most of our lives, especially for me, I don't know other people, I live most of my life on my phone, I live most of my life on the internet. All the information I gain is through this, and it's less from other kind of more traditional sources. The ability to share this with millions of people with the press of a button, and for having such realities maybe be indistinguishable from our own. Obviously, this one was flagged quite quickly by the social media companies, Twitter, I believe, at the time, and we can obviously tell it's fake, you can verify it. But if you are swarmed with these videos and images of kind of alternate reality that don't exist within our own, it becomes very difficult to understand what we know and what we don't. Since about last June, 18 years old at that time, seems like forever, I was working at a company called Reality Defender. It's based out of Manhattan, New York, and their entire mission, their entire plan is to be able to find what a fake reality is and find what a real reality is, you give them a photo, you give them a video, you give us an image, we will tell you, yes, this is fake. Yes, this is real. And I think this is a very, very, very important new area that needs to be developed. With this technology coming out, deepfakes, as Professor Del Campo said, has an incredible amount of applications. You can generate fake images of people that don't exist, but at the same time, you can also alter images or videos that do exist. So when we talk about deepfakes, the word comes from deep, which is part of deep learning, an AI technique, and we have fake because obviously the video is fake. You know, we can tell. Now, if you have a deepfake like this, it is usually an audio, an image, or a video, which on a computer are just numbers. There's zeros and ones that a computer can interpret and therefore create these media. And through these zeros and ones, a computer is able to show us a deepfake. Now, how does a deepfake work? It works with AI. Well, what do we mean when we say AI? People kind of call it a black box, a mystery. Well, it's just in fact math. And the math is just millions and millions of additions, millions and millions of multiplies, all put together in a specific order to take a random set of numbers and churn out another set of numbers, which when a computer sees them, it creates a video. So kind of switching gears here, I was listening to all these great presidents before me talk about democracy and talk about how we have changed democracy and how it has evolved in the past years. But if you think about intrinsically what democracy runs on, it runs on the fact that we should have educated voters. Voters should know what is going on for AI, for democracy to work. And with this new kind of world of deepfakes and uncertainty in our own reality versus other realities, it undermines the core principle of democracy, where you have policies that people vote on and they make their kind of ideas heard. Unfortunately, it is very, very difficult to be able to tell what is completely real and what is completely fake, because as with all innovation, it's a battle. It's a battle to, as new deepfake technologies come out and as they get better and better and greater at what they're doing, we need to also, on the other hand, get better and better at predicting deepfakes. So working at Reality Defender, we work closely with Department of Defense. We actually have a joint partnership with a minister in Ukraine to try to help fight deepfakes like these ones you've seen, this one you've seen here, of this kind of disrupting very, very tense geopolitical discussions and conflicts that are currently occurring right now. On the other side, you have another application of deepfakes, which is how we are able to use them for a positive light. With all innovation, there are people who want to misuse it and create a dystopian future with it, where they get their own personal gain. However, you can use it for creating a reality that has existed in the past and you want to recreate, or imagining a new one that may exist in the future. So in education, there is endless opportunity for application. You can use it to recreate a past person and ask them questions directly. You want to talk to Galileo Galilei, we can make that happen. You want to talk to Aristotle, instead of reading one of his books, you could take a kind of pod and have Aristotle speak to you and answer your questions. It could revolutionize how we do knowledge recall and how we advance science and education. But then on the other hand, we have the problem in a courtroom too. If you take yourself back to before the kind of adaptation of images, video, and kind of audio evidence in the courtroom, eyewitness testimony was viewed as, you know, the ultimate evidence. If someone saw you doing something, it depends. You have to have another eyewitness saying you didn't do something. They had to be credible. Now, with the introduction of all these new types of evidence, new sorts of evidence, we are able to kind of have more certainty in what we do. But if we start to lose trust in this sort of evidence, if we start to lose trust in photo evidence, video evidence, what will we do? How can we verify? unfortunately, as I said, it's a battle. We can develop technology to detect whether something is fake or something is real. But at the end of the day, we can only get to 90, 99%, 95% accuracy. But it's always that 1% that lingers. And in a courtroom, that 1% really matters because it is someone's life. It is their livelihood. They can go to jail. They can be granted innocence. So being 99% sure is not enough. You have to always be 100% certain when making such decisions. So that begs the question. There are three things I see. We either kind of go back to our reliance on eyewitness testimony, because this way we can ensure it is our reality that we're seeing. We see it with our eyes, we see it with our ears in front of us. We don't depend on we don't depend on a computer. Or we use deepfake technology to kind of counteract it as well. We use another form of AI and we say 99% is good enough. Or finally, there is a space for a new sort of evidence to come in and take over these other two. And I would be excited to see what that is. If it does come to pass, it could revolutionize how we're doing everything. And I finally want to end on the note of, if we have a new technology, a new innovation, we can either scurry away from it, impose restrictions and try to kind of limit the bad things that it can do, or you can invest further, learn more about it, and become more knowledgeable on how to use it to benefit society and create a more enjoyable place to live in. Well, for me, that will be my future, and I'm excited to see what will happen with all of that. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Benjamin. And I can guarantee the audience out there in the world, we are very physical here, and it's not Avatar Part 3. We are still human, and that gives me also some hope for the future. So now I have the honor to welcome a very known speaker, Dan Shechtman, Nobel laureate in chemistry and vice chair of advisory board of the Vienna Congress. Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks, David, for inviting me here for the ninth time. I'm always happy to be here. So the subject of my talk is why should we teach technological entrepreneurship in universities and science in kindergartens. So let's look at the world today. Struggling economies, we talked a lot about it during this conference. Population growth problems, we'll talk about it too. Wars and refugees. My last talk on this subject, it said local wars and refugees. Suddenly, we have war between countries. We didn't have it for very many years. This has a great effect on the world. Now, to make my point, I would like to make a small comparison between Austria and Israel. There are hundreds of parameters by which you can make comparisons and thousands of sub-parameters, but I chose only 4 to illustrate my point. Population, just about the same. 9 million Austria, 9.7 Israel. Median age, not the same. Austria is old, Israel is young. Life expectancy, just about the same. Great. 82, 83 years old, great. GDP per capita, just about the same. High, great. So what is the main difference? Median age. And it makes a big difference. This is a demographic pyramid. Why is it called a demographic pyramid? Because it tells you something about the demography, and it looks like a pyramid. What do we have here? If you look right and left, you have boys and girls, and up goes the age, 0 to 4, 5 to 8, and so on and so forth, until the age 100, and only a few women are left there. So in Israel, this is how the pyramid looks like. This is the demographic pyramid of Israel. 2016, I couldn't find something more recent, but it looks just about the same. So in Israel, it looks like a pyramid. And when you look at it, you realize that on the one hand, we have many children per family. On the other hand, you can see the economists around among you see that the dependency ratio of Israel is very high because a few people work and they have to supply and provide for many, many children, and also because the life expectancy is high, also to old people. This is Israel. And the number of children per woman is 3.2 in Israel, average. This is Austria. It doesn't look like a pyramid, it looks like a mushroom. What does it tell you? That the dependency ratio is very low. Many people work and they have to support very few children and very few older people. But it also tells you something about the future. What will be in the future? You don't have enough children per woman. Who will provide for the aging population? Number of children per woman in Austria is 1.44. This is the latest number that I could get. But this is typically European. 1.5 is the number of children per woman in Europe. Let's continue. So this is the comparison between the two. They look totally different, and it has an effect on the economy. When you have one child per woman, then this is what happens. This is 3 generations. You have grandfather and grandmother and father and mother and a boy. And this little boy, when he grows up, will have to provide for his parents and grandparents. One person will have to support four people. Okay, this is what happens when you have 3.2 children per woman. Totally different story. Okay, now these are a few more examples. In Niger, the number of children per woman is close to 7. Europe 1.5, Russia 1.61. They work hard to raise this number in Russia. USA 1.87. Singapore less than 1. Singapore and many countries in the Far East less than 1. What about the future, guys? Okay. So China 1.6 and India 2.45. What does it tell you? China is shrinking already. India is still growing, but it will come to an end, hopefully in a few years. In Europe, birth rate is low, about 1.5 children per woman, and in the Far East is very, very low. And the problem is aging population. Why? Why do we have this phenomenon? Well, there are several factors that do that. Number one, urbanization. When you live in a village, it is easy and desirable to raise many children that will help you in the field with the cows and everything else. In the city, raising many children is very expensive. Apartments are small. It's not easy, and sending them to school is expensive, and so on. So urbanization is one reason why we have less children per woman. Education for women, wonderful, but women want career. They don't want to stay home and take over the children. They want career. This is great, but it affects the number of children per woman. Government policy. China is a beautiful example in which for many years it was 1 child per family, and now they realize that they shrink, and now they advertise 2 children per family, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work, but the whole system is built to raise 1 child per woman, and both parents can go to work. So what can we do? Number one, encourage larger families. Governments can do that. We don't have time to discuss how to do it, but there is a recipe, how to encourage larger families. And number two, encourage technological entrepreneurship. Why? How is it connected? Because technological entrepreneurship is key to world peace and prosperity, so I believe. Why it is so? Why it is that technological entrepreneurship is important for the well-being of societies, countries, and the world? The main reason is our troubled and unstable world today. The main problem is the poverty, and consequently, disenchanted population. People demonstrate around the world against their governments because they want better standard of living. Technological entrepreneurship is solution to the following: low GDP per capita, so it's solution to poverty. Austria, Israel, good examples. High unemployment. These new startups hire many people. When a large company increases the number of employees, they hire 2% more people. When a startup enlarges the number of employees, they hire 300%. So many startups provide employment for the educated. In the brave new world, everybody will be happy, everybody who is educated. And this is why education is so important. And it's a problem, it's a solution to disenchanted people. Sustainable economy depends on entrepreneurship in general, but mainly on technological entrepreneurship. If you want to open a barbershop, this is wonderful. It doesn't have the economy very much. Technological entrepreneurship is a different story. It builds economies. Fostering technological entrepreneurship requires development of human ingenuity. Human ingenuity is the most important natural resource of any country. Not the oil, not gas, not minerals. Human ingenuity is the most important natural resource of every country. And every country should put education and development of human ingenuity as job one. Education is job one. How can we develop human ingenuity? Well, there are steps. Number one, good basic education to all. Everybody, also the people in the villages. You don't go to after the cows in the field, you go to school. Everybody. And teachers. Teachers are the most important people in the world. They carry the future of nations in their hands. So the quality of teachers should be a major quality of a country. And government should pay great attention to the quality of teachers. Good engineering and science education. We need more engineers in societies, the more the better. Government policy and support. I can give you an example from Israel about it. Free market economy. When I say free market economy here in Austria, everybody says, of course. But I said that in a parliament in a country in South America. When I gave this talk, everybody was happy. And then I said, free market economy. They said, no. Free market economy is neo-colonialism. America will come and take everything. I said, okay. You want to protect your products? You will die economically. And no corruption. Aha. That is difficult one. But this is major things. In highly corrupted countries, you cannot open a startup. I have a lecture about it. Simple people told me how they wanted to open a startup. They could not do it in a corrupted country. Okay. But that may not be enough. Let's say that there are countries that have all this, a good basic education and so on and so forth, and no corruption. Does it mean that they are entrepreneurial? Not necessarily. Also needed is development of entrepreneurial spirit and knowledge. Spirit, it's a national something, and knowledge. You have to know how to do it. Born to be a technological entrepreneur? Some people say that, yeah, you have to be born like a technological entrepreneur. Let's say that your father had a factory and every evening you sat at the dinner table and you talked money and you talked production and you talk employees and you talk taxes. Then you are born into entrepreneurship. But our parents were not like this. Most of our parents were not like this. Does it mean that we cannot be entrepreneurs? Yes, we can. And can we teach in technological entrepreneurship? Yes, we can, and we should. And this is the subject of my talk. So whom and where should we teach? Youth in high schools. In Israel, we have programs to teach entrepreneurship in high schools. And of course, in university, engineers, scientists, medical doctors, these are the people who will open startups, who can open startups very soon. Teach them how to do it. They have to know how to do it. And technicians. These are the people that know how to push the numerical control production machines. They can open startups, teach them how to do it. It is engineers, biologists, medical doctors, scientists, and computer experts that start new high-tech company. These are the people, so we should teach them. Technological entrepreneurship at the Technion class. Thank you. 36 years ago, I started a technological entrepreneurship class at the Technion, and it is still running today. I invented it. There was nothing like this in the world. And we don't have time to tell you why I did that, but it was a smashing success. First of all, it's open to all Technion students. I had 600 students in my class once a week, every week for 30 years. I ran it for 30 years. Now somebody else is running it. Class continues. I retired. 6 to 600. All teachers, I invited speakers. I cannot teach entrepreneurship. What do I know? But I know people who can teach entrepreneurship. I invite them. And I divided into 3 groups. These are successful entrepreneurs. People, not people that inherited a factory from the parent. No, people that started their own entrepreneurial endeavor when they were poor and made great success. These are the people that I invite. And the next group are new startup entrepreneurs. These are people that fight now for the company to succeed. The company is 2 years old, 5 years old, they're still fighting, and they tell the students about problems and solutions. And professionals. Who are the professionals? Well, I bring a lawyer to tell the students what is a limited company, why I should open one and not take the financial burden on your narrow shoulders. I bring the patent officer of the country to talk about IP. I bring somebody who talks about market survey, why you should know about your market before you get into it. I bring somebody who talks about marketing. Okay, you have a product. When do you start selling? When it's perfect? Well, maybe if you are Mercedes-Benz or something like this, then you wait until your product is perfect, but you're not one of them. You need cash flow. You sell, then fix. Very practical. Cultural consideration. This is important mainly in the Far East, but not only. Fear of failure. In many countries, failure is a shame. Shame on you, shame on your family, shame on your city, shame on the emperor, God forbid. No. It's not a shame to fail. You failed once. Our slogan is, failure okay, start again. No problem. It's not a shame. Many fail, you fail, that's no problem. Now you're an experienced entrepreneur. Start again, you'll have a better chance to succeed. This is also true when you judge the numbers. Last thing that I want to talk about is science in kindergartens and television programs in a few words. In order to have more engineers and scientists in any country, you have to start teaching science as early as possible. So I said on the radio program in 2012. The mayor of Haifa, my hometown, calls me immediately after the broadcast is off. Hey, Danny, you said early science education? How early? I said kindergarten. He says, will you do it in Haifa? I said, will you pay? He said, I will pay. And we did it. We started with a program of 60 kindergartens, works very well. And on top of them, on that, they built a model kindergarten that has, in addition to everything else that kindergartens have, it has a laboratory. And when you enter the laboratory, you think that you are in a university. You look around, very nice chemical laboratory. And then you look down and there's a round table and 10 young children aged 5 to 6 sit around it with laboratory coats and they perform experiments under the guidance of a teacher. That teacher has a master's in chemistry. She can teach high schools. She prefers to teach young children. This is a fantastic start. I invite people from all over the world to come, see, and copy. And for many countries, especially small countries, people come and later on, either they don't write me, but if they do, they said, we did it. We opened a few kindergartens. Okay, so, and the last one is television program. I initiated and created a television program called To Be a Scientist with Professor Dan. This was on the Israeli Educational National television channel. And they built a laboratory on the set for me. And every week they invited 3 young children, not kindergarten, but grade A and first and second grade. And we performed experiments on the set. And it was broadcast all over the country. You can still see it. It's on the internet. You can still see it. And those of you who understand Hebrew can also understand what's going on there. Okay, we should skip that for the sake of time. And this is an example of that kindergarten with the children sitting there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It's always a pleasure to listen to your speech. Now it's my privilege to stay in your family, let's say it this way. And let's welcome now Sipra Shechtman, Professor Emerita, University of Haifa, Israel. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Only our children are missing here. I saw the picture earlier. Huh? Oh, this way. Okay. After so many years, 60 years that we are together, I finally find myself stepping into your steps and talking about your topic. But I come from a very different field. I talking about time for future. I was thinking, how can we increase entrepreneurship in our country and overall? But before that, I didn't do anything yet. Okay. So the question is, how can we increase entrepreneurship, and to know that this one? Yeah, okay, thank you. After all this huge, tall people, yeah. Okay. So we have to find out what are the conditions that affect actually entrepreneurship. And I went to find out this question, because then he was talking about education mainly, and I thought there are more psychological aspects in entrepreneurship than only learning, educating and learning. Doesn't work. Yeah, I do. Ah. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Now I don't see anything. Okay. Wait. You see better than I do. Okay. Okay. No. It doesn't work.
On the next page?
Yeah. And then the next one. No. Did you use this one?
No, only the green one.
Oh, I used the red one. Okay. Great. I come from technology. And I will I would like to illustrate the conditions that I found with a very important person in Israel. His name is Stef Wertheimer, and he is actually considered the father of entrepreneurship in Israel. Okay. A short history of his. He was born in 1926. He came to Israel as a child. Since the age, when the war started, he fought first against the British and then with the British and then against the British. But the main point is that he felt a responsibility actually to develop weapons and help the government and the army actually in the war. And he became very famous and very rich. Okay. So actually we have to look into preconditions, and then look at the personality issues that make a difference, and finally maybe at the learning conditions or the education of entrepreneurs. So for cognitive factors, first you need to have an idea, a good idea, right? But actually, does everyone that has a good idea become an entrepreneur? The answer is no. So we have to go on and look for other factors. And the other one is motivation. Motivation is a very important factor in many areas of success, and certainly in this one. And motivation can be personal and can be social. So for instance, in the case of Steph, he had a personal motivation, which was to please his parents. And he said that at the age of 13. And the other, so that was the personal one. He wanted to please them. He wanted he wanted them to be happy and proud of him. And the other one is the social. And actually, that's where he developed the technology that he became so famous about, because every time there was a war, he was looking for equipment that can help the army. And he knew at the age of 13, at his bar mitzvah, he already said that now that we have a country, no, when he had the bar mitzvah, he was talking about the state of Israel. That was before that. When his grandson had a bar mitzvah at the age of 70 years later, he talked about having the country, but now we want to develop technology, and the state has to change into technology. Okay, the personality the traits, you can see them, and they look like a list of a guide that every woman would like, right? A person has to be creative and self-efficacious and autonomous and courageous and take risks. And it's true, be resilient, of course, tolerant for stress. If you say to someone, fail, that's okay, start again, not everybody can do that. There are people who cannot fail. It's not only a matter of fear, of spirit in the country, it's a matter of your own personality. Many people cannot tolerate self-regulation. And they become, when they are stressed or they are frustrated, they don't regulate themselves. Self-efficacy is something that most people, that's one of the most important factors actually. And I found them, by the way, based on a meta-analysis of many studies that were done about the connection between personality and entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship. And so this is based on a lot of statistics. And self-efficacy was one of the most important ones, actually, saying that a person has to believe in himself in any topic if he wants to succeed. If I ask Danny the sentence, can you? And before I end it, he says yes. I didn't even finish the question, but he knows yes. So there are people who can tolerate and feel that they can do it, other ones that cannot. Those personality traits partly can be taught, partly they are related to our bringing up, to our development in our families. And the helping factors are actually coaching or teaching and helping people to understand how to develop. So the main question is, how does a person become with those wonderful um, um, personality traits that I just talked about. What happens then? And I will introduce a topic that many of you may not know, but here in Vienna, Freud becomes important, so I can say that. We all know that Freud talked about the first years as the most important ones in a person's personality. But what we now know after so many years and based on research is that the first year is a wonderful predictor of the future success of people and future behavior of people. And it's called attachment. It's the attachment theory, which says that in a year, the first year, basically, if a child develop a secure base with his caregiver, he becomes all those those personality traits that I was talking before. He's more self-efficacious, he's secure, he knows how to handle himself, he knows how to talk with others, and so on. If he does not develop those traits, if he doesn't develop a secure base, he may become either anxious or avoidant, and those are much less good predictors for his future. So the question is, what can we do in the future? Now there are only men here almost. So, but the first thing that we have to do as mostly mothers, because we are the ones that raise the kids, to provide them a secure base, which means to answer the needs without questioning, without being asked. They don't know how to ask us what they need. They don't know how to say what they need, and we need to know what they need based on their cry, based on their whatever. And so secure attachment base is the basic for success, actually, not only in entrepreneurship, but in many other areas. Where doesn't it go? Okay. Okay. So to summarize, make it shortly because I'm run out of time. If you feel that you have a secure base, go back to your parents, say thank you. If you don't feel, you have to think about what can I do to become a better parent. And the good news is that attachment theory says that it can be changed with time, with experience, with meeting another person, and different things. I don't see the rest of it, I'm sorry. If I can add one thing, it includes later on the environment of democracy. We're talking about democracy in a different angle. In this case, we have to say, we have enough knowledge to say that children who are successful in school come from democratic families, democratic environment. Children who come from very authoritarian families are less successful. They are less creative, they are less motivated, there are less many things. So one thing that we can do is start teaching and educating children from a very early child in a democratic way. So I think that's it. Yeah. And there are, the one thing that I wanted to add, there are exceptions to all I have said. There are people who don't have a good attachment base and yet they succeeded. So there are people like this too, but in general, this is what the research says about success in life. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Deborah. And now we have 2 introductory notes left before we start our next panel discussion. Let's welcome Patrick Noack, Executive Director, Future Foresight and Imagination at the Dubai Future Foundation. Welcome to the floor.
So good afternoon. I'm going to break with tradition. I'm going to read this time my thing because there's a handful of comments I would like to make and make sure that they come across the way I intend them. So I'll try to be less robotic or least robotic as possible. And also, like I've said before, this is not a presentation written by ChatGPT. It's my work. And I do feel that it's actually quite important to make sure that, that we are increasingly making those statements because it's now so easy to just outsource this in a few seconds' time. I also would like to recognize the organizers, thanking them for inviting me, but also to ensure that they are focused on the future relentlessly by providing intercultural but also interdisciplinary dialogue on the future. And I think that is one of the most important things. And that's what, to a large extent, my talk is going to focus on, and also really giving you a little bit of a background on how we do this kind of work, i.e. thinking about the future, thinking about innovation and implementing those steps across Dubai. So, as I said, I recognize, I think it's important that we have these dialogues across cultures and across disciplines. And it really is not a given in today's world. I mean, we've had a whole panel session earlier that discussed some of the challenges that we're all facing. It really is not a given in today's world. And I don't mean to be negative. I don't mean it in any negative way, because I think as a species, we're almost accustomed, or we're designed to deal with the element of change in a range of different ways. So that could be positive, but also negative. And the way we operate is that we live in the past, right? So as a society, I think we're defined by history, which is chronicled in books, stories, and cultures. And Vienna, I think, is a wonderful example of this, where you have all around you examples of the past and the achievements of the past as well. So we live with the decisions of our ancestors for better or for worse, often in the recent past, sometimes even generations ago. But who our parents are and the values that they've instilled in us actually matters to us. Yet, despite the past being unalterable, we cannot change it, our histories are as unique as the eyes through which we view them. The past we live with is the product of imagined futures of another era, but all too often it's the product of a future that has happened, not one that was chosen or designed. And that is unfortunate because we live for the future. So everything interesting that happens is about the future, because that's what our decision-making, big or small, is all about. Whether it's packing an umbrella because there is a chance of rain, or invest in fusion technology because of the promise it holds for cleaner, abundant, and cheap energy in the future. The future is the only time really we can seek to shape so that our future, or our future's past, will be a better past for future generations to build and create their own futures. Just as our past are intertwined, so are our futures. Our past is characterized by events that are complex and non-linear, influenced by myriad trivial and major decisions. To say that we're at a crossroads today, one of the most important times, I think, in recent history, to ensure that we shape a better future, sounds like a cliche or a platitude, but we live in an era of what has been termed a polycrisis. And this has become a reality. So we're now exposed to decisions of very recent history, but also of very distant history, as I mentioned earlier. So I think the architects and the scientists and the designers, so to speak, of the past 3 or 3.5 industrial revolutions of the past 250 years had not really thought about the consequences that their new technologies and the way that they will be implemented, and the consequences that they have, were fully appreciated. So that is why we're today really gasping for fresh air, trying to protect ourselves from cyber attacks and data breaches, or really defending ourselves more broadly. So why is it so hard to anticipate the future collectively or as one individually? Knowing that we're one people, share one planet, despite huge variations because of how diverse this world is, how might we all strive for better futures? We must move beyond, I think, the mindset of crisis control to focus on proactive global betterment. We must not let pessimism paralyze us, and instead use optimism to catalyze that change. Improving awareness and understanding and implementation of foresight is paramount, absolutely paramount, to the prosperity of future generations. So it's incumbent on us to continually ask ourselves how we see the future, whose future we see, and whose futures we don't. Because all too often when we develop policy, when we develop some thinking, when we develop direction, we do that with one particular line of sight in mind. But luckily, it's never too late to think about the future. So it can be done today, and if it hasn't been done today, it can be done tomorrow. So as in the introduction was mentioned, I come from the Dubai Future Foundation, which is an organization that provides the leadership of Dubai with insights and strategies about the future to ensure that the city, the Emirate and the UAE continue to be ready for the future, for any future really, that might be coming its way, but also much more importantly than that, to design the future going forward. So during its relatively short history, the UAE since unification has consistently been about looking forward and shaping its future, and therefore one of the most rapidly evolving countries as well. Together, whether it was about the unification itself or the placing of very large bets early on that would put the country and its cities on the world map, such as transport, tourism or infrastructure, the objective has always been to shape the future, not just react to it. So this is how the Dubai Future Foundation has come about as well in 2016 to deliver the Museum of the Future, which now exists, which is an iconic building in the center of Dubai aimed at ensuring that people who visit can experience what the future might look like, but also experiment with different kinds of futures. So the beginning of the foundation really was about a handful of doers, I'd say, who were housed in a 3D printed commercial building. So that building also, you might not know, was developed as a proof of concept to demonstrate that 3D printing or additive manufacturing could have legs, could have a future in the construction industry. And on the back of that, a 3D printing strategy was developed to see what that technology can do for the for construction in Dubai. And as we know, infrastructure and infrastructure development is a very important sector in Dubai. Now, all of these processes, this transformation, they're all, I think, manifestation of Dubai being and seeing itself as like a living lab, embedding foresight-related processes and capacities firmly within the government of Dubai and shaping the future. After all, it's a location where the future is longer than the nation's past. The nation's 51 years old. If you think about it, if you live in that space, your future is much longer than your past. Much like Benjamin's own life, which he has referred to being 19, and he's got a very long future ahead of him. So that is, I think, also applicable to countries and the way cities see themselves. And so this has really meant that a number of groundbreaking things happened over the past handful of years. So as I mentioned, the 3D printing strategy, but also blockchain councils established in 2016, the Dubai Future Academy, which has since 2017 trained over 20 or 25,000 people in foresight and futures-related tools and techniques. And then programs like 10X were launched to ensure that government and organizations were addressing challenges that would place them 10 years ahead of the curve. In 2019, we've been central in establishing Regulations Lab to enable the development of regulations for emerging technologies. So it's not to shut down or to hyper-regulate emerging technologies, but really to ask, what can we do to gain the most out of technologies while ensuring that they're safe? So fast forward to 2022, to be precise, on the 22nd of February, 2022, you see there's a theme here with the numbers, the Museum of the Future was opened to the world. And with that, a signal was sent to the rest of the world that Dubai is firmly plugged into the future. And as such, we've convened over 400 futurists and 1,300 people in total in October of last year during the Dubai Future Forum. And one of the reasons that it's worth mentioning this event, and you may mark your calendars for the 27th of November of this year, which is going to be the second such event in Dubai, is that we have established a number of foresight principles, right? So as I mentioned, Dubai really is about trying to anticipate the future, but not just in sort of willy-nilly ways or at any cost or any way, but we need to establish a handful of important principles as we think about what the future might look like and as we implement those kinds of futures. So the following principles are a possible guide in, I think, the coming transformations: beacons for citizens, policymakers, leaders, organizations, and communities as they ally with the unknown and as they work to embed foresight in their culture, their practice, and their strategies. These principles are a way to present and push forward the agenda for foresight and the promise foresight holds for wider preparedness. I'd like to just mention at high level the 8 principles. Number 1 is value. So envision the futures that reflect the values we say we believe in. This means reframing what matters. Ensure your vision of prosperity and success matches core values, recognizing that as global societies, we should be reframing what we perceive as valuable to include well-being, health, planetary health, and fairness. And this is, just a short parenthesis here, I think increasingly we're observing a need or a cry for reframing how we measure economic success. And so measures like GDP going forward will have to be rethought because they're too narrow. And in a world that is going to be hopefully more inclusive, more cognizant of the needs of different kinds of societies. I mean, it's a very big planet, very diverse planet. It cannot just be down to numbers to understand whether or not we've been successful at driving and promoting our economies and our futures. The second core principle is imagination, to promote cultures and infrastructures that enhance collective imagination, embrace multi-layered scenarios over trends reports, encourage iterative and inclusive imagining that evolves alongside developing technologies, needs, behaviors, and mind states. The future is not just about new technology, it's what the technology can do for us and how technology shapes us as societies, as individuals. Third is agency. Empower people to turn risks into opportunities and build the future. Get comfortable with uncertainty and act. To Professor Schechman's points earlier, to fail is fine. Learn from it, treasure it, do better. Number 4 is impact. Make pathways for future goals measurable. The gap between vision and risk-taking needs closing by being more comfortable with taking risks. Reflexivity. Use foresight as a mirror to simultaneously consider impacts in near term and in long term. Assess decisions on both a micro and a macro level. Clearly, we cannot just take decisions that are going to bear out in the next 15 or 20 years. There's always a need to act on current challenges. But action or decisions on current challenges must not be at the expense of some of the benefits that we need to ensure will happen years or decades down the line. Plurality. The future needs everybody. Transform diverse perspective into mutual worlds. The future, by definition, is made by everybody. We must think of ourselves as borderless and timeless citizens of the future and create diverse ecosystems that foster interdisciplinarity, cross-cultural, diverse collaboration. Number 7 is feeling. Use storytelling to make futures tangible and affecting to spark action at present. Create emotional connections to the future now. Make it relevant. Let people experience possibilities through immersion and learning. Often the future feels aseptic, theoretical, not here. But yet how can we make those visions or those scenarios that we could anticipate tangible? How do we make people live in the future already today? And number 8 is ancestry. That's perhaps one of the most important ones. Be good ancestors to future generations. Act now as if your dependents' lives, if your descendants' lives depend on it, because they do. Go further than you think is possible. Work as an ambassador for future generations yet to come. Ask, how will our children benefit from futures that we make today? And so this is really a fitting question or a point on which to end. How will our children benefit from the decisions we make today? And it, I think, is very much in line, I hope it is in line with the overarching theme of this conference. So what a day for us to really be reminded, or to remind ourselves collectively, that it's an opportunity, I think, for shaping and transforming the world for a better future, which is ours to define and grasp. So in my mind today, as we think about the future, we're all futurists. Let us ensure that for the rest of the year, even as we leave this lovely city of Vienna, we continue to implement and live and operate with this mindset. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Patrick. See you soon on the panel again. Now our final speaker is, before we start our next panel discussion, Karim Taga, Managing Partner, Global Practice Leader Time, Asa the Little Austria. Karim, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back with you and continue the program, try to bring the link between innovation and economies. So I would like to structure my presentation today along 3 parts. Can you please move to the next slide? Yes, it's working. Super. So the first is to give a perspective on the why and what the digital economy is relevant and who is leading it. I think you know it. But I'd like to share also perspective that every country can play a role there. The second would be more focused on structuring the approach to gain leadership and reposition yourself. I'm talking about nations here. And last but not least, give a perspective on the latest development, time for action, and I will take some examples, building on what has been said already on artificial intelligence. Of course, not talking about ChatGPT today or Midjourney would not be relevant in such an event. So let me start with the why and what of the digital economy. I think we've seen in the past for many years the relevance of infrastructure driving the economy. I think you've seen on the left side, in the past we were talking about, thank you. In the past we were talking about mobile and fixed infrastructure, of course going to cloud, but very fast we see that actually on the right side, these innovative technologies are actually quite impactful when it comes to the economy. The word artificial intelligence has been mentioned a few times. You see that it can be as impactful as 15% of the GDP. And we will give you some perspective in a few minutes. So this is the holistic perspective on what is relevant to make the infrastructure critical and also boost the economic development. So when we talk about, let's say, let me go straight till the end, make it simple for you, straight. So when we talk about digital, there are multiple dimensions. Let me start with the first one. That's the first bubble on the left side, which are the core digital ICT technologies you know from the sector, of course. And these are linked to telecommunication, hardware, and so forth, digital services, IT, things you've been familiar with for many years. I think the next scope, what we call the narrow scope, is about digital economies. And this is clearly development of the service, right? And you can go further. We talk about digitalizing the economy. So the whole economy can be digitalized. And what we'd like to share here with you is that most of the country are active on the 3 circles already. I think what is relevant is that the upper side is what makes the local economy advance fast. We know that the lower part, when it comes to the platform, this is dominated by a few countries. And the technologies are universal, so to say, we're all using them. And for that, the train has passed. It's very difficult to catch up. Probably a new breakthrough comes in and some country restart a new model. But actually, there is a lot to do on the upper side. If you think of digitalizing, if you take Austria as an example, with the economy around tourism, if you look at how today a museum is designed, how the journey through the advertising to the booking, to the journey in the museum has changed compared to the last 10 years, adopting digital services, digital infrastructure, it's quite amazing. I'm just giving one example, right? I can go on through the medical services and so forth. So what I'm saying is that one part is definitely linked to a global economy, but one part is very much local. And this is where most of the country can actually accelerate by adopting, think of Germany or Austria. These are economy, or Italy. Most of the European countries are very much dominated by small and medium enterprise. And every small and medium enterprise, if they want to connect to the digital economy, they need to have an online shop. But that's not enough. You need to connect to the whole supply chain. So all these efforts you can do to drive, let's say, the micro constituents of the macroeconomy is very critical. If you look to the adoption rate of services like employer branding, How do you hire people today? How you get to talents? I'm talking about small and medium enterprise. Are you basing your infrastructure on cloud, or everything is on formal service you had? If you think of cybersecurity and so forth, all these companies can only succeed and become leaders and champions in their field if they adopt these platform services. And for that, the government or the institution can play an important role. So therefore, digital economy is not limited to large country. Every country can actually play an important role in digitalizing this economy. Therefore, I think it's important that we need to think of the domestic part of digital economy. And therefore, we see that the patterns of countries is very much building on multiple dimensions that I'd like to highlight with you. So if you look at the digital infrastructure framework overall, there is a huge potential, because on the lower part, that's the half circle on the bottom, it's based on classical digital infrastructure. Here we're talking about connectivity, whether it's fiber, mobile technology, and so forth. If you take more advanced telecommunication services, we're talking about edge, cloud computing, IoT, and so forth. Then we can go to, let's say, marketplaces. So all this is linked to the, let's say, the bottom of the economical development and the critical digital infrastructure, as we call them. But then, what's most important, once you secure that as a country, you need to address three segments. The first segment is what we call the digital economy, linked to industry. Think of Germany with Industry 4.0, connecting all the devices, all the machines to the internet, make them much more efficient, all the process linked to that. Agriculture, Austria and many other countries are making fantastic development. If you look at the use of drones, for instance, to improve the productivity, anticipate some diseases, climate change, etc., thanks to new technologies. And last but not least, we can go on with energy and so forth. So decentralizing the energy depends very much on the ICT infrastructure as well, how to transport the data, how to know when you switch from centralized to decentralized consumption and so forth. So all these are very important dimensions that are related to the what we call digital economy, if you have the fundamentals around the connectivity or digital infrastructure ready. The next segment that is very important is, of course, the digital consumer. I think we all want to access our services wherever we are. Finance, think of retail, you may be anywhere and you'd like to order something, or the supply chain, or the way we consume, or we sell our products is very much depending on the platform the service exists. Why it's important? Because I can improve my productivity, but I also can think of my work-life balance in a different manner. If I'm educated, if I have access to the platform, access to the technology, I can do much more. And this is how, thanks to the education and use of technology, you can become what we call a digital consumer. And I think many stakeholders in a country are responsible for that. It starts from school, the parents, and so forth, how to use the device, how to use the platform, how to use the services, but of course you need a lot of control. In particular, parental control when it comes to kids, when you access your gaming, we tend to think that gaming is a bad thing. Actually, if it's used properly, it develops a lot of creativity in your mind. It develops reflexes that you would need in many businesses in the future. And most of the pilots actually today start with a career in gaming, and I can go on and on. However, it has to be applied and controlled in a certain manner. And therefore, it's important that the society as a whole gets educated around that. Last but not least, we talk about digital society. What is it? All linked to critical digital infrastructure and services. We talk about education, we talk about health, and so forth. So all countries need to put the cursor somewhere and allocate resources in order to push the adoption of digital platform and services based on these three segments. Some countries are very much on the left side, some are on the top, some on the right side. Ideally, you grow in all the sectors in parallel, and actually you pick your bets because you cannot do everything at the same time. Now, this gives you a perspective on how critical digital infrastructure can help you to boost the development in different sectors, as I mentioned before. Now, we have made a benchmark and designed archetypes around numerous countries. We talk about dozens of countries. And you see that the path of the digital transformation on the country level driving the innovation can be very different. So you see that the Germans very strongly build their digital economy based on the industry. Why? Because they have a strong industry to protect. If they would not have innovated and digitalized their industry, probably today BMW or Mercedes would not be able to compete with Tesla or with the Chinese models that are coming out. And I can go on and on. If you see also how they're remaining a leading export nation is because they modernized their products, production, factories, etc., in a way that they have adopted the most advanced technologies around that. And they remain a leader in that segment, but that's how they position themselves. The next one is the consumer. The Chinese have decided to basically put the emphasis on the consumer. And you see the way how, I'm not judging any of these countries, by the way, I'm just giving you a perspective on strategically how countries decided to adopt technologies and where the focus was. And pushing, let's say, the education and the e-commerce, as well as the interexchange between government services and consumer, the Chinese not only developed their own consumer in terms of digital literate, but also helped major players that have become champion. I'm thinking of WeChat, I'm thinking of TikTok, I'm thinking of Alibaba and so forth, become global players. So by the choices they have made, they have become also global players, building on consumer-driven services, the segment I was showing before on the top. Vast adoption. We can always debate on the way, on the approach, on the model, but I'm talking about strategic decisions that have been taken by nations who are very different. If you look at digital society, the third segment is definitely led by countries like Estonia, Latvia, and so forth, where you see that already 15, 20 years ago, they started with e-commerce, with e-government services, providing service to all their citizens. And today, they have more than 50 AI-based applications serving their citizens, right? So it's one of the most advanced countries applying artificial intelligence in all the processes, the interaction they do with their citizens, right? And if you look at the availability of the services, it's 24/7, every day of the year, you can get access to any service anytime. So these three examples out of dozens of countries assessed gives you a perspective on what kind of strategic decision you can make to drive your digital economy and how it's important and what the focus is about. Now, I'd like to give you a perspective on once you think digital economy, knowing that it's growing 3 times faster than normal GDP, you need also to start to think of how to influence it and what the role of the policymaker. I think we had my previous speaker talked about Dubai and also what they're defining as a policymaker, the responsibility they took in driving the digital economy and the role of the policymaker. This is exactly what I'd like to focus upon. If you look at the second part of my presentation, which is focusing in a structural approach, you see that we can map all countries in this value chain, right? You have the technology, you have the production, trade, and consumption. 80% of the countries are actually on the right side, on the consumption. And you can drive digital services, digital economy on the consumption as well. But of course, the biggest value contribution is on the left side. Now, we can see that in order to define one of these archetypes, it's very much driven by the policy you define. So if you look at what is critical in driving a digital economy, it's very much built on technology, capabilities, and so forth. These are the 4 ecosystems. These are the 4, basically, on the left side, boxes you see. But for every box, you have then the specific archetype I was talking about. And for every archetype, you need different policies. So actually, policies are enablers of winning in a certain archetype. So if you decide to go to, let's say, the archetype called Innovation Hub, and you see in the middle of the circle the 4 areas, the ecosystem, the capabilities, and the policies, you see that the focus is very different. So if you go for ICT patrons or Innovation Hub, the portfolio of policies you need are very different. Now, let me conclude my presentation by actually talking about ChatGPT, which are two innovative AI platforms. My colleague in France, Albert Mage, has a daughter that is 15 years old. She asked him a couple of weeks ago to help him to do some homework from school. He told her, give me a few minutes. But when he came back, ChatGPT had replaced him. In doing what? In actually getting a course on optics to basically fulfill a task for school. On the right side, you can see that Wharton professor, very interesting example, where one of the most advanced MBA program in the world was passed by a student called ChatGPT. And I can tell you that most of the questions were addressed properly, and he would grade this platform with a B or B minus, passing the exam, and giving a lot of recommendation on how the MBA program and the algorithm behind that and the pedagogy should evolve in the future. You can download the paper, read it. This is a professor of Wharton talking about that. So ChatGPT is becoming a very, very powerful platform, educating, helping in many areas. And my question, of course, if I give you another example, another example is my journey. The same person wanted to celebrate and give a tribute to Ironman. He's an Ironman runner. And he asked the program to design a new collection for Ironman. He wanted to get a suit that basically addressed that. And the suit collection came like you see. This is the prompt. Then, so pretty advanced collection. Then he said, okay, let's put myself in a person in 1920. And you see the outcome. So you see the intelligence of this platform that are free, accessible by everyone, right? The kind of performance you can get, how many people, design people you need in a room to come up with a collection like that. So the call for action that I have today is, if you look at the economies I was talking about before, the archetype, if you take India as being part of the product house for coding, software development, and you have ChatGPT that provides you code for free instantly, your whole economy may be jeopardized. We're talking about millions of jobs that are at stake. Ditto with the Germans thinking of their car industry, when the artificial intelligence becomes interactive and based on completely new skills, you may jeopardize the whole industry. So if you ask ChatGPT now to give you a perspective on the influencing the policymakers, this is the answer you get. Thinking of what to do and how you need to mitigate this risk. Now, an artificial intelligence platform gives you idea on how your economy should evolve. Think about that. To finalize, this is my last slide. There is no clear answer. Of course, ChatGPT and the upcoming platforms are very powerful tools. There are hundreds of critiques about them. The algorithm behind, unknown, the bias, if you ask to the algorithm, write me an algorithm about the people I should put in prison based on the country of origin, you'll be surprised what you'll get. And I can take it on and on. So the question is, for countries like Austria or European countries, how to deal with this? Shall we invest? Is 11 billion that is now being put on the table little? A lot? A country like Germany or Austria can pay probably 5 or 10 times more if you apply it for all the segments that we're talking before, if you make sure that you assess the ethical, the moral, the social risk associated to that. So the key question is, how many countries today are aware of these development platforms and how they're embracing them? Sciences Po last week decided to forbid the use for the university for the students. Is that a good decision? I don't know. I'm closing my presentation with debates around that, with questions. We can get inspired by what other people have said, Steve Jobs or John Carter, and you can think about the link between the future and innovation. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much. I'm looking forward to continue the debate and discussion in the panel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Karim. Very interesting. And I'm curious where the next panel discussion will lead us. This will be moderated from Oscar Mensa, CEO at Maxilla Technologies. And he will have a discussion with the speakers you have just seen on stage. Let's welcome once again Matthias Del Campo, Ovia Frieda, Patrick Noack, Zipporah Schechtmann, and Karim.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready to start? Okay. Welcome everybody to the panel session on combining what we've just heard in the talks. We have the future and we have innovation and a lot of space in between to discuss. It's a real pleasure to be here with such a distinguished panel. I'm looking forward to learn more about the future and about innovation. But before we start, I wanted to bring up the perspective on thinking about the future that I've heard quite a long time ago now. For me, the future or thinking about the future is always similar to or reminds me of driving along on a highway. And not thinking about the future, not trying to predict the future, is a little bit like driving on that highway while only looking in the rearview mirror. And we, of course, all know a lot of people who are looking into the rearview mirror, especially here in Austria. And looking forward to hear about what everybody is thinking. Maybe to start with on thinking about the future and how that relates to the risks that we are taking with the decisions that we are or are not making today. Anyone who wants to volunteer to go first? Professor Frieder, yes.
Well, can you hear me? Yeah. The future is going to be there one way or another. So if we don't look for it and we don't plan it, it's going to be something that you don't want it to be. The one thing you have to realize is that technology is going to change, and whatever you're going to predict today is going to be totally different tomorrow. And therefore, what you really need to know is to understand what its impact's going to be in terms of things such as issues on the morality, what the use of technology that's good or bad. Technology, as Professor Schechtmann said accurately, is just technology. It could be used for good, it could be used for bad. Earlier today, we heard about the ability to create virtual human beings, virtual educators, virtual bots. Virtual bots are very useful things, but you can also have to worry about things such as how badly are they used for things such as hate speech propagation and malicious acts and so on and so forth. So what the future we have to take into account is we need the morality issues, we need legal issues, we need to get a definition of what they imply, who should govern them, what should be the metrics, how should you define them. So since you want an opening statement, that opens for anybody to comment.
I think that ties nicely into Patrick Noack's talk before. So what is Dubai's strategy on how to do that?
So to pick on the previous comment, I think because technology is neither here nor there, technology does for us what we want it to do unless we don't think about what it does and then it'll do anything to us. We need to understand where we wish to go. So we could decide to implement or utilize or develop technology for any potential purpose. I think we just need to be clear of where we want to be as a society. So 10 years from now, 20, 50 years from now, as you said, we're not going to be able to predict what there will be, what kind of technologies there will be, but we can state to an extent what we like our societies to be like, what we would like our societies to value. We could go down the route of an American or a European kind of society and economy, or we could decide we want to pursue a Bhutan-like economy and society, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying for Dubai, but just in general, because there are lots of options. And I think we just need to also be clear that even though there are trend lines, that there are data points from the past to today, the future is not inevitable. We don't have to, if we don't like the direction of travel, to embark on that. We can decide that even though things have come at us, that we want to change that direction, that we are making conscious decisions on how to regulate, on what kind of policies to develop, on what kinds of things to allow or to forbid or disallow. So it's really entirely up to us. So I don't think I'm making a very different statement to what you had made earlier, but it's really, we can decide. And with that decision come all sorts of consequences and of metrics of success or failure, but it is not stumbling into the future.
So that ties nicely into Karim Taga, what you mentioned before about looking at different countries and different environments and ways of doing things. What is your opinion on decision processes, and how should we make these decisions in a centralized fashion as it would be in some countries that have centralized decision making versus distributed decision-making processes as we would have in Europe and again in many other places?
I think these example, the 7 archetype I presented, they did not come up by accident. If you look at Vietnam, for instance, one of the, let's say, country that made the fantastic transformation times 27 GDP, focusing on the fab, let's say, hub, that is not by accident. You need to make a choice, a conscious choice where you put resources. I was 2 weeks ago in Israel with the Austrian government looking at the startup nation, all the way how they structured, let's say, the technology innovation, who is playing what role. Nothing happened by accident there. If you look at what was astonishing, that you could see patterns of transformation linked to cluster, automotive cluster, we know it from Germany, healthcare, you name it, travel, transportation, and so forth. Their approach was, first of all, to invest in a technology, could be quantum technology, etc., but then look at what are the industries as a use case that where you can apply the technology. It's a very different model from the cluster. So you could see that you can shape your future based on conscious decisions. And the whole point is that every country has limited resources. So it's all a matter of allocating resources. Mm-hmm. So if you apply a model where you distribute to everyone back, you will not get the momentum, the force to succeed in a global competitive environment. Mm-hmm. So you need to have a clear strategic objective where you want to go. You may be wrong, but at least you're focusing resources, and you don't know, as the future is changing, the technology are probably not initially used as the way you think of, but there are derivatives. For instance, the example, coming back to Israel, they developed a technology that enables you to produce oxygen on the moon. As you don't have carbon there, and you need it for to propel the rockets back and so forth to transport people eventually, you need to extract oxygen from iron, right? Oxides.
Okay.
Actually, that was the idea initially for the technology. But what is finishing the technology is all the revolution we're having right now for the climate change in decarbonizing steel production. So if you produce iron today, you want to produce it without CO2.
Yes.
So you see that actually you develop a technology for one purpose, but you find out that there is a collateral effect that is much more relevant and actually feeding now eventually in the future a big chunk of the steel industry.
Yes.
Again, conscious decision on where to invest. And I can elaborate later more if you want.
Maybe just on that, focusing of resources is what I've heard. And maybe that would be great to hear. How does Israel focus resources on Professor Schechtman, what you said, creating the secure attachment that you were talking about in children? How is that being done in practice in a country?
Yeah, does it work?
It's on.
Okay. I don't know how to answer this question, but I can say that too much technology is bothering us in education. What we saw in the last 2 years after the pandemic is the children, that the number of children who have difficulties increased dramatically. That the relationship between children disappeared in 2 years, and that they have to renew and learn skills from the beginning now, and some of them don't even go back to school. So, I mean, you cannot stop technology, of course, I understand that, but what bothers us is where are the relationship?
So, Professor Del Campo, you were talking about AI and possibilities of AI. Can AI help us to increase relationships?
I mean, there's a couple of things to be said about this. I was just thinking about several of the comments that were made here. And first, in order to have technology or AI that in a responsible way can address these issues, we need to be aware that we have currently a lot of issues in terms of the ethics of using AI. We have problems of bias, of the data that is getting used to run it. There's proven cases of software that was used, AI-driven software that was used, that at the end of the day created a negative result, not a positive result. Like one famous case is the Compass software, which was developed to aid in parole cases in the United States. And there was proven scientific evidence that this parole software was racist, that it basically was giving more parole to white people than to people of color. So before we go and become fascinated with this technology, we need to understand that there's repercussions of using it, and that there's a responsible way of collecting the data, annotating the data, and so on, because that's where the major factor is of the problems we have, that we need to annotate everything in order to have the machine learn anything. And if that is not done in a particular way, the results are falsified. But because the computer says this, we believe it, right? Which is, of course, a false assumption. So to your question, yes, we can definitely, there could be improvement in all these areas that were discussed here today, but I think there's still a way to go until the technology is reliable enough for us to be really of use.
So Professor Frieder, how do we mitigate risk of new technologies?
All right. First of all, you can, whatever you try to do, there'll be somebody smarter than you. They'll circumvent whatever you do. Every time we look for all these detections of any spyware or any hackware or anything, it doesn't matter who works on it, somebody breaks it. But you're going to have really the question, you have to understand what the technology is, and you have to be the devil's advocate for what it can do.
But how do we understand the risks?
How do we understand the risk?
Yes. How do we understand which risk it poses to all kinds of different people, to children, to adults, to poor people, to people in factories, in the fields, on construction sites? How do we put ourselves in the shoes of all these different groups, population groups, and find the risks before they hit them?
For you, that's perfect for you. It's a psychology question. The technology you can assess what the technological risks are.
Right.
You can assess what could be done. You can assess the generalities of how to try to prevent it. But the emotional impact on it, I don't think anybody predicted, well, people didn't predict COVID, but I don't think anybody predicted the massive effects on emotional and mental self-harm that you have right now due to the isolation. There's cases of people in New York City where the kids are, the rate of mental health and mental problems, depression, is huge. And that one, everybody was advocating conferencing and remote learning and remote diagnostics and remote this. And now you've got the side effects. But that's something that psychology should address more than.
Well, I guess each risk will have the expert that will understand more about it. So maybe a question.
I think the first thing you would need to focus on, though, is the risk to the emotional component.
Well, the emotional component is one. If people will lose their jobs, that's an economic component we heard just before. If people have health impacts, that is again another risk. So in Dubai, in the department, looking at the future and analyzing it, do you have domain experts to look at the risks of potential futures on the different expert fields?
I wouldn't say that right now we are as comprehensive as that, but I think on the whole, and as I mentioned in my talk earlier, it is really important to bring in as many diverse voices as possible to understand the implications and the impacts. That's number one. The second thing is to not just develop extensions of trend lines that we see, but the reality is that, sadly, we cannot predict the future. And there's a range of futures. There's an infinity of futures in front of us. And whichever future will pan out for us depends on many other factors and decisions. And so by developing scenarios and by entertaining at least the knowledge or the thought or the prospects that a range of plausible scenarios could offer, one is better prepared to anticipate some of the impacts. Just putting anyone with a particular hobby horse in charge of promoting that and rolling it out wholesale in a country is always a risk. So whether that is technology or energy or religion or whatever it may be, if you have one slice, one tiny slither of the population in charge of absolutely everything else at the expense of anyone's input, you'll run a risk in the long term. I think almost by definition.
So decision process, really important. What I hear here.
I think the decision-making process is really important, and it's, as we all know, made up of so many different aspects, realities, and elements. But what's really important is the consultation, the inputs, so that we can assess impacts. Even though it's really hard to do. I mean, I disagree. I think there were people who have, we know that there were scenarios developed on anticipating potential pandemics. But the problem is that, is it noise or is it signal, right?
Yes.
And so when you have a growing amount of information, it's very difficult to understand what is going to be the true information or the prevalent information about the future. But if it's there, we need to find ways of engaging with it so that we can, in a sense, rehearse in anticipation of something coming to pass, rather than having to live through it and then pick up the pieces because we're suddenly faced with a crisis.
So that seems exactly to be what we've heard, that reality is very hard to distinguish from non-reality. A prediction of a pandemic that is not real is hard to distinguish from a prediction of a pandemic that is real, especially if it didn't happen yet. So, Professor Delkamp.
Yes, to Patrick Noack's point, I think there's something really interesting here that you mentioned, which is prediction. And we know that machine learning and deep learning models, they can do two things really, really well. One is optimization and the other one is prediction. Based if you have a particular data, because I think you can definitely use these technologies to predict developments, whether it's economical, biological, etc., etc. If you, as you mentioned, the pandemic, for example, very early on in the pandemic, there was already a model out there that was predicting how it's going to spread, and it was very accurate. So you can actually, if you have the data, predict those things quite accurately. And I think this is going to be interesting specifically when it is about political decision-making processes. I'm not saying you can replace it. I think I made a posting back then that said like a couple of recommendations after pandemic. One of them was to use AI for political decision-making. Not sure if it's the best idea, but what is interesting is, and I think Ophir mentioned this, is the collaboration between humans and prediction models. In medicine, for example, diagnostics with artificial intelligence is fantastic, and there's beautiful studies that show that those models can on themselves are like 91 to 95% accurate, but in collaboration with a doctor, it goes up to 99%. So
Better than the doctor. Better than the doctor
Yep.
alone.
Better than a doctor alone, yes.
Can I just add a couple of things here in terms of prediction? One is, I think what's really important to recognize is that AI, and basically AI is a model, is very good at predicting when there is evidence and when there are data available already. AI, I believe, much like humans, are not great at predicting discontinuities, right? So when you have a radically new system emerging, to anticipate that is really hard. So when we look at, for example, and our colleagues from Arthur D. Little earlier talked about like platform economies, like distribute, like Uber and others. Until they did not exist, people did not think they would exist, right? And so anticipating or predicting those models is nigh impossible. And so we just need to be aware that when we place a lot of faith in predictives, then we need to understand their limitations as well, even though within the predictions, they're highly accurate.
So discontinuity is very hard to predict. So what does that leave us with? If we cannot predict it, we do know when it arrives. What matters is speed of decision making. Karim Taga, we have two systems of decision making. One is, as we have seen during the pandemic, on the US side, and one on the Chinese side. Which strategy of decision making was better if you look back through the few years of the pandemic?
Before going there, I think we tend to focus in this kind of debate about the harm, the ethic, the missing, the next trend, etc. But actually, if you take it from a pure, let's say, factual base, if you apply the technology properly with the right guidelines, the value that is created for the society is tremendous. The way we learn, the way we access today knowledge, thanks to Google, and tomorrow thanks to ChatGPT, for instance, we're democratizing and making accessible to everyone. You can learn today anything for free.
Yes.
Think about just 100 years ago, the situation of women, female, accessing universities. Think of many. So we tend to miss the obvious, which is, I'm not an advocate of technology, but I'm saying, let's see what it is doing for our society. Let's see how we live and how much more time I have now free, because the technology can do the job for me. Even eventually driving, which was a burden for many people, now eventually you can delegate that to a machine that takes from point A to point B, or bring your grandma in a remote location that will never take the train because it will not go there. But now she can be collected, driven with the autonomous whatever car, machine you call it, right? Take to the train station and bring it to Vienna, right, or to a hub. So it's tremendous, the value add. Now, of course, we cannot rely 100% on the technology. When you talk about the radiolog before, it's a combination always that makes it fast and better. Our role as humans should still be to make the right decision and regulate in a positive manner.
But do we need to make that decision fast?
In my view,
or discuss it longer and spread it out and get to maybe a better decision?
No, I think again, every technology, as you mentioned before, can be misused. Everyone, right? So think of the credit cards when they were introduced, right? Everybody was talking about fraud. I mean, when you talk about the number, it's huge, it's 1 billion, but when you talk about transactions, we talk about trillions. So of course there is fraud, but actually the way that the commercial banks and also the merchant are collecting the money today, and the ease of the convenience by the consumer, is by far outweighing the risk. So again, in my view, back to the strategic decisions that the government needs to make, where you want to protect the business you are in. I was giving some examples before. That should focus on the adoption of all early technologies, because if you don't do it, someone else will disrupt your business. So actually there, if you want to be if you're known to be the best in medical sector, oncology, for instance, you need to adopt all the latest technology, even if you make mistakes and failure, but you will learn from them to keep the competitive advantage. But you cannot apply it everywhere. You cannot be good then in travel and transportation. You cannot be good in energy. You need to pick your battle again. But in my view, the adoption of the technology and the promotion, the diffusion of the technology should be very much linked with the overall value creation you do as a nation, the economy that supports all the sectors that enable businesses, human societies to live together. And
Professor Schechtman, we just heard that technology has to be adopted right away, otherwise you miss the boat.
I agree with that.
What do we do with that?
I agree with this. The problem is that you are talking about decision making, and children don't do decision making. The adults, you can talk about decision making. The children play. Actually, they don't buy. Most of the time they play, and it's very tempting to play. So instead of doing other things like going out and playing football, they play digital things all day long. And we see that the results are disaster, I think, because the children are, let's say, I'll give you a specific example. The kids that are best in this area of digital are the gifted children. They learn this very fast and they do it very, very quickly. These kids, most of the time, have social difficulties. And what happens is that they learn very fast that they and the game are more interesting than anything else. And so they give up. They give up friends, they give up talking, they give up playing outside, they give up many things because it's tempting. So it's not good for their mental health, of course. And that's an extreme case, but these kids should be our leaders in the future. And yet they are missing the learning of social skills.
Panels.
Maybe President Del Campo was first. But yeah.
I'm sorry. Two points that both you, Karim, and Sipora made. I agree that certain advanced technologies are democratizing the access to technology. But there's one thing that I have to say about it is that when somebody tells me it's for free, I get suspicious. Because nothing is for free. Yeah, nothing is for free because you're the product, but you're also paying if you're if talking about the games, for example, that kids are playing. The kids are paying too. They're paying with their photographs. They're paying with their contacts. They're paying with their geolocations. Yeah, this is what these companies are just scraping from these people, and this is data. And data has a lot of value, as we all heard before already. Data is the new oil. That's why these companies are all getting filthy rich at the moment on the data of everyone here around, because everyone here has played one of these games or downloaded some app that has a little contract that you don't read, and that's why they're giving for it. So nothing is for free, and especially now I think talking about data justice is the things would be a symposium on its own, but we have to be aware that there's more involved.
So this is all about the data economy, Professor
That's
Frieder.
actually what I was going to mention. Yeah. I was going to say that all panels need some controversy, because if everybody on the stage is the same thing, then there's panels of, you don't need all 5 people on the stage. So we'll add some controversy to it. Technology is never the problem. There's an old statement that says garbage in, garbage out. Bias in, bias out, the same thing. And basically the whole issue is, what is the data that's fed to the system? And the data currently that's fed to the system is controlled by the human being. So when somebody says that there's really a problem with the technology, what they really should be saying is the human being that's actually driving that technology, the data that they're feeding him, the bias that they're introducing by the data they're feeding him, and so, including, for example, in the police reports that basically showed for parole decisions, it is not the technology that's the problem. It's the people who are running it that's the problem.
Yes.
Just to complement and build on that, I said that the industries or the services in a society that are, let's say, at stake, quite advanced, to keep the competitive advantage, you need to use technology. But I also said that this has to be regulated, controlled. If I think of my kids, it was a long debate until my first daughter got her smartphone, not smartphone, the Nokia 3110 at the time, right? We were far away from the smartphone. And actually, all the, let's say, the friends I know that are offering access, or whether it's notebook, etc., they get games, but the games are only active 45 minutes a day, full stop. So it's the parent that actually should regulate, and that's why I was talking about parenting control. It's the responsibility not of the kids. You cannot give access for free in time, I mean, to the kids without any control. That's a responsibility and liability. Same thing in a company. If you work for a company, they should give you the guidelines, enable you with technology, but also make sure that you use the technology properly and in the right way. And ultimately, if you think back of kids, I mean, the best school in Denmark and in Latvia and in Sweden that are very, let's say, advanced when it comes to digital, are very strict to allocate enough time to do activity without any digital device, to do activities outside. I mean, my daughter is in a kindergarten having a group there for years. Every day they're out of the kindergarten, although they're playing with digital devices and Lego and all the kind of things. But it's always, so my daughter has the responsibility to make sure that working in a group, being outside, taking outdoor activities is part of the program. But this is not the kids' decision. This is our decision. So when you give them access to technologies, you need to put that in the right context and manage the whole process end to end. Otherwise, you're not taking responsibility.
You are absolutely right. The problem is that adults are addicted to it too. And so I'm serious. And it's very easy. That's the best babysitter that parents can find, showing that taking a kid of 2 years and showing them a video, and he's quiet for an hour. So yeah.
Patrick, how do we regulate the use of technology to make it safer? I have an image in front of me of the food in the supermarket with the contents labels that say, warning, there is these allergens inside, there is very spicy, super spicy, watch out. Can we do the same thing with technology as a government?
I don't know if there's an easy answer, or I don't know if there's a painless answer. I think it may involve pain, right? So we need to recognize the impacts these technologies have. And I don't want to sound like a parent who deals with the challenges that we all deal with, because I am that parent to deal with all these challenges and have found no easy solution, because it is like giving kids cigarettes for free, right? And you tell them, but you can only smoke 15 a day, because that's almost like where we're at, right? So the social presence, the addictiveness at psychological level is absolutely huge, and it requires us to be more aware of some of the things that we give up, and understanding whether we are prepared to give them up. So I think and this is my own view, I think as we digitize material content, we also sometimes lose or diminish its worth and value. So just one point I'd like to make is that we heard earlier that all this education out there is now available for free. I would make the distinction between education and knowledge. So I think education is something that happens once. knowledge acquisition is something that happens over and over and over again. And we must not confuse imparting knowledge with creating an education, because right now I think those boundaries are blurred thanks to COVID. So we've had kids hooked on screens during COVID. It's very easy, very difficult, very challenging to unhook them and roll all of that back, because that hook is now much bigger. It's a hook into a universe, into multiverse of a metaverse of everything that comes behind that screen. So we need to know whether it adds worth, whether it adds value or not. And then it comes down to us to say, we're going to draw a line where it diminishes content, humanity, well-being, etc. And I think that's where then governments need to step in.
I maybe to add a little bit more to the controversy here. Maybe we should learn from history. This is not the first time we have a new technology, and I'm particularly reminded of the introduction of trains. That was amazing. We could go from one place to the other. What was the biggest concern with trains at the time? The biggest concern was that the human body is not built to travel at speeds above 20 kilometers per hour. And people were serious. Nobody has ever traveled faster than 20 kilometers per hour. We don't know what that is going to do to the human body, but we clearly are not prepared for the speeds that we can see of 25 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour, that the train could reach. And so there was serious concerns about that. And yet we know today we're traveling at 300 kilometers per hour in some countries from one place to the other, and are not thinking twice about it, because we have the safeguards, because we know what we can do and what we cannot do, because we know that, you know, traveling at 300 kilometers per hour on a motorcycle is maybe not such a good idea, but doing it in a high-speed train can be made safe and can be made okay. So how do we analyze the actual ways of protecting the human body traveling at 300 kilometers per hour into the metaverse, while at the same time not having motorcycle crashes at that speed, by letting children just get stuck on it and not being able to let go? Who wants to go? Okay.
Just to add to your story, I remember reading about this. They were afraid that the lung would explode if you go over 25 kilometers per hour.
That would be bad.
I wanted to talk quickly about this idea, this concept of legislation, just because I was lucky enough to be part of it, which I think is quite interesting. The AI EU Act is currently being done or worked on, and they're really working with an enormous amount of different disciplines to understand like how you would responsibly use this new technology. There's always, of course, the question like how much can you regulate, how much should you regulate, because otherwise you may hamper development further of this technology or future developments of it. And what are, for example, the ethical implications? Which ethics is it? Yeah, because this is also a question. But I think it's good that they already started working on it. I think already 2 years ago or something like this, in order to be ready with it at the point when the technology is also being proliferated in a larger scale, which we're currently experiencing. And then there's, of course, the other development, which is disciplines that would love to stuff it back into Pandora's box, but I don't think that's possible anymore. So it's always, of course, also a question of adaptation. How do you adapt to this new technology? Do you adapt to this new environment?
Let me use a terrible cliche, which is both positive and negative at the same time. Necessity is the motherhood of innovation. When we face a problem and we identify the problem, we actually solve the problem. Because if we don't solve the problem, we are eliminated. So the bottom line is...
So let me get right there. We have tried that. We went there and we took away the phone from the child.
But
but it didn't work. So
I didn't say all solutions are useful solutions. I said that we find a solution. Eventually, we will find a solution. We may have catastrophic loss along the way. People may die, unfortunately, along the way. Economies may fall along the way. But we will find a solution to whatever we identify as the problem.
Professor Schechtman.
I can talk about education because, as I said, we cannot stop the development, but we can compensate the children with special sessions for skill training and development, mental health development, which in Israel actually we do, and we are very careful about that and very conscious about it. So at least we know that in one place we did something. They can play later on all day if they want. It's not very good, but it happens. But at least we did our best to compensate and teach them those things that they need to know.
So it's the speed of adapting to the risks that we see from technologies and finding solutions.
Yeah.
How quickly can we make decisions in Dubai?
I think nowhere quickly enough. I think as technologies become more prevalent, more utilized, more comfortable, more making our lives comfortable, there's going to be a greater and greater reticence of letting them go, right? So we're becoming, I think, as a species, lazy. So, we've gone from going at horse's speed to moving at the speed of 100 kilometers an hour, and now we travel at 800 kilometers an hour in aircraft. And anything that we did physically, which used to take energy, labor, strength, time, that's all been rolled back. We used to have to forage, hunt. That's all been rolled back. So now we're just increasingly becoming used to doing less and less physically. We're doing less and less intellectually, and it kind of feels great because we need to invest ourselves less and less. So that creates in my mind, a real challenge of rolling that back because there's a clear disincentive to do so.
One of your core values was fairness. Does technology increase or decrease fairness? Increase or decrease fairness? If we have technology, if we reduce the effort needed to do something, do we end up with a fairer society or with a more polarized society?
One quick question to you. What do you mean by technology? Do you include the data as the technology, or do you include just the things driving the data? Because if you're providing fair data,
it's a capability.
If you provide fair data, then you're reducing the bias. If you introduce flawed data, then you may be intensifying the bias.
How do we measure fairness in data?
But let me give you a very concrete example.
Yes, Karim Tag.
When the mobile industry was rising, a lot of question for operators was to expand in Africa, yes or no? Do they have money to pay for that? And ultimately, you see economies with $1 or $2 ARPU, whether it's India now or Africa. And if you see what the mobile phone has made for the society, it's incredible.
Yes.
They all of a sudden were connected to a digital economy. They could actually, the adoption of the financial services came from mobile phones. You could basically pay the treatment for your kids. You could
because the cost was reduced.
Because the technology was so accessible, a mobile phone was not costing hundreds of euro. A GSM phone was costing $10, $15 at one point. And you create a total economy based on financial services because the financial system was broken. You could not go to a bank. There was no established bank.
So technology does give more access.
Everything was based on cash, and all people were robbed. It was very dangerous to go if you go to a certain city in Africa without naming them. So all that was vanished through a mobile. So in that respect, the way it was implemented, right? It's an unbelievable, let's say, development for the society to all of a sudden get connected, interact, trade, do business with very, very little means. So it was a booster of economy like nothing else happened for the last 100 years.
So we have 5 minutes left. Closing statement, 45 seconds. Who would like to go first? If you just start,
just to finish, I think there is no way you can ignore adopting technologies if you want to stay, if you participate to the future. We discussed one of the last statement was if you're not inventing, at least ride on it, right? So that's the
Yes.
whole point. But then the question is, where do you make your trade-offs? Where do you invest? Where do you participate? How do you ride it? And make sure that there is a huge part of education on the use of technology in order not to harm, in order to be fair, in order to make it accessible, etc. And government very often miss the educational part and the right communication part of it.
Professor
So
Frieder.
emphasizing more on that.
Hey, since I have a clock right in front of me, I can see exactly. But technology is just technology. It's not more, it's not less. It's not human, it's not alive. In spite of all the controversy that was done about a quote from an employee that said that Lambda was a sentient, it's just technology. It's as good or as bad as you make it. Society has to understand what its limits are. Society has to understand how to govern it. And society has to understand how to harness it. Providing the right data will allow it to do the right things. And making sure it does the right application by society, by rules and regulations, it will do the right thing. Left unchallenged, it's going to lead to trouble.
Rules and regulations, your keyword, Patrick.
My own thoughts is we've spoken a lot about digital technology on this panel, but I think as we develop increasingly technology, for example, on energy generation, to me that is incredibly important because like much of recent technology developed over the last several decades, it is really about decentralizing access and power. And if it's done well, then it will be to everyone's benefit. So whether if we're able to locally generate clean and free energy, that's going to be a game changer. If we're able to make accessible transportation in a useful manner, in a clean manner, in an affordable manner, that's going to be incredibly useful. Granted, digital is going to be very important to enable all of that, but we shouldn't just think of the future of technology to just be digital.
Absolutely, we had digital in the title, so we were kind of skewed. But you're absolutely right. There's more to the world than digital, and we need to open up the world to that. Professor Del Campo, transport, energy.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking that technology is power in one way or the other. And it also imposes power on others. It doesn't only mean financial power, it also means political power today. So I think that we have to learn how to, and I agree actually that the education of the youngest to understand what that power means to them and to the others, to their families, to their friends is very important because it is not only about financial power or political power, it's also about, of course, making the life better for people. And I think that in that extent, technology can be, and no matter which technology, is what in our whole history as humans was about making our lives better. And now we're at the point where the technologies that we're developing could allow for hundreds of millions of people to have a better life. And I think that's exactly what we should strive for.
So we need that better life, and we all know that the children are our future. So Professor Schechtman.
Know more about how technology development affects them, and not forget the relationship. That's the main thing, at home and then everywhere else.
Right.
Thanks for mediating us.
With that, thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next program point. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this very interesting panel discussion. Now our next topic is the future through more consulting. The challenge of a complex economy and society demand and promote the discipline of professional consultants. So where do we need more consulting? What skills do consultants need to have? After one short introductory note, we have our next panel discussion. So let's welcome once again Matthias Löblich, Chairman, European Federation of Management Consultancies Association.
So, yeah, welcome again. Future of consulting, or future through consulting, and how consulting can help to shape the future. Organizations are facing multiple challenges right now. And this is not only from a political standpoint, it's also due to crisis or disruptions, economical volatility like inflation, which sort of suddenly appeared, but also the technological innovation which is happening at a rapid pace. And last but not least, and not to forget, is all the challenges around climate change or the impact of society through that. This leads to significantly higher uncertainty and a big challenge for organizations to plan or to adopt for the future. And on the other hand, we also see still a very high resistance to embrace advice or change, and also the lack of openness to new solutions. But this needs to change. No organization, no one is really able to be an expert in all challenges ahead, and they don't have to be. In addition, we also see going forward a strong shortage in the workforce, which will pose a challenge to build all the relevant expertise in-house. And therefore, engaging experts with experience in this field, who are really in the details, will be crucial, not only to understand the challenges ahead, to gain a holistic pictures, but also then to make educated decisions on how the future can be tackled. And this is something where consultants can make a difference. And these are multiple fields where, of course, not one consultant will play a role. Just to give a few examples, it's on one hand, for example, the advice on strategy, how to mitigate risk, or to capitalize on opportunities in certain fields. It's, of course, about how to embrace the challenges and to reduce the impact of environmental impact. But one very important thing is prepare and help organizations to manage transformations, to embrace change or new technologies. And that's how consulting can make an impact and can help organizations to shape the future. And there I'm happy now to discuss on the panel together with my colleagues how we can help here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Löblich. You can take a seat. And now let's welcome the moderator for the next panel discussion. It's Ilse Ensfellner, management consultant. And she will discuss with Peter Scavari, Manuel Giral Herrero, Matthias Löblich, Boris Potocznik, and Olga Trofimova.
Thank you very much.
Very curious about your discussion. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a very warm welcome from my side. My name is Ilse Ensfellner. I have been in the consulting business for more than 25 years, and I'm very dedicated to the consulting profession and I would also say our development. And it's a pleasure for me to moderate this session today and to introduce a very, very distinguished panel, a panel which is composed of chairpersons from different associations in Europe. You have heard already the introductory speech of Matthias Löbig, chairman of FEACO, the European association representing the consulting industry in Europe. Very warm welcome. Next, Manuel Giralt Herrero, you're president of the Spanish Association. I try now to pronounce it in Spanish. This is so you can do it better. This is president of the Asociación Española de Empresas de Consultorio. Okay, super. A very warm welcome too. Thank you. Next to Manuel Borut Potočnik, you are the president of the Association of Management Consulting in Slovenia. Welcome. Olga Trofimova, you are chairperson of the Ukrainian Consulting Association, and I'm looking forward to your moving experiences that we get from you. Thank you very much for being here with us. And finally, Peter Csakváry, you are president of the Hungarian Association and also vice president of FEACO. Thank you for coming. Our topic today is about the future and how does the future how does consulting impact the future. And I would like to get started with a sentence that we have in our standard, which says the management consultancy industry makes a substantial contribution to the world economy. This is the first sentence of our standard, and I like this sentence very much. And the second sentence is management consultants use their know-how to support clients, of course, locally, regionally, globally, to deal with important issues such as handling complexity, achieving sustainable organizational growth, innovation, change, and enhancing productivity. So I think there is much on our shoulder, what we should achieve with our clients. On the other hand, I read the forecast of the World Bank for the next 2 to 3 years, and they say literally that there is expected a sharp slowdown in growth, and this sharp slowdown could be widespread. So we expect a downwards trend in the next 2 to 3 years. There will be, but the peak will be reached in 24, 25, and it will rise again. The growth will rise again. But my first question to you is, how will the consulting industry react, do you think, in your area? Can we also expect a very sharp slowdown in our consulting business, or will it be the opposite, or will it be in between? Matthias, may I first ask you, can you give us a snapshot of maybe of the European situation? Yeah, it's
Of course, we also can't predict the future and also don't have a glass bowl. But at least the forecast from FEACO related to the consulting growth this year is still very positive. And I think it's related to different factors. One is we still see a very high demand in transformational consulting in the whole industry. And this is very often driven also by the crisis and COVID and the embracing of digitalization in the industry, where they have been forced to use technology not only to be competitive, but to work in different ways within their firms and also be able to still reach their customers. And these three elements, they will maintain and sustain going forward. And therefore, I would assume that the growth in consulting will continue. Maybe there's a shift of priorities at the client base from more growth-driven and embracing new technologies to potentially productivity increases or restructuring. But I guess the demand will stay high, maybe not at the same level as it is today, but still healthy.
Yeah, thank you. And one question: do you see an increase in consulting fees as well, due to the situation that we are facing right now?
Yes, we do see that. And this is, of course, driven. Consulting doesn't have any assets. The only assets we've got is our people and the know-how of the people. So, of course, they also would like to be paid well and need to cope with the rising cost of living. And also the war of talent is an important factor. So, therefore, providing qualitative advice needs to be paid well, and that's one of the drivers also that we have and are already seeing an increase in prices in the market. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a kind of paradise. We have clients and we have rising fees. So Manuel,
paradise,
may I ask
it's
you?
competitive market.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your questions. I'm delighted to stay here in representation for the Spanish Consultancy Association. I think first of all, I would like to share with you that the Spanish Consultancy Association is big in the sense that we have two different type of companies. We have the big ones like Accenture, IBM, the different big fours, NTT. So huge global corporations, and on the other hand, we have tier 2 companies when they are covering the medium and the small Spanish market. So having said that, I think the information that we have from our association regarding the Spanish market is quite accurate, in the sense that we are covering a very, very, very wide spectrum. So having said that, the growth, this is a number of Q3, for fiscal year 22, but we are almost growing in a summary basis, almost 2 digits. Well, the growth in Spain was 9.2. And as you know, and I think in the different panels this morning, they were telling in a very polite way that the Spanish economy for some different KPIs is not a true example, with inflation and other different problems that we are facing. So that means that this almost 2 digits growth means that our profession is very resilient, in the sense that we demonstrate in the COVID that we can change our operating model, and we already demonstrate to the COVID in the following years that people, they are willing to be consultant, and also they are very interesting. And another comment that I think it's very, very important, and in all these type of events, I would like to reinforce is how the consulting business is paying tribute to the society, in the sense that sometimes I think we need to be swagger, in the sense that we have to demonstrate to the society that the consultants, they are very, very important, in the sense that we have thousands of professionals that they are starting their careers without almost knowing anything in the consulting business, and they are learning dramatically. This happens all over the world, but also all over Europe and in FEACO. And I think this is very important when we have this kind of chats and we are going to different events. I think this is one thing that we have to be very proud, because thanks to the consulting business, there are many professionals that they are start learning one profession, or they are moving to the final client. So I think this is very relevant. And I think last but not least, two important points. Regarding the rate per hour, I'm thinking that in the technological point of view, the rate per hour is more or less flat. So we are not growing so much, but everything that is correlated with innovation, artificial intelligence, robotics, or things that in the digitalization programs, we demonstrate to the client that this is a clear return of investment. The clients are very wise and they are paying whatever is going to be necessary to collect the value. So in the business transformational programs, I'm thinking that the rate per hour for sure is growing in a year basis.
Yeah. And one question, do you see a trend to success-based fees, or is it still a flat rate or a daily rate, hourly rate?
Well, you know, I think all the traditional BPOs and SAP implementation, Oracle implementation, could be they can be flat. But if you are doing some projects regarding cloud computing, ESG, GRC, so many acronyms that are very important in the organization. Once again, the countries and the clients, they are paying whatever is going to be necessary to to develop the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank
It's
you.
good to hear that the business is growing in Europe, despite the turn down.
And also, another reflection that I think is very relevant, we are growing 2-digit despite the fact that the huge negative impact that we have in comparison with the Latin American countries, because in consultancy, we are pretty correlated with the Latin countries. And I think the COVID situation has been a disaster. It's a very sad to say, but it's a disaster for these kind of countries.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Warut, how is the situation in your country?
Well, I'm coming from a rather small economy. It's about 2 million people, like Vienna, for instance, not more. So, but the good side of this is that our companies, whenever there are changes, whenever there is something changing in surroundings, they have in fact to pioneer much more than anybody else. Somehow we are here in the middle of the Europe, so we have to really, our companies have to show a lot during periods of changes to not just to survive, but to maybe go on. So our role is crucial here, consultants, because companies know already that we are in such situations. We are people who are bringing the experience. One excellent director can have 2 or 3 cases behind him, different companies. I mean, we have to collect, and we are collecting experience much wider and from a much different profiles. So this is in such situations like actual situation, economic now, this is really crucial to go around. Well, maybe about fees. Your question was also before. Yes, at this moment, I see that these fees based on time spent with the client are really not so welcome. I wouldn't say anymore, but at the moment, because clients are also very nervous about how quickly the problem will be solved or the company will be transformed. So the efficiency is paid on the other side somehow. So we have to make sort of agreement with them on some success or package delivery or something like that, but really at these times less on time spent there. It's really the feeling you have when you come to the client that we can lose a lot of time for us and for them, vice versa. So this is the way how we do now. And on the other side, what are we doing now? I see it's like years ago when I began, in fact, my career, late 80s, we were introducing flexible manufacturing systems instead of rigid production lines. And introducing that didn't go like consulting until that time, because until that time the recipes for production units were quite clear. But when you begin to introduce flexibility into a production line, that there was no real recipe for that. There were some, in fact, directions, I can say. And what I feel now, after all those years, now we are introducing strategies in this way. Not more for, I don't know, writing books for 5 years in advance what will happen in detail with every, I don't know, HR detail or something. But we are in fact introducing flexibility, because playing scenarios is today a game of strategy, especially while we don't know what the outcome of this, I won't say crisis, of these changes would be.
So this means that we have to come back to the core of the consulting business, being very effective, but on the other hand, very flexible.
Yes, and I'm feeling like I went back from the strategies I was doing, maybe lower, but this is not lower to the business models again, because business model is much more important now than any strategy book you write or something.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Olga, I think you have a lot to tell about your situation in Ukraine, living here as well, so maybe.
Well, of course, being from Ukraine, I'm sure you definitely expect me to talk about it. Well, so I will start from the short story of 23rd of February, when we celebrated graduation of our consulting business school, and 35 consultants were certified from Azov region. And it was 23rd of February. And 24th of February, the war, full-scale war started, and during next 2 weeks, we supported our consultants how to get out of Azov region. So this was how it was started. But what I would like to tell you is that our consulting, and thank you, Ilse, that at the beginning you said that consulting is exactly capacity and capability to not only to support, but also to solve companies, and in our case also to solve society. And I also would like to say that at the beginning of the war, our consultants, so we opened kind of call for mobilization of consultants from one side, and we had 100 volunteering consultants who would like to support companies to survive. And from another hand, we started to unite clusters, to unite companies into clusters, and then clusters into cluster alliance. This is exactly what happened already in March. And already from April, we were very active in initiating projects, and we were quite successful to initiate a project of kind of Uber emergency consultancy for small and medium enterprises in Ukraine. And during half a year, we have supported about 500 small and medium enterprises with 70 consultants, and it was for free for companies. And thanks for the GIZ and other USAID also, who supported our consultants to do it. So what I would like to say is that, of course, definitely there is no, and it couldn't be any normal consulting project. And when you're talking about flexibility, I was smiling because we do have another definition of flexibility now. And one of my clients said from automotive industry said, Olga, we know now another definition of flexibility. So when you do have schedule of electricity and you fix your working shifts accordingly. So the flexibility and other terms right now have different definitions and different meanings in our country. And of course, we didn't have time for methodology development. We didn't have time to consult or be consulted with respectful colleagues abroad, or to be supported from other colleagues. So we just, how to say, put our, get together, all our consultants, and we didn't compete between each other. we cooperate. We cooperate for future and actually for to survive. And this is again another also meaning of future for us. Yes, so this is how we are still dealing with our problems, and this is the biggest, of course, unique distinguishes which we have. So our industries do not compete between each other. They are clusterized, they are cooperate inside one industry, between industries, because they do have the same problems, they do have the same wish, they do have the same value not to have this Russian world. So this is again our position and our value to our customers, to support them, to solve them in this long way, actually, to be internationalized and of course to be how to say recognized as an equal partner to the whole world. This is a long way, and we are going in this way.
Thank you. It's an excellent example of different ways how we can do consulting. Consulting is not always about this process and according to specific steps in certain situation. We need to be more than flexible. And maybe
actually we've developed business models, you know, so we had projects really, but it was in a different way.
Yeah. And one question which came to my mind, do you consult differently now with this experience? Did it have an impact on you or your colleagues?
Sure. I mean, of course, we do have, actually, it was also separated for different directions in marketing and sales, in finance fundraising, in digitalization. By the way, we also had requests for it in operational management, HR management, but again, on a way of Uber. Yeah, so we do not have time both. I mean, we as consultancies, resources and companies do not have enough time to receive this consultancy, you know. So that is why it's short-term consulting services, but provided by high professionals, you know. And this is really the situation what we have, short-term projects, but not for low-end and just students, former students, but for 20 years experienced consultants.
Yeah, thank you very much. Peter, how is the situation in Hungary?
Let me come backwards from your last questions. I mean, last questions regarding the fees. And then work my way back to the original question. What I see in terms of fees in the Hungarian market is that yes, in terms of the number of fee calculations, we see an increase of success fees, but this is mostly related to the types of the engagements that are typically based on success fees, have always been based on success fees, the proportion of those increasing. So it's not that things that have been going in the past on a per diem basis that would change to success fees or change in mass terms that we don't experience, but slightly the focus is shifting, and with that shifted focus, yes, there is an increase, a visible increase in success fee type of engagements as opposed to per diems or time and material kind of fees. In terms of fee levels, well, regrettably, the Hungarian economy is outside of the Eurozone, and looks like it's going to stay there for a while, based on the current situation. So it's we've had much higher inflation than the Eurozone had, or any Eurozone countries had. So in foreign terms, yes, we are increasing fees. Translating those to euro terms, those are not real increases by now because inflation ate up most of those increases. And back to the original question, what the situation is. Everyone was scared of a large scale depression or a fall in economic production, which hasn't happened yet. And the fears are still there, but I think this is partly good news, and partly it's good news for most of Europe. I mean, it certainly doesn't help the eastern flanks with the war going on there, but for many of the markets, it's probably good news that management consulting in particular, has been known as an indicator of economic trends. So when management consulting is high, then that's an early indicator of the economy going up. So maybe without the management consulting industry falling, maybe there's no depression coming. I don't know, but I have high hopes in that direction.
Okay. Do you see changes in different areas, in different consulting services in Hungary, for example, from the demand side, from clients?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's, I mean, in a few years kind of horizon, there are significant changes. So the manufacturing industries are coming up as a serious client base with digitalization projects and many similar traditional client industries are kind of more modest in growth, but manufacturing is in great shape.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this first round. This leads me to the next round of questions, which is more related to the roles and the skills of management consultants that we need in the future. And we had a panel before about digitalization. So maybe let's open up the discussion a little bit more than just talking about digital skills. My question to you is, what are, in your opinion, what are the 2 or 3 most decisive skills that consultants should have to cope with the future? We're talking about ESG, CSR, ethics, and of course technology, digitalization. Does this have an impact on the future skills? And maybe related to that is also the question of roles. If we need different skills, do we expect also different roles in the future? Should we be prepared that we will not be just a classical management consultant, but will there be maybe a merge between the role of consultants and clients, or will there be mixed teams, or do you see a development in terms of self-consultancy related to digitalization? So I would like to have your ideas, your best practices, experiences, and whoever would like to start, please, the floor is yours.
I can go first, thank you. My top 2 would be creativity and flexibility. Actually, the 2 are related, so let's go that one, and then I'll give you a second, and that second would be the strong ability and determined action of building new competencies on the personal level and on the firm level as well, because things are changing so quickly that no one can trust their, I don't know, university education or whatever historic education people may have from decades ago to support the work that they're doing. We more and more are experiencing that what we actually consulting on are things that we learned in the last 3 to 5 years and not 30 years ago. So those would be my 2.
So we have to learn. Very good. Borut?
Oh yes, if there are 2, it's okay as creativity, of course. And the other one is that real team play, I should call, being a team player. Why? because digitalization also in consulting business will cover a lot of, let me say, our serial products will be digitized in this or another way. So what will remain? Very important for the physical presence of a consultant in a company, in a group, there will be really working in a team with this client's team. That I mean, really being part of their team, not just a leader or somehow organizer of a team, but being with them. With more and more, I think that this will be the very important skill and role, of course, on the other side.
And if you're talking about this, the team player, do you see a tendency in the client organizations that there will be more internal consultants as well, or a cooperation between internal consultants and external consultants?
Yes, this will also mix a lot, and I think also on the other side, when I see other, not only consulting services but outsourcing services, for instance, observing that services with a client, we can see that the border is melting. Outsourcers are more and more part of internal teams, and vice versa. So when you, I don't know, watch a group of people or a department or somebody working, you can hardly say who is outsourced, who is a internal part of team. So I think that our, let me say, involvement in the client company will be more and more similar to this direct team play.
As long as we manage the resources.
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, from a point of view, I think most of the consultants, we demonstrate that we want to have with our clients a long-term relationship. So that means that we are moving from a specialist advisor to move to a trusted advisor. So that means that you are the key contact of the client, try to develop different competencies that some of them belongs to you and some of them belongs to another colleagues that they can develop the work. So having said that, I mean, we were talking what that means flexibility, what that means, I think it's very important, all the ethic position, because for me, one of the most important sentences, I think it's very healthy to say to the client, no. Very healthy, because usually people, they are trying to commit different things that are complicated or you cannot achieve the deadlines for many things. But I think to be ethic and to say no, it's a win-to-win situation in the long term from the relationship. And my last comment is, right now I think all of us, we are very clear that what we have sold in the clients 5-10 years ago, right now it's extremely different. So we are get used to these changes, and I think this belongs to our DNA for the changing and so on. But for me, if you are telling me, I'm thinking it's very important, all the consulting, that they have deep knowledge regarding data, knowledge of data integration, data analytics, data quality. I think everything correlated with data, I think this profile is very relevant, and you know, this is going to become more important in the following years. And I think last but not least, all the robotics and all the artificial intelligence automatization programs that most of the companies they are doing, if we can be able to liaise with any return of investment, I think these kind of professionals are going to be very very, very important in the market, and these are truly assets.
Yeah, thank you. So it's about the business model, but also about the personality, and have an opinion, have a voice on the different topics. Thank you.
I think a lot has been said already, but to complement a bit is maybe for smaller firms, specialization is a key component, being an expert in certain topics. For larger firms, I think, as Manuel has said, being a trusted advisor or being able to provide solutions to the clients. And that is also assembling the right experts, getting the right capabilities to the client, and having then the right analytical skills to help them in the change process, in the transformation. That is, I think, what consultants can bring, and where what I've experienced in my life is where a lot of companies or organizations have challenges in implementing, because very often you see hierarchical silos, I would say, and as long as it's a cross silo topic, they struggle to implement, and that's where consulting firms can help to put the pieces together and make things happen. And that's, I think, also the benefit we can bring to the table. But of course, you need to have the external view. You have to say no. You have to be objective, and you have to be ethical.
But what I find interesting is that we a little bit go back to the roots, but it's very important because we have to provide solutions.
Yeah.
I think in these very flexible and unsecure times, we should not sit back and say, we leave the client, we leave the solution with the client. We should be much more proactive. And I think it's very important to be aware of that as well. Thank you. Olga.
Yeah, actually what you did. But still, I think we are quite excellent in all this time, quality and costs, and delivering all this type of services for our clients. But I think for last year, the new step of evolution comes, and we should be more oriented and more be human-centric, resilience and sustainable. And exactly among this new triangle, also competence of consultants also should be focused. And myself being more hard skills, but I do understand that right now more soft skills as coaching or even responsible taking, something like that, should be more focused and more implemented as a consulting skills, which sometimes are ignored. So right now, empathic and coaching, especially for our market, it's the most important.
And do you think that we have these skills already, or do we have to work on that in the future?
We should work on it every day.
Thank you for this round. I would now open the third one. And this is more related to the clients. We were talking about ourselves, our skills, roles, but we need our clients as well to be successful. And in my opinion, if you want to further develop the consulting profession, and you are professional leaders, we should get into contact and in dialogue with client organization and further develop our profession together with client organizations and stakeholders. And may I ask you for a short statement or for a point of view from your side, what would be the questions, the issues that we would like to discuss or which should be discussed with client organization in order to better or to increase the client-consultant relationship, to make it more efficient?
Well, if no one volunteers,
thank you.
I'll try to raise the first point. And my first point is that I see a tendency in the market that clients increasingly are trying to buy capacity as opposed to competence, based on the perception, or perhaps based on the fact sometimes even, that senior management in the client organization is capable of of doing designing projects or even supervising projects. They just need the bodies to do it, and then they sometimes, unfortunately, more and more times, they decide to just buy those bodies, and then they will manage them. Obviously, they will want to get those people at lower fees because they're managing the project themselves, and. My point regarding this phenomenon that I unfortunately see more and more than I like is that beyond the very short term, this always leads to dissatisfaction because if they're trying to substitute internal resources with consultants, that's not going to lead anywhere beyond the very short term. I mean, it may fix quickly some sort of immediate problem, but it doesn't help building capabilities internally. It doesn't help having a healthy client-consultant relationship. Nothing. So that's a danger for the profession. And this would be my advice to clients, but other than advising them on this, I have no solution yet.
Okay, thank you very much. It brings us back to the discussion of roles between consultants and clients. Thank you. Borut.
Maybe another perspective. It's typical for such times of changes. Also, let me say 10 or more years before, it was the same situation. When a client comes by himself to us, so the project is not, the consulting project is not a result of some longer term discussion about the problems and directions. So if the client comes by himself, he usually carries the wrong diagnosis. Maybe, well, we have to put in order our IT or make some digitalization. No, when you look at them, something else is in fact wrong. Maybe it's just a simple conflict in a company, or I don't know, they don't know how to handle a detail.
Borut, not sometimes, every time.
Yes, thank you. So it is much more important in this moment is to really look carefully what is wrong, not simply follow what they say. If a consultant himself cannot see the whole perspective because he's specialist of something, I recommend let's introduce another one and maybe check the things together. It is not so simple. So the problem is that those diagnoses seem simple. I said before, is some mistake in our IT or something. No, it might be much worse. So this is, I think, the actual situation now we really have. If we want to have a good client and a good name, take care of it.
Maybe to jump on that, I think the word consulting means someone asks for advice. And that is, I think, what we should live a bit better between the clients and the consultants, because usually, or very often, there's a perception of what needs to be done, but that might sometimes not be the real cause. So therefore, consulting also means asking for advice and listen, and then find a solution together. And I think that is the relationship which needs to be strengthened, and also what is the value of consulting needs to be emphasized a bit further.
And how can you rate? So do you want to say that?
Yes, but in this moment, this is particularly important.
And how about the knowledge management? Is this something that works really well?
I think knowledge management is very often also related to the fact, of course, do the consultants bring the right team, the right experts to the table? But also, is the client organization set up in a way that they can embrace and take the knowledge so that at one point in time, they don't need consulting anymore. And there it is very often the case that the importance of this project and the results, and how the results are then transformed or used in the organization is not necessarily handled in the right way. And that is very often also linked to the fact that capacities are scarce or low, and therefore they try to buy the expert advice, but then are not able to really use it in the organization.
So maybe a topic in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you. Manuel?
So I think I'm pretty quick because I think they have said almost everything. Maybe a couple of comments. I'm thinking that the relationship that we have with the client is very complicated, but on the other hand, it's very simple, in the sense that I think the client is like a matrix structure. When you have, could be in one side, you have the knowledge of the industry, you have the different sectors. If you are strong in energy, in consumer products and retail, real estate, construction and hospitality, financial sector, insurance. And on the other hand, you have the capabilities of the portfolio of solutions that we are offering. If we are keeping this matrix, the client will be delighted because easily they can realize which are the profiles that they are looking for. But if we are in an isolated way, only the industries alone, this is going to fail. If we are going in an isolated way, all the portfolio of solutions, this is going to fail. So at the end is we call it the power of the matrix. If we are following the power of the matrix, I think most of the clients that will be delighted to work with us.
Yeah. So it's again the cooperation. Thank you very much. Olga?
And maybe to add some another kind of smell. Again, in our case, the best relation between client and consultant right now is also based on respect. And this and the common values. Because it's not only a question that I wouldn't work with a client who never donated for Ukraine, to support Ukrainian people. But this is also a question that we do not work, and I mean, couldn't be any indifferent companies or indifferent businesses who are working right now only for money. And this is exactly as the biggest, distinguishes in our case. Because right now, social responsibility for us, it's not just fashionable words, This is our reality. And most of companies are really not profitable, not because of costs or whatever, because they put all profit on donations to support our country, to support our people. And this is exactly kind of common value, common respect to each other, which really could build trusted relations for consulting projects. Because in this case, we respect each other and we really do something together. We really develop strategy and new business models because we really trust each other, you understand, because we have common values.
So back to ethics. Okay.
Responsibility.
And responsibility. Very good. So we have a few minutes left before we come to the last question. I would just ask you one question about the management of the consulting company. Yeah, we were talking about the clients, but we also need to be professional in how we manage our own company. And very often small consultancies, they consult quality management or business excellence, but if we ask, do you have a process model in your own organization? They say, oh, I've never thought about that. So can I have your ideas, whoever would like to say something to that? Do we need a kind of digitalization process management system in our company?
Well, I'm coming from really small consulting company, but I'll put a challenge to the bigger here. I think like elsewhere, even more than elsewhere in companies, now is important to have a strong leadership. Management can be a little bit behind if we are talking about management like numbers and so. Because during the changes, first is the happening and then are the numbers, of course. like in any company, in consulting company first. So companies with who have this habit that consultants are just running around and don't see each other and don't discuss to each other, and they don't, let me say, exchange the real, not just data, but the experience in this other way. I think that they should do that very, very intensive now for these times. But well, my colleagues have maybe different experience. They're coming from bigger companies.
Maybe one more comment, or Peter or Matthias.
So I guess in larger companies, it is a must also to have a consistent level of services across countries, regions, practices, whatever. And that is certainly much easier to manage in a smaller firm. Nevertheless, the standard of consulting and the quality of consulting should be maintained also in smaller firms. And there is it. Do you need procedures? Do you need management system? Do you need quality systems? I think yes, the larger the firm is, definitely needed in order to provide this consistency. But important is what we produce in the market, or what is the outcome of our services towards the clients.
Yeah. But maybe we can cooperate in the future, that the smaller consultants companies learn and cooperate with the bigger ones to share experiences. Peter?
But also this is like a role of associations to provide this consistency across the members as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to re-emphasize what both my colleagues said, that it's a multi-dimensional thing, running a consulting firm. So I like to think of it as 5 cornerstones: clients, people, quality, financials, and network. And each of those 5 need to be managed. Obviously, different objectives, different management practices, but each of the, I mean, the reason I call them cornerstones is that if any of those 5 fails, the whole thing is going to break.
Thank you. So this leads us to the final statement. I would like to ask you for an outlook, a kind of personal statement. What is your personal contribution? How do you want to shape the future of management consultancy and the future of our clients, either personally or in your association? Matthias.
So I guess at least what I always lived and liked in my consulting life was that you're helping others to be successful. And this outcome was at least always satisfying for myself. Yeah, it was not about what is my personal impact there, but it is what was the result for the client and potentially then also for the economy or the society. And we very often work on topics or problems which no one has thought about previously, and then assembling the right components in order to tackle the problem and to try to find a way to work it through. That's the task of consulting, to make a better world and to shape the future.
Thank you. Manuel?
So I'm thinking that this question it's very relevant in the sense that in the consultancy Spanish association we have checked which are the percentage of bad debts that we have in the different companies, and I'm delighted to say that we are close to between 1.5, 2.1, 2.2. So that means that the bad debt that we have versus the total net revenue that we are generating are pretty low. So pretty low. So that means that usually the clients, they are delighted what we are doing. And I think this is a very important statement that in another industries, there are a lot of difference because they have a very important bad debts. Having said that, I'm talking in my particular basis as an EY partner. We didn't tackle today the concept of regulation. I think the regulator in the different countries they are taking more importance, and I suppose that you are aware of, but in EY we are in the process to go public in hopefully in 2024. So that means that the consulting business, if you are collaborating with the auditors, are getting more complicated. And I think the regulation, but not only in the pure consulting, if you are working in the financial sector, the regulation is very important. And I think the governments and also the different stakeholders, they are going to push for more knowledge and for more professionality in the following years. And the way that we are going to adapt with these requirements is going to be partially the success of the future.
Yeah, so it's about governance. Thank you very much. May I ask you for a short statement, Boruto?
Yes, like Matthias said, of course, help and support the clients with creative solutions for them. Yes, the playground, in fact, is under reconstruction and there are some new toys around. So we are going to take this into consideration, but in general, it is the same going on. Maybe we'll have to pack some products into digitalized form and do, let me say, manually these very special solutions where clients cannot even find where they are, and of course they're not where to go. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, of course, human-centric, some more social responsible, and special thank you for FIACO members who are really trying and open to support Ukrainian consultants for such a difficult times, for our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
My personal goal, or perhaps the biggest challenge in front of the Association of Management Consultants in Hungary, is to get connections to the next generation of consultants. We're kind of losing that previously seemingly continuous flow of consultants into the professional association. Now the next generation is slightly removed. So that's something we'd like to focus on. And perhaps my personal wish of how I like to see the role of consulting here is that, if I may quote Professor Frieder, who was sitting here an hour ago, that technology can be used for good and bad, and there's the management consulting profession is probably very well positioned to make sure that it's going to be used for the good rather than for the bad.
Thank you very much. That's a nice closing word. I thank you very much for all your contributions, for your openness and the creativity that you showed in this panel discussion. Thank you to all those who listened to this session. And I just can conclude, I learned a lot in this session, and we still have to learn a lot in the management consultancy business. And it's great to be a management consultant. It's great that we have clients that we can work with, and we will always contribute to a productive and successful client relationship. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this very interesting panel discussion. So now we are come to our final panel. We are going to talk about the future through more science. Science helps us to better understand and solve complex challenges. What science do we need for the future? Where are the boundaries between science and activism? We will explore these and other questions. To get in the right mood for the final discussion, we still have a very powerful group of speakers. First of all, let's welcome Ozahon Inabulele, President of the World Medical Association. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Nice to be here again. I thank David and the management board of the Vienna Congress for inviting me and the WMA to make this presentation. The presentation is centered on the future of science, exploring reasons for the hostility towards science, and of course, looking at the boundaries between science and activism. And I hope to do this in the next 15 minutes or 10-15 minutes before the panel session. I shall try to do this using the following outline. I look at some definitions, looking at a brief history of science and its gains. I look at the hostility towards science, science and activism, and of course, hopefully, what kind of science does the future need? And I'll thereafter conclude. So I like to say that science is not new to us. I'm sure the whole discussion so far has even made it more, ingrained in our consciousness. So science is not new to humans. It's always been there, right from ancient times to modern times. And of course, it has tremendous benefits. And of course, the whole essence of civilization, advancement in globalization, and all of that, humanity, largely attributable to science. So its benefits are not in doubt. And of course, its benefits are not in doubt. And but again, what is troubling is the tremendous hostility towards science, especially in recent times. We saw that in COVID, where there was so much of hostility towards the scientific discoveries that were coming out from laboratories. So it's good that we're having this kind of conversation. It's very important because science also is important to advancing population health. And it's also coming at a time when the World Medical Association is also revising one of its fundamental policy documents on the Declaration of Helsinki that has to do with the conduct of research in humans. So I think this is an appropriate time to have this kind of conversation. Science, we all know, is all about using our imagination, studying the physical and studying the physical and, of course, and natural world, really, through very basic interventions like experimentations and all of that. And, of course, trying to look at what the evidence, the kind of evidence that we can get from those studies. And looking for the basic truths, and of course the unknown, advancing knowledge and all of that. So that's basically is what it's all about. But again, that is not why we are here. This is part of science. We're scientifically evaluating one of the highest officers in Nigeria, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Of course, like I said, it's been on from ancient times to modern times, from the time we were having pure observational trends in terms of seasonal trends and all of that, to when we really had advancement in science, particularly in 1917th, 19th, and of course, currently the 20th and 21st century, with tremendous developments and discoveries in science. We all know about the Human Genome Project, DNA sequencing, production of more, advanced antimicrobials, vaccines, mRNA technologies, of course, human cloning, which, of course, resulted in some very challenging experiences. And of course, the whole concept of renewable energy, space travels, and all the others. So there have been tremendous gains. But like I said, this is not the kernel of my presentation because I need to be a bit more focused on the core issues for the discussions today. So if you look online, you'll find that one scholar had already put there what he expects the world to have in 2050, including what they call superhuman clothing and some other, discoveries. So, but that is for 2050. But in spite of all of these, are there some benefits really? And I said earlier on that there are actually benefits of science. There are so many, even the healthcare industry, in terms of the production of new diagnostic methodologies, new therapeutics and vaccines, new improved medical devices. There are so many now. And of course, especially with digitalization and all of that. Even in terms of empowering the patients by, of course, ensuring that there is better patient experience, which of course derives from better quality care, and of course, at the end of the day, we all know that science has also helped to improve life expectancy in terms of the health outcomes. So people are living longer now, substantially, from the benefits of science. And for us as physicians, of course, sometimes it helps to reduce the workload, in terms of addressing this current challenge we have in the health sector or the health system about burnout of physicians and other health professionals. I would stated that. I would like to say that despite all these benefits, there's been tremendous hostility towards science. And I think part of the conversation today is to unravel some of these reasons why we've had some hostility, despite the very tremendous benefits derivable from science. And I think it's multifactorial. There are several reasons for this, and one of which is a potent fear about the scientific discoveries. And of course, we saw that again in the whole issue of vaccine development. There were a lot of theories about this, and of course, it gave room to a lot of conspiracy theorists to bring out, to express their propagandist ideas and all of that. And that was not very good. So the fact that those fears are not allayed, even at the time of processing these discoveries, perhaps could result in this level of hostility towards science and its findings and discoveries. Of course, we have the whole issue of poor public perception. The fact that there is lack of understanding of what science is doing, because again, science is supposed to advance humanity, is supposed to advance the cause of those who are even resisting science. And so when there is poor communication in terms of lack of understanding between the public and the scientists, you could have this level of hostility. And of course, sometimes you don't blame them, because when you have ignorance, pervading the atmosphere, then of course you don't you're not surprised why people resist, what comes out from your laboratories. Of course, the whole issue of inadequate communication, I've said that, has led to lack of public trust in what comes out from science. We also have the issue of cultural religious dogmas, superstitious beliefs and myths, and of course, disruption of social cultural norms. This is particularly evident in some jurisdictions, including where I come from in Africa, where they believe sometimes that the product of science has tried to undermine their own cultural values and social cultural norms, and that over time could breed some level of resistance. We also have, like I said before, the deliberate distortion by ideologues, conspiracy theorists, sometimes even taking it to the level of, all right, 5 minutes. Yeah, the chair of council is here. He faced a lot of attack from some of these conspiracy theorists and those who did not believe in the whole importance of vaccine. Then, of course, infodemia, the whole disruptive social media space, where you now have so many health advisors advising the public. Because of time, I think I'll move more speedily now. Of course, the inequitable deployment of science. What that means is that Africa, for instance, where I come from, sometimes believe that, look, science is about using them as guinea pigs. And so when you come and experiment there's some level of resistance you will face. And we saw that in the Kano trials in Nigeria, for instance, that led to so many deaths during drug trials and all of that. Then you have unfair access to benefits of science. We saw how people raised a lot of agitation against the products of science because of vaccine nationalism and vaccine inequity and all of that, and sometimes political views. There were political leaders who came out publicly to denounce vaccines, and that is denouncing science and the products of science. Of course, the misuse and abuse of science is also part of it. Now, is there any contradiction between science and activism? I just say there's none. I see it as complementary, an interplay, oscillation, vacillation between the two ends, and of course, all aimed at public good. There are scientists that have done very well as activists. Of course, activism is about vigorous campaign to ensure some level of social and political change. And that is needed even in science. In terms of regulatory oversight, you need people to always be there to ensure that the ethics are being adhered to. And of course, there's some level of regulation. So you need that continuous interplay. And we've seen that in so many of the issues, even climate change, elimination of bad cultural practices, ban on smoking and others. I'll go quickly now to talk about what science does the future need. I just say, I just say that science needs, what the kind of science the future needs. It's not only about building more scientific products. The science that the future needs is one that is collaborative, one that drives the whole concept of global solidarity and international exchange, international collaboration. Science that promotes equitable deployment of resources. Science that builds public trust. And public trust can be built through several interventions that are put there on the slide, particularly driving the public interest approach, rather than what we see sometimes, the commercialized and individual group interest approach. All right, my time is up now, but I just say that science that is ethical is also important and regulated. Science that is well-funded and leads. And of course, science that protects the lives of scientists. So in conclusion, I want to say that though human existence may seem to be tied around social, economic, and political constructs, the role of science and its discoveries is shaping human existence. In shaping human existence cannot be overemphasized. It has been a major contributor to the improvement in the life expectancy in many countries of the world. However, the misuse and abuse of science and poor communication can lead to lack of public trust and, of course, hostility towards science. So the future, therefore, needs science that is evidence-based and isolated from politics, responsible, responsive, progressive, equitable, and leaves no one behind. In conclusion, the science that we need is good science that communicates, and that is what the world needs. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you again for your attention. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Inapureli, and also to be right on time. Now welcome Johannes Oerlemann, recipient of the Balsan Prize 2022 and Professor Emeritus at Utrecht University. Welcome to the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about climate change, glaciers, and perhaps also a bit about my frustrations concerning how slow politics really work. The first picture you see there is perhaps the most important one ever produced in climate science. That's at least my opinion. I have to explain what you see. It's basically about carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere, as we have reconstructed that from polar ice cores. Polar ice cores form a unique archive of climate change. You can see there a picture with air bubbles, tiny copies of the atmosphere in the time that the ice layers were deposited. The deepest ice in Antarctica is 800,000 years old. And for this whole span of 800,000 years, covering 8 what we call glacial cycles, so switches between ice ages and interglacials, we have an idea of how the carbon dioxide concentration varied. It basically went between 200 ppmv, that means parts per million by volume, in glacial times to about 280 in interglacial times. These results are very solid. They have been obtained by independent analysis in 3 laboratories on 3 or 4 ice cores from Antarctica, hundreds of kilometers apart. The typical transition from a glacial to an interglacial period in which the carbon dioxide concentration goes up by 100 ppm is about 10,000 years. What you can see in this graph is what nature does in 10,000 years, we can do in 100 years. And that's what makes the big difference. The green dashed line you see there is the present level of atmospheric carbon dioxide. And you can see that there has been a huge increase over the past, I say 100 years, but maybe it's even less, maybe 50 years. So we can also state very clearly from this graph that over the past 800,000 years, carbon dioxide levels have never been anything close to what we see today. The next. 50 years ago, we already knew that carbon dioxide emissions would lead to higher temperatures on the globe, with some differences between polar regions, alpine regions, and so on, but basically warming everywhere, rising sea levels, and also more extreme weather events. You don't need huge climate models to understand this. It's based on fairly simple principles. The atmosphere is a machine that makes systems, depression, storms, and the fuel is water vapor. And everybody knows that the amount of water vapor you can contain in air depends exponentially on the temperature. So a bit higher temperature will increase the fuel for systems enormously. What I have seen over my 40 years of research in this field, working with observations, satellite data, modeling, numerical simulation, and so on, is that much energy went into establishing a climatocracy, as I call it, with bureaus, institutions, reports, summaries of reports, and so on. And little energy went in really taking action to reduce emissions. And I can't formulate it otherwise that for a scientist working in climate research for 40 years, this is a bit frustrating. But it's the practice. I work a lot with a glaciologist from Switzerland. Felix Keller is his name. He's a permafrost specialist. We give lectures together, and we have long discussions with good wine about why it takes so much, it is so difficult to bring the message across. And one of our conclusions is that the politicians and the people in general are not so impressed, or they do not move on the basis of dry summaries of scientific results. They need emotions. And that's why we started to mix in scientific, how you say it, presentations, we do music. So we would typically show 3-4 slides, scientific graphs, and then we play a piece of music live on the scene. And oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. I knew it would not work well. So we set up a series of lectures where we talk about climate change, but every now and then we stop and we play music, and we try to make a connection between the music and the subject of the graph. Well, my violin player is not here, so I can only illustrate this by playing a simple slideshow with a piece of music we play together. And it will also contain information on glaciers. It's in fact called a requiem for the glaciers of Switzerland. Of course, after the Beerdigung, after the funeral, we will become more positive and also talk about actions of how we can do something about it. So, and now you are allowed to play it. So that was the sad part. Oh. We thought, okay, we cannot save all glaciers in the, we cannot save all glaciers in the world. The only way to stop sea level rise is to cut carbon dioxide emissions. No doubt about that, but maybe in individual cases we can do something, because there are quite some people in the world that suffer from the disappearance of glaciers. Not on a big scale, but local economies may depend on it, tourism, but also mountain huts that have no water in summer when the small glacier nearby is gone, or in dry areas in the world, irrigation of small farmer communities. So we made a foundation called Glaciers Alive, and you can read the text. It's really the idea that we support, come with solutions for individual glaciers. And you can become a member if you like. You can sponsor us with 10 euros or 1 million euros, whatever you like. Anything is welcome. And of course, we have a website, so if you type Glaciers Alive, you can find it. The different ways to protect glaciers, I just show a few quick examples. Maybe the best known way is to use fleece cover to save winter snow from melting away in summer. And if you do that every year, put on the fleece and take it away, you can save a small glacier. In this case, this glacier is essential for a ski slope in the Engadine in Switzerland. We came with the idea, which is probably more environmentally friendly, to, let's say, reduce the shrinkage of glaciers, slow it down by producing artificial snow on the glacier by means of what we call a snow cable, snow showers. We have developed a system that doesn't need energy when you have water from sufficiently high lake, which works with a new system that does not involve any chemicals to produce the snow. This was a project done in Switzerland. So this is more or less ready to be applied to individual cases. We're negotiating with different skiing companies and so on. And maybe a totally different application is, it's not really protecting a glacier, but it's more like using ice to store water, is the so-called Ice Stupa project. Sonam One Tube from Ladakh was the big initiator here. He got the Rolex Prize for enterprise for this. And it's basically saving meltwater that still comes out of the mountains in late autumn or winter to build an ice stupa, so a pyramid that melts away in early spring and can supply water for agriculture. There are hundreds of these now, so it's a technique that is fairly simple and efficient and doesn't leave any traces when it's gone. So, my final slide is about my two heroes. Klaus Hasselmann, Nobel Prize laureate for physics 2 years ago, and Edward Lorenz. He should have got the Nobel Prize, they forgot that. I think it was a big mistake. They are my heroes because I like their analysis of the climate system, that it is a very complicated system, and that its predictability is limited. By the way, the same applies to economic models, of course. Economists never talk about the scales of their predictions over a few years, but I've once seen an article about this, and the weather forecast is much better, I can tell you. So I don't think it makes much sense to do climate protection measures by the way you have shown that it's economically feasible. That takes too long. And I think that the precautionary approach that you realize we give a huge push to the composition of the atmosphere, which is by definition dangerous for such a sensitive and complex system. So I think the precautionary approach deserves more credit than it actually gets. That's where I want to end. Thank you for your attention.
Right on time. Thanks a lot, Mr. Ellemann. So now we are coming to our last introductory notes for today, and it will be given by Thomas Süthoff, Nobel laureate in physiology, it's a long day, or medicine. Is he here? He's here, yeah. Mr. Süthoff, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. It is very difficult after these two powerful presentations by Dr. Enna Bulele and Professor Erlemans to talk to you here about my perspective on the subject of this particular session. I will try, but it's hard to not emphasize how important, in particular, the climate is when you compare it to the issue in science and to the issue in hostility against science that I would like to discuss, which is limited to biomedical research because I am an academic scientist who works in biomedical research. So this is what I know best. So what I want to talk to you about today, and I will be brief because it's late in the afternoon and this is the very last talk of this meeting, and I'm sure everybody is eager to listen to the panel that's going to convene after I have finished. What I want to talk to you about is one of the sources, I believe, of hostility to science, to biomedical research, that I think is basically, at least partly, if not wholly, due to us scientists, to the way how we communicate. And I very much liked the ending of Dr. Enna Bulele's talk, where he emphasized the need of good science and good communication, because that's exactly going to be the message that I'm going to try to communicate to you tonight. Let me first tell you a bit about how science really operates from my personal experience. Science has three components. One is the resources to actually do it, the money. The money that goes into the salary of people, that goes into buildings, that goes into instruments, and that goes into supplies. For this, most scientists have to write grants and try to convince someone to give the money. The second component of science, only one of three, is to actually do the science, to do the experiments, to get data, to get results. And the third component is the communication of scientific data, of scientific results, of conclusions. These three components, I believe, have been historically pretty much in operation for hundreds of years, ever since science emerged, modern science emerged in the late Renaissance period. I think there was always a struggle for funding, as there is now. That hasn't changed much. I think that the practice of science has changed dramatically over the years because science depends on technologies, and there have been many revolutions in technologies over the years. In biomedical research, we are now experiencing major changes because there are new techniques, new methods that allow us to do things that were not possible before. And that will again change the kind of science we can do, the kinds of results we can get, that will change the progress of science, I believe, and that are overall positive. They are great. What has changed the most, however, especially over recent years, is how we communicate science. And I think that that is really where the problem actually is. And let me tell you a bit of why I think that that constitutes a problem that is increasing and that presents a challenge for us scientists when we try to communicate truthfully what we find. The problem is that traditionally scientists relied on a network, if I may say, call it that, of non-profit organizations' efforts to talk to each other and to talk to others about scientific results. It was usually done in the form of publications, as it is now, that were, however, almost exclusively originally carried forward by non-profit academic types of entities, organizations. Most famously, the Proceedings of the Royal Society initially, and then others. Over the last 30, 40 years, that model has changed dramatically, and that change has accelerated over the last decade due to the increase or to the total change of publications into a purely virtual electronic form from paper. What has changed is that now most science is published by commercial publishers that have interests of their own, interests that are valid and interests that are can't be denied in terms of their rationale, but nevertheless have not been positive. What has also happened is that because there has been such a large increase in scientific results and scientific endeavors, that the volume of the science has increased as well. And because the volume has increased and at the same time the publication modes, the publication ways of publishing has changed, what I believe has happened is that there has been a loss of the validity of the evaluation process of science, which happens at the level of publication. Specifically, because we as scientists submit our work to a review panel that is convened by the journal to which we submit the work, that review panel is critical in telling us as scientists whether what we present is basically good science or bad science. Everything depends in our communication to the public on that review process. Scientists are humans. We all try to publish as much stuff to as broad an audience as possible. That is normal. And we need that feedback, we need that control by the review process in order to basically tell us when we are wrong. If that process doesn't work anymore, then what we communicate may not always be right. And in fact, I think that that is exactly what is happening now, in that the public no longer believes that what scientists report is necessarily right, and the public is right. It is not necessarily right. And the reason for that is that there are literally thousands and thousands of self-declared peer-reviewed journals that the public can access, where you can basically read anything you want. And it is declared as being peer-reviewed and therefore must be right. Because especially people outside of the field have no idea whether a particularly declared peer-reviewed paper has actually been really peer-reviewed. At present, there are tens of thousands of commercial journals that operate often very, very legitimately in a manner where they truly try to evaluate papers, but sometimes they don't. These journals are very good profit centers for the companies that run them. They're incredibly profitable. A typical profit margin, a typical return is above 30–40% of these major publishing houses. So this is a very profitable business. There are no regulations that guide evaluation of scientific data, of scientific results by journals. This is probably the biggest unregulated industry, certainly within the area that I know best, maybe within the world. You would think that something that is as important as scientific evaluations should be regulated to some extent, but it isn't. Any journal can go ahead and claim to be peer-reviewed. You never know. I could open up a journal, charge $5,000 for an article, get them in there, and publish them. It would cost me, what, $100 per article to do that. That's basically how many of these journals operate. It also makes the work of legitimate journals much more difficult, and it makes it impossible for the public to tell what is actually true and what is fake. And I think that that is one reason why the public is not always trusting the scientists anymore, because why would you trust something that can be right or wrong? Now, what can we do about this situation? I think many of us scientists recognize that this is a huge problem. In my area of research, there have been attempts to reform this, to change this. And there's basically two ways to deal with this, I think. One way is to abolish the entire peer review process as we know it. This is now being tried by a journal called eLife, which is published, among others, by my employer, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. The idea here is that instead of giving editors the power to actually determine who reviews a paper and who can tell whether what's in there is true or not, the journal would send out everything for peer review, but then leave it to the authors to decide whether they want to publish the paper after the peer review, and always publish the peer review with the paper. I think this is a great model that needs to be tried. But what I fear with this approach is that there will be a total information overload, because there is no filter anymore. And as you all know, there's so much published. How on earth can we actually ever read this stuff? Okay, there's a limit. On the other hand, this endeavor reflects the recognition that something needs to be done. Another approach would be to convince politicians to institute regulations. Where I am from, in the United States, the word regulation always elicits a very strong response that I sometimes share, because there are already so many regulations. And the question always arises, do you really need more regulations? And I do think you do need regulations in the right places, and to have something as important as scientific publishing completely unregulated, I don't think is a good idea. Specifically, just regulating that reviews should be published, that journals need to have records of reviewers, that papers are actually being reviewed, that there's a traceable history, that there is no corruption within the process, which I believe there is many times now. these kinds of endeavors, I think, would already go a long way. In fact, the more prestigious journals have recognized that there's a problem, and that they would obviously also like to protect their business, and so they've tried to find ways of ensuring better truthfulness of what they publish. Their solution, maybe not unexpectedly, is to make the authors do more work in documenting everything, sort of pushing all the stuff onto the authors. And as a result, the number of forms you have to fill out when you publish a paper nowadays has ballooned enormously. We spend weeks just trying to put stuff together for publication. So I'm not sure that that will be enough. I think that in science, in order to communicate to the public, to win back the trust, we need to make sure that whatever we declare is peer-reviewed, as academic scientists, is actually peer-reviewed, and that this is totally transparent. And I think that to achieve that, we need to go one of the two ways, and possibly both, that I outlined to you right now. And we can't just accept that this huge part of what is science, the third part, it's a very, very important part, is simply unregulated, and that anybody can basically publish anything as peer-reviewed as they like. And so, obviously, this is only one part of the hostility to science. There's other parts as well. I'm not proposing that that will solve all the problems, but I think that that will be a necessary component for any progress towards dealing with scientific hostility, towards a rejection by the public of patent and obvious scientific results. And maybe this is most obvious for me in the United States, in the declared belief of many of my representatives, politicians, members of Congress, that climate change doesn't even exist. Okay. So that is an extreme example, but it's true. In fact, I believe that the majority of Republicans in the United States doubts that climate change has a human contribution and represents a potential danger, which I find absurd, given what we've just heard from Professor Erlemans. And so I would like to close with my appeal that I'm hoping we can convince, in this case, the politicians that this type of action is necessary in order to restore the credibility of science. But I'm also hoping that we can convince our fellow scientists that there is a true challenge here that we as scientists must deal with, because in the end it is us who played in the system, who used the system, who were publishing these papers, and who were not really doing our part in making sure that what's published is really true. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Süthoff. You can take a seat for the final panel discussion, the last highlight of today's Congress. This panel discussion will be moderated by Sir Kloting, distinguished professor at Utrecht University and former president of the Academia Europaea. And he will have a discussion with the speakers you have just seen on stage. Let's welcome once again Osuhan Inapolele, Johannes Oerlemann, Thomas Süthoff and Dan Schechtmann, and new on stage, is now Sebastian Kummer, Head of the Institute for Transport and Logistics Management, Vienna University of Economics and Business.
Warm welcome to everybody. Particularly warm welcome to the members of the very final panel of the Vienna Congress taking place today. Strategies for Scientific Excellence. Very challenging title. Future of Science. Also very challenging because we cannot escape also, of course, here to talk about the science of the future. It's a topic which is very rich, full of challenges, but also full of responsibilities. And I'm very happy that we have here really a stellar panel. 5 people with different views, covering a lot of ground, was already evident from the presentations that we heard today, not only here in the science panel, but also in presentations concerning democracy, but also issues related to entrepreneurial aspects. And I'm very happy that we have here a top scientist, but also an enthusiastic entrepreneur in the person of Dan Scheckman. And I'm also very happy that we have here a broad spectrum of backgrounds from our panelists, all the way from the medical sciences to climate science, and but also covering economic aspects and chemistry. And of course, when we talk about science, we all realize it's very important, of course, to hear the voice of science, but it requires a dialogue. Also with people who are not here in the panel, like the ones that basically we are keen to see as recipients of, for example, our science advice for policy. But of course, we should not forget it's all about people. And it's all about creativity. And I can not basically resist to share with you some experience I had as a young professor of earth sciences when I organized a summer school in a beautiful Italian monastery, attended by a big crowd of highly talented PhD students and early career researchers. And one of the guests was there, the vice president of a very leading Norwegian energy company. He was vice president at the time of a company with 60,000 employees, but he was also director of the research lab. And he gave a speech about creativity. And he said, well, actually my job is very simple. Creativity, my task is not to kill it. And the students, they loved it. And many of my own former PhD students basically preferred, when they had offers from the geoenergy industry, to work for him, because he gave them freedom. And I think that is very, very essential in basically talking about the future of science. So I cannot resist to fire a first question to our dear panelists in terms of their own experience. What has been crucial, critical in your pursuit for excellence? What has been, let's say, the moment where basically you saw the light? And what was the moment that gave you the inspiration to move on? Often with findings that were, in many cases, I know, not immediately accepted even by your own colleagues. And then another question is basically, what has nearly been the killer for you in terms of, let's say, being creative? I say nearly, because nobody managed to stop you. So let me start off with my dear colleague Hans Oerlemans, winner of the Balzan Prize, excellent scientist, but also very much engaged in terms of not only the future of science, but also the future of our planet Earth and the society. Hans,
is it on?
please.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, freedom is the big word. When I was taking my degree, a master degree in meteorology or geophysics, I was captured by the weather service in Holland immediately to work on long-range weather forecasting, and which I did. But after a couple of months, I thought, well, there's not much perspective in this. We know the system is unpredictable beyond 1 week or so, and I don't really like this job. And so I went to the director of research, Professor Henk Tennekes, a turbulence man, said, I don't like this. Then he said, what do you like? Well, then maybe I would like to work on ice ages. I said, okay, then you do that. And this was an incredible mandate I got, of course. But so I did. And in the end, I wrote a PhD on numerical simulation of ice ages. So that was my big start, so to say, freedom. And almost killing me is then, of course, the bureaucracy of science, which you encounter when you have to depend more on proposals. We all know that writing proposals to the research program of the European Commission has become more and more complicated, where you have to indicate before you start what are the titles of the papers you're going to write and things like that, deliverables and all these fancy words. So at some point I thought, oh boy, I don't want to do this anymore. And then I was lucky to get a big prize, to get it, 2 million euros or so, Spinoza Prize, to do my research. And I didn't have to think about any EU proposals for 5 or 6 years. So I was lucky.
You refer, Hans, to a situation where we did not have yet the European Research Council, because the European Research Council has as the only criterion excellence and creative ideas, high risk, high gain. So that has changed, fortunately.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear.
Then I like to move on to your neighbor, Osahan. Please share with us some personal experience.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think for me, I come from a very peculiar environment, and I think for us, within my jurisdiction, one of the very major experiences, or one of the major factors that really influences our motivation to science and research, has to do with the disabling environment in which we find ourselves. Disabling in the fact that you're just left on your own to foray through the research forest, the scientific forest, and nobody seems to, be encouraging you. So the government really doesn't invest much in science and research in terms of the funding opportunities and all of that. So individuals are left on their own. I'm left on my own. So most times you have to, bring out from your very paltry resources to undertake research that will benefit society, that will benefit the same government. And so the lack of motivation, the lack of enabling environment to further research propensities, it's one that is very decapitating. And I think for me, just the passion for humanity is what keeps me going, that in spite of the challenges, the existential challenges, that I still need to make that commitment to humanity as part of my credo. I haven't chosen that path of endeavor. So I think, creating that enabling environment will be very critical towards advancing research, particularly in Africa and other places that are not as endowed as some other parts of the world. So I think that for me is a major issue. And of course, the grants are not very readily available, in terms of the monetary, opportunities, they're not readily available, and so you begin to wonder whether this is how you're going to be foraging through the research forest. So that, to me, it's a very sad experience. But again, like I said, it's more like a spiritual attachment, that, keeps you going, for you to, of course, make some, possibilities, in terms of research and science. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me move on with Thomas, please.
I hope this works. Yes, it does. Perfect. So we've heard from about the freedom to operate, about the motivation, which I think is really important, about the resources that you need. I totally agree with all of that. In addition to that, I would like to add mentorship. I think that total freedom is great, but at least I, from my own personal experience, and I think most people would probably agree with that, have benefited from not only having the freedom, but also having somebody tell me when something was maybe the wrong way to go, or was not the right way to think about things, or when I was wrong about my conclusions. I think mentorship is extremely important in creativity. Creativity is not something that operates only in freedom, but it also operates with the, you need a form in which to shape your ideas, your discoveries, whatever. And so in my own personal case, I had a lot of freedom, which I'm thankful for, but I also had great mentors who I'm also thankful for. And I believe that any institution needs to foster mentors based on the quality of the science of the mentors, not based on any other criteria. And I hope that we can, as scientists, provide that for the next generation so that we can make progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for stressing that, because coaching and mentoring is of course essential also for the continuity. And I'm absolutely sure that all of you make a big effort in that in that direction. I think it is particularly important for, let's say, the less research-intensive countries, where there is a lot of scientific excellence, but it simply has to be unlocked and it has to be coached. And this is something, let's say, that is a process that requires community service also within our own community. That has to be done, driven by motivation, that we have a responsibility. Dan, please take the floor.
Well, my own experience is totally different than yours. I never had a good mentor. Never. My professor, the first professor, I thought was very stupid. I neglected what he said. The second professor with whom I did my PhD, he just let me do whatever I want, and he didn't bother with me. It was all my own. But I want to tell you something from my experience. And most people don't realize it, that our lives are governed by chance. We think that we are in control of our lives. Yeah. We are not. Yes, of course, when we drive, we make sure that we don't hit people. And when we walk, we make sure that we don't fall down. Yeah, on this level, we control ourselves. But in my experience, I can pinpoint point in my life which took me this way, this way, this way. And in most cases, it was 1 minute conversation in the corridor that changed my life. So not only our lives are governed by chance, but the very fact that we are here, and this is a little bit philosophical, excuse me, the very fact is chance. Hey, what is your chance to be born? Zero. Zero. Think of the process. The chance of somebody to be born are as close as zero as I can imagine. So the gift of life is so rare. It is so rare, and we take it for granted. Hey, we are here. Wonderful. No. Another sperm is another person. You would never know that you were not born, okay? And you know how many sperms were there on that wonderful evening 9 months before you were born? 100 million. 100 million. And your father had to be born too. You have to multiply the chances. And their parents, and your mother and their parents, go back to the first amoeba in the swamp. The chances of somebody to be born are zero. And so I realized that my life was governed by chance, and I can pinpoint points like this. Last thing, I never wanted to become a scientist. I wanted to become a mechanical engineer based on a book that I read when I was young, Jules Verne, Mystery Island. The hero there is an engineer. And this is why I went to the Technion, Haifa, Israel, to study mechanical engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer. And then what happened? When I graduated, there was big recession in the country. I could not find a job. Is it good or bad when you don't find a job? Well, I said, well, I'll do my master's degree, and in 2 years I'll find a job. And in these 2 years, I fell in love with science. I said, well, I think I like it. I'll do my PhD, and that sealed my fate. But chance. So if we take something home from this meeting for me, is that our lives are governed by chance, and we are very extremely lucky that we are here, and we are all people that achieve something in our lives, and it's all by chance.
Maybe it is the point, let's say, that your path did not cross the path of, let's say, a mentor that made you more motivated to do a lot of coaching, even for, let's say, very young people.
Oh, I influenced many young people, but I was not influenced by any scientific father, none.
Yeah, it's a very interesting. Now you mentioned this, because I had to invent my own PhD topic. I had even to take a loan from the government to do it, and this motivated me basically to supervise 80 PhD students, learning also from how not to do it. At the same time, my promoter was a great guy, but he had this philosophy: you just find out. And basically his PhD students, either they became, let's say, professors, or they disappeared after a year completely from the podium. So it's a very interesting experience what you share with us. Final panelist here comes from the economic sector, and I think that is very important, because let's say there are many things that we have to build in the equation. Also, when we talk about, let's say, what to do with the science, there is innovation, there is also social innovation, there is science advice for policy, but of course it all has a certain price. So what is your experience in your domain in terms of challenges, obstacles, and also, let's say, learning from doing?
Yes, but I have to say that also maybe I'm a bit not the mainstream economist like the others, and I would like to support the idea of Dan Scheichmann. I have also the idea that there's the luck or the chances, you would say, are going there, and most of the people, they don't grab the luck and they don't grab the chance. Why? Because they are afraid. So scientists, they have to be curious, and also, they have to have a courage to grab the chance, like you did. You saying, and you have to be a kind of a resistance, because it is said in the discussions before. Unfortunately, there's some hostility against the scientists. So I was very lucky. I would like to tell the story I never told. I was sitting in the Mensa in the restaurant of the University of Cologne. I'm German. I live in Austria, but I'm German. And I was sitting there, and it was not in the corridor, but a study friend of mine came and said, "Sebastian, you are interested in transport and logistics. I have this professor who would like to have an assistant, but I don't want. I want to make the money." Then there's something else you have to say. I always teach our university students. I said, you have to decide. Or you want to make the money, the millions. Of course, we don't talk millions per year, of course, and become a startup entrepreneur or something like that. Or you decide for science. And at the end of the life, many people know that the millions are not important, but it's more important what is the sense. So this is also something. And then, but on the other hand, also, and then I come maybe to some economic questions, but I don't want to defer this. I wrote independence, like you said, freedom, but not only financially, but morally. So I noticed that a lot of my economics professors or colleagues that are successful, then they build up these big teams, and then they become into they have the problem that they have to feed the teams, and then they make projects that I don't think that they're really convinced about the project. I don't want to, and so I always had the idea that it's better to have a small team. We need teams. I think the world is so complex that we need good teams. streams. And this is also a luck that we find. We have these students, and I don't know, maybe successful professors are able to grab the students, although it's not so difficult because many students are maybe not so intelligent, at least in our field, because we have this 25,000 students who study in economics, and there are so many, and only one thing. So that is also, I think, very important, not only grab the luck, but to choose the people who are in the team. Because I think, I don't know how it's in your field, but in my field, the economics is so complex that alone we can give some ideas, but the work has to be done by very smart researchers. And this is more and more getting important, because also said before, because now we're working more with AI, with IT, and without that it's not anymore possible. And I don't think that one person alone can have all the knowledge to use these new tools.
Thank you. The title that we got from the organizers, Strategies for Scientific Excellence, to me it sounds rather top-down. And of course, many of us know that bottom-up initiatives work out often better than being told what to do, often on political grounds. So self-organization actually is the best form of organizing things, at least in science. But my question then comes also after listening to Thomas about the need for some self-regulation in terms of, for example, our publications. How well developed is our capability to organize ourselves in a proactive way, instead of waiting till the trouble comes, instead of feeding, let's say, often politically driven skepticism about science, often in, let's say, from non-democratic backgrounds. How well is our capability to move and to do self-organization in a way that basically is taking care of some of the neglected homework? And I also, in that context, I think Hans made a very important point. It took 50 years before, let's say, something was done with the result. Is this also related to some lack of self-organization of the community that knows better? Or is it something that we have to blame to the ones that should have done something with it? So let me start with Thomas and then give the floor to Hans.
The question a bit here is, how much confidence do we have in scientists as a group?
Yeah.
Right. And we're all human, which means that we like to eat our cake and have it too. We like to have it both ways. I do think that the moral independence that was mentioned earlier is actually extremely important, and that we should appeal as scientists in our discussions not only to the need for getting good science done, but also for the need of putting good science by others in front and trying to identify problems. So I think as a community, as I tried to say, we have not done enough. And I think that we as scientists should actually organize ourselves much better than we currently do. Now, why don't we? What is the problem? We can blame it on institutions, we can blame it on government, we can blame it on funding needs. In the end, I think that we as scientists have had too little interest in recent decades in science as a community effort, and that because of that, there has been, if I may say so, a bit more of a loss of this moral independence then is actually good for science. And that doesn't answer your question of how much confidence we have. It's more an appeal that maybe we as scientists should really get organized.
Do you see some role models for that? I mean, different fields have a different tradition. In my country, astrophysics had really a tradition for self-organization. They had their discussions, but they knew what they wanted, and they came forward with ideas and did it in community service. I have also seen examples of communities which were their own worst enemies in terms of coming, let's say, with an evidence-based common view. There are, of course, exceptions. In my own field, the geosciences in the broad sense of atmosphere, solid earth, oceans. In the time I was a PhD student, 300 people came to the annual meeting. When I was president, it is 3,000. Now, today, it's more than 15,000 people that come every year to the Austria Center here in Vienna. And we selected that place because it is in the heart of Europe. Also accessible, let's say, from people from the less research-intensive countries. And also acting as a global hotspot. So, I mean, this is a community that exactly is talking about the things, Thomas, that you discussed. Very active in terms of having a view on basically the quality of scientific publications, the dialogue with the politicians, and also very active in terms of putting the issues related to Earth environment and society on the agenda. Well, if we would have predicted this 30 years ago, we would have said that's impossible. But again, there were champions going for this, and they made the difference. So in your field, life sciences, which is really at the frontier, it's really, let's say, a field where major scientific revolutions with global implications have taken place. Do you see here something, let's say, that we can learn from for other sciences where, let's say, there is a smaller field or a less tradition to work in teams and also to basically share, for example, scientific infrastructure with each other?
I think that fields other than the life sciences have done much better.
Yeah.
Much, much better. And maybe possibly that is related to a very human trait, which are the profit motive, because it seems to me that wherever there is the potential for making money on the individual side, that there is less a moral independence. And I think that that's probably how we have to address this problem.
Okay, well, let me first go to Hans, because I asked him a question, but then I cannot resist to go back to economics and to ask you also to respond to this issue. Hans, please.
What I have seen is that the connection between the politicians and scientists has become more and more diffuse. I think we should go back to a situation where there are more direct lines. I remember 20, 30 years ago, I was asked for a commission of the Dutch parliament, the German parliament, where we were, as scientists, we were invited for our expertise and talk to politicians. And now this goes over, you know, consultancy and so on. I mean, I have nothing against consultancy, but I was once phoned by somebody from a consultancy company about, yeah, we have a question here about sea level change. What is really true and what is the most optimal prediction for the coming 100 years? And I said, yeah, I know about this, but why do you ask me? He said, well, we have from the minister, we have been asked to write a report, an advice over this topic, because he wants to have an update. He doesn't believe that and that and so on. And then I said, okay, I can give you some information. And the next week, by coincidence, I met the minister and I asked him, why does one of your employees not phone me? You have paid me already as a great professor of the state. Now you have to pay twice, and it doesn't bring any additional value. So please try to be more direct and use the expertise in universities in a more direct way. It's not always possible, but I've seen it become more and more bureaucratic, more and more layers, and that doesn't help. A positive thing, I think, is what I have seen, for instance, with EU projects, has to do with the repeatability of science, the fact that you can only get an EU project, for instance, on ice core, deep ice core drillings, if the data are public and stored and accessible for everyone. And if you don't do that, you won't get the project. And this is now going to happen also with computer codes. And I think that's a huge advantage also to gain a bit more trust in what scientists do. The idea that somebody else can repeat what you did, I think is very important.
Thank you. Comments from the point of view of the field of economics, and particularly in terms of the interplay with the market and the financial sector.
Yeah, I agree to the statement of Thomas that in economics, and especially a lot of economic professors are working as consultants, and they are more interested to sell the things, and this is not, from my point of view, not good for science, but is something. On the other hand, I'm very skeptical about the politician. I mean, also I live in Austria, so maybe Austria is a bit different, and the European Commission is much better in this way. But here, if you only get money if you do the research in the direction the politicians want. So in former times, maybe the professors would give the idea, and then politicians would listen to many professors, or maybe more than one professor, and now they select the professors that they want. And maybe it's not so much in your field, but I'm very worried that a lot of professors are very normative. So they have one idea, and normally we should, in science, we should be open. And it's also a question because we have to be so specialized. Because if you're only specialized in one very specific topic, it's very difficult to consult politicians. So this is, I don't have any solutions also for that, especially on the financial points of view. I think that we have to, there should be also more foundings that are not so much influenced by politics or by programs or. So I always was very happy, and I was only capable to do some things because I was financed by the university. And I said I was not getting for some years some refund because I was doing some statements against some politics, and they said, okay, we will not give any money to my institution. It has done completely resolved the problem. Not the problem. It was not a problem for me. But I think that is very important. And I always said, okay, it's no problem if I don't get the funds. I have less people to feed and can work on my topics.
Yeah, of course, things are in some aspects on the move. You mentioned the European Union, and of course the European Research Council in that sense has been a game changer, spending more than 2 billion euro per year on basically idea-driven research, not prescribed topics, but simply come up with, let's say, a high-risk, high-gain project. It has also installed another scheme, which is basically an add-on grant, a small one, which is called the proof of concept scheme, where people basically who got a major grant of several millions, PI-centric, can apply for a small grant to explore the innovation potential of their findings, setting the stage basically to get subsequently money from private investors. It's often that missing step that is lacking. Also, when we talk about advice to politicians, European Commission has done in that context much better than many of the member states by setting up a scientific advice mechanism where there is a group of chief scientific advisors, 7 eminent scientists, and they work together with a consortium of the scientific academies in Europe, Pan-European Academy, Academia Europaea, but also federations of national academies who do the evidence review reports. And that is basically resulting in a scientific opinion, evidence-based on a wide range of topics, like cancer screening, like food from the oceans, like the energy transition. And again, this is independent advice. And what is very important, that the Commission takes this into account in making decisions for legislation. Not only on science, but on all the topics that are on the agenda, like the Green Deal. So we have here a recipient for the advice. It's not just thrown in the air. The Union is doing something with it and values this independent advice. And I think this is something where a number of member states are following this up by setting up national procedures also to basically connect better in the dialogue with the scientists. But we also know countries where politicians are not prepared for advice. And we know also from the United States that in the previous presidency, let's say, on that side of the decision-making process, there was not so much a need to get advice as a base also to take into account for policy decisions. On the contrast with what happened on the local level. So maybe it would be good to have basically a little bit of view from the people here in the panel coming from different countries, how well this is functioning on your level. Like then you have a country where there is basically clearly a best practice in terms of linking innovation to science. But I'm just curious about, let's say, the process of science advice for policy in your country. For policy decisions.
Science advice to politicians.
Yeah.
Okay, let me elaborate on this. In my country, the politicians know everything. They don't need any advice, and certainly not from scientists. So we don't talk to each other in my country. I hope that it is different in other countries, although I suspect it. But I want to elaborate a little bit on something that you said yesterday in the evening. And so that people understand how progress is made. And I try to deliver it to politicians. They don't listen. You said last night that que sera, sera. Whatever will be. The future is not ours to see. And then we said, this is true, but not true. I want to elaborate a little bit on this, okay? Science and technology produce two ways. One way is evolution, another way is revolution.
Yeah.
Evolution is predictable. Que sera, sera? Yes, evolution is predictable. We will all agree that all cars in the future will run on electricity. We all can agree that more and more cancer illnesses will be solved. We will have medication. We will have technologies mainly based on CRISPR or mainly based on the Moderna and BioNTech technology to teach our immune system to recognize cells. We can predict it. Revolution we cannot predict. Revolutions are the Nobel Prizes, yeah. Revolutions are the Wolf Prizes, revolution are, it's not predictable. One day, a person, woman, man declares, we found something totally new. And then that discovery becomes technology, becomes evolution. The revolution brings evolution. And I'm not sure that you realize as an economist the great effect of science on economies. Show me one large company in the world that is not based on innovation and technology. All of them are based on that, all of them. In each and every field, science is in the basis of the economy.
How can you support the revolution? Because the evolution you can support quite good. Or,
How can you support revolution? Fund research, fund basic research. Okay, I think we all agree on that. Fund basic research. Let people run wild. I would like to tell you a little story from my own experience. When I came from my postdoc, I did my postdoc in the United States in some laboratory. And I was sponsored by DARPA. And so this is supposedly military. But my research was nothing like this. But my sponsor called me to his office in the Pentagon. This is the first and only time I came to the Pentagon. And we spent half a day explaining me how the Pentagon works. But then he said something the following. He says, Danny, I know you. You wrote a nice proposal. I support it. Please write me the reports on time. But don't bother to elaborate. This is fine. Do me one favor. Run wild. My sponsor told me, run wild. I did. I always ran wild. You know? So we scientists, I don't know about you. You are concentrated on your field. But what we do, I always write proposals which are for applied science. They want applications. But we cheat. Okay, so I write a proposal, and I know that I will do basic science based on the money. I also write the reports. Okay, they will get the reports, but we also do the discovery that I made that brought me here eventually was sponsored also by DARPA to develop alloys for aerospace purposes. Okay. But when I prepared the alloys, I prepared several alloys that can be useful and many other alloys which are totally useless, but very interesting. And this is where my discovery was.
In the European Research Council, we never made a difference between basic science and applied science. We all called it frontier science. And in my own field of science, earth sciences, there is no wall between basic and what is called applied. And the industry funding that I got in my program in the solid earth was basically to come up with new ideas for things they were not doing. And I think this is very, very important. Coming back to the science advice for policy, may I ask Thomas about, let's say, his assessment of the current situation in the US, also in view, let's say, of the evolutionary development that has taken place there over the last few years?
It's a big question. It's the situation in the United States is very complex. What has evolved over the years is not pretty. It used to be that the national academies provided a lot of the advice. I don't think that is true anymore. The reason for that is the increasing hostility towards science that we discussed earlier, especially by the Republican Party. That shift from an elitism, this Republican Party used to be very elitistic and very science positive, towards complete rejection of science in many of the current members and many of the current leaders of the party, is in some ways amazing. It has sociological reasons. We can discuss it maybe some other time. But as a result, the process that we as scientists have to communicate scientific facts and, just simple things like the fact that the Earth is warming to the politicians has become a much more difficult thing, because the role of the academies as advisors of the government has decreased dramatically over the last decade.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that you mentioned this, because this is exactly the opposite in Europe. And of course, it was the reverse situation when I was a student. At that time, Frank Press, it's one of the most eminent earth scientists of that time, was the science advisor to the President of the United States. So how could this happen?
I think in the end, the reasons are based on, it's a sociological thing. So when Newt Gingrich made the contract with America in the 90s, I don't know if you remember that, it was a major change where the orientation of the Republican Party was shifted towards populist themes, and it became a populist party long before populism was recognized, I believe, generally as a potential threat to democracy. I think it is a threat to democracy, and I think that that development that has happened over the last 25 years obviously was very, very negative, but that's the cause. That the idea, one of the ideas is that basically that the elites, and scientists are part of the elites, have their own agendas that are not good for the country and that are basically corrupted, and that therefore one cannot trust the elites. I mean, that's fundamentally the argument that is put forth here. And I don't know what to do about that, except to try to make sure that we as scientists are truly first scientists and advocates second. In other words, we can't go around as scientists and ask for more money and militate in this or that direction. We have to be really focused on being scientists and only try to argue for things that are based on evidence and that are purely scientific, even if we have personal convictions that go beyond that.
Yeah, I think this is the nature of independent advice, also separating science for policy from policy for science. In some cases, where the European Union asked for science-based advice, it came also clear that the science base was not complete. And to live with these uncertainties, like in the case of the biodegradation of microplastics, as a result of an advice to the Commission, basically dealing with this very important topic, which is an interdisciplinary topic. Also, the Commission decided to do something to get research on the topic of the ground. So it's basically two different sides of the coin. But I think it is very, very important. It brings me to another issue, the interdisciplinary aspect, multidisciplinary aspect, because a lot of the questions which come to us, and also scientific questions, are by their nature not one-dimensional, so to say. And in some fields, we have seen scientific revolutions where boundaries basically disappeared. But what are your views about, let's say, bringing it even closer, also in view, let's say, of a lot of the breakthroughs will take place, hopefully, at the boundaries of different fields. So I know that Dan is probably mentally prepared to say something here.
Okay. You know, the division between physics and chemistry and biology is really artificial. I mean, the rules are the same. It's the same thermodynamics. These are the same materials, the same ions, the same electrical processes. If you talk about brain or you talk about any other thing, it's all the same. Traditionally, there is a division because people don't really realize that it is the same thing, but now we know much better. It is the same thing. So really, science is one thing, and the borders are totally artificial among all the sciences. I think my colleagues here will agree with that.
I totally agree with that, because the world we are now is pushing. I mean, it's focused on breaking down these barriers. You know, even in the health system, we'll talk about multidisciplinary approaches towards attending to current health challenges. So more so in science. So we all need to understand that the barriers need to be continuously broken, so that that level of collaboration, that level of interface is properly oiled. But I want to comment on the issue of politics and science, because again, you've been focusing on Europe really, and I need to give you the African experience, where I come from, and it's not totally different from what he has said, and of course, we run systems that are purely political and undermines the whole value of science and research. And I give the instance of the COVID-19 pandemic. at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, I mean, when there was still a lot of confusion, a lot of uncertainty as to how to manage even the scourge, we had thought that since this was something that demanded some level of scientific evidence, that the politicians would easily embrace it. But they were not even bothered about science. They were not bothered about even the scientific management of this, very threatening pandemic. And so you push evidence to them. They look at the political implications. How does it affect their constituents and all of that? And if it is not favorable, they push it aside. At a personal level, I had to, for instance, in my country, in Nigeria, I had to demand, and that is where the whole issue of interface with activists, I mean, the whole beauty of science activism also comes in, because you can't do it alone as scientists. And so you need to build that level of broad-based coalition to, energize those in the, those who are activists to begin to make a case. So we made a case that, look, we do not expect the politicians to be the ones in the front line. You need to sit back, get the advice, and then implement. And so we called for an expert panel, for instance, but it took about 3 months for that expert panel to even be recognized, to be instituted, so that the whole management can be driven by science. So science now started leading, but it took a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I think it's something that we need to really cogitate on, if we must make progress, beyond this whole issue of poor communication, with the society. Because again, if science is communicating with the public, then even such endeavors, that needs to, of course, drive some level of acceptability amongst the politicians will be properly driven. So I think this may be a cross-cutting issue. But again, even on the issue of organization, I must say that, look, there is freedom to associate. There is freedom to organize, because I didn't have time to talk about this. There's freedom to organize, there's freedom to associate. I think the scientific community needs to understand the whole essence and value in organizing. I mean, you're not going to have external parties to drive that for you. But I must also say that in every self-organization, in any attempt to organize, there must be what you consider as common values. So the question we ask ourselves is, what are those values? Are we attuned to those values? I mean, which of course should serve as centripetal, galvanizing instruments to make people now understand the need for organization. And then that now propels the whole issue of self-regulatory frameworks, which drive self-governance and all of that. So the scientific community has a very tremendous task, and of course, more than ever before, especially in this current world that we are in. But I think it's something that, talks about communication of those values to even the scientists. There are a lot of scientists who are just, trudging in the wilderness, really, on their own, just traveling in the wilderness, carrying on an elephant tusk, without having any direction. So they need to understand the value, the essence, and the benefits of even that level of organization. Yeah. So it is key. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you just expressed is a striking example of self-organization and community service. And also for that reason, we are very happy to have you here at the Vienna Congress. I think that it's very important and that your view comes across, because we cannot have a stable global society without having also the views that you expressed. And we realize it's not an easy job that you are doing. Final
I have a question to Osa. You mentioned yesterday that we need to support the international medicine, and we have to support more Africa, for example. No? You need more health workers there, you said yesterday. What is in science? Do we need a global science, or do we need to more, let's take the example, more science in Africa also? Yeah,
thank you. There's enough science in Africa as I speak to you. But what is lacking is the level of international networking, international engagements, and everybody is doing his own thing. So you have enough scientists in Africa who are pushing out a lot of scientific data, but to what end and to what use? And how do we get that level of international inspiration? It is through that international collaboration and engagement, because again, the politicians are not going to do that for you. So we have scientists, but again, there needs to be that level of empowerment through international networking and collaboration. And of course, that's why we push the whole issue of global solidarity and collaboration and cooperation.
In that context, of course, it was a milestone to have the World Science Forum organized in December in Cape Town, South Africa, and I heard some very positive reports about that. Final question concerning the interface between the social sciences and the natural sciences, including the life sciences in fields like ecology and environment. Do you see something like environmental social sciences on the horizon? A question to you.
I think it's definitely needed very much, but I think I agree that the science has to be all in one, but there is still a huge difference between the social science and the natural science in that way. I think, but we need more integration. I don't know how to do. But that is definitely the case. More, I think I'm not able to say to this.
Okay, I think we are rapidly approaching the hour of 7 o'clock. I already got a yellow card from the moderator, but of course we basically should not close without basically having a take-home statement from our dear panelists. So let me start with Hans.
Take-home message. Well, I think it's very important to keep it simple. I think the communication between scientists and politicians, and as I said before, but also the effort scientists have to do to get the money, the amount of bureaucracy involved in.
Yeah.
You know, I feel really sorry for young scientists, very talented people that spend half of the time writing proposals that will never be granted, although they are good.
Yeah.
So that's my worry, and I hope that this is going to improve.
Thanks. Please.
Thank you. I think science needs to, again, have a reflective propensity to reflect on its fundamental values and culture, and also integrate an opportunity for communication with the public to be able to build public trust, to drive some synergy in ensuring that scientific data findings and benefits are properly, given expression. So I think good science that communicates again is what the world needs. Thank you.
Thanks. Thomas.
I would like to reinforce both of those messages. I spend hours and hours every day doing stuff like that, and it's really not very much fun, and often not very useful. In addition to that, I think that we as scientists need to communicate that in the end, what we're trying to do is really define, describe physical truth, things that are actually there, that are true, that is, this is not relative, that is not, invented, this is not done for career purposes. This is done because in the end, we need to understand how something works, and it doesn't really matter what it is, whether it's in the world of physics or chemistry or biology or whatever, in order to make progress in humanity. And I don't think that has been emphasized enough in recent years. It's been the core message, the core mission of science is often lost.
Thanks a lot. Dan.
If I want to give you something that you can take home, I want you to remember just two things. Number one, science progresses two ways, and so is technology. Evolution and revolution. This is number one. Number two, life is a very rare gift. Live wisely.
Great. Sebastian.
Yeah, I want to encourage my colleagues to support young students to become scientists. In our field, it's very difficult. I give you a little example. My son is a master in economics, and so he earns as much as I earn, but as the first payment. So it's only but this is only, as I said, you have to decide before the millions. I think the science gives us so much joy, so much sense of living that it's really worth it, and we have to communicate that to the students, especially for us, because our students obviously are much more economic minded than your students, and that's I do all the time, and I would like that everybody knows also that this is important to do, because obviously the future of science are the young scientists.
Yeah, you clearly express, all of you, that science is fun. And I think this has been a very lively panel. I'm very grateful that we have the panelists here on the podium at this late hour. I'm also very grateful to that we have an audience here on the site, but also online. And let me conclude here by, again, expressing a big thank you to the panelists, and please give them a hand. And then, time is over. I pass the floor to the moderator, Bernd.
But still we have the last photo.
Yes, the very
panel.
last.
I mean,
very last. Okay.
I will also join the last photo. So. The very last So, yep. Thanks a lot, dear speakers, for this very interesting last panel discussion. And now we're at the end of a very intensive and I think very interesting Vienna Congress. And I hope, dear viewers outside in the world, that you have received some new ideas for the future. But there's still, I think, something more to discuss. So hopefully see you next year at the Vienna Congress at 2024. And thank you for your interest. And I wish you a pleasant evening. Stay healthy and curious. Till next time, see you again in Vienna. Bye-bye.